Zhao passed through the clouds and disappeared in an instant. This was the second time Lu Zhou witnessed Zhao's flying speed. However, in comparison to the first time, he could sense it seemed to be using less primal qi. Zhao was unlike Di Zhang that could fly very fast without relying on primal qi, since speed was Di Zhang's life heart's ability. Lu Zhou thought it was not too bad bringing Zhao along with him. He had sensed Zhao's abnormality earlier, so he asked, "Why are we going to Zhongbei Circuit? Are you saying you've sensed the Beast Emperor's location?" Lu Zhou made a guess. As expected, Zhao nodded again. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stroke his beard before he realized the effect from the disguise card had worn off. He clasped his hands on his back, looking youthful and filled with vigor, as he said, "You've made great contributions. I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Zhao shook its head as it shrank its head back. This time, Lu Zhou did not need Conk to tell him what Zhao meant. Zhao did not want any reward. He said disapprovingly, "Even you are afraid of the Beast Emperor? With me here, no one can do anything to you." Zhao raised its head and let out a strange cry as though it was expressing its loyalty. Very good. Based on their current interaction, Lu Zhou felt there was no need for Conk to translate at all. Taking advantage of the time he had now, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing's power of sight to check on Duanmusheng. Lu Zhou saw the mountain of Li Li's corpses. Then, he saw Ning Wanqing facing the black-clad cultivator from afar. Both of them were painting. Ning Wanqing's white robe was already stained with blood. He pressed one hand against his left shoulder as he said with a smile, "I told you. You can't kill him." The black-clad cultivator's condition was not much better. His hair was disheveled, and his face was ashen. "Why are you going against the Black Emperor? Why not?" "Very well. You said you wanted to protect him? Look at him. Do you really think he can still live after this?" The black-clad cultivator pointed at Duanmusheng. Duanmusheng stood on the mountain of corpses, facing north. The army of Li Li seemed endless, and the speed at which he wielded the Overlord spear had obviously slowed down as well. The continuous battles for several days had left him riddled in wounds. Both his arms were injured, and his shoulders, back, and legs were bleeding. The only thing that kept him going now was his will that was as strong as steel. Although Ning Wanqing could not see, he could hear Duanmusheng's breathing. The fluctuation of Duanmusheng's vitality energy was extremely weak. He looked sideways and said to Duanmusheng, "It's still not too late to leave now." Duanmusheng ignored Ning Wanqing and continued to attack with his Overlord spear. The black-clad cultivator sneered and said, "Even if he leaves, he won't survive. Do you know what kind of beast he's facing?" Ning Wanqing could tell that these fierce beasts were not big in size and did not have much strength. But there were many of them, and they came in an endless stream. The black-clad cultivator said, "Li Lis! Li Lis! These beasts come from the unknown land. They're not strong, but their reproductive rate is astonishing. There are many of them. Most importantly, they have a terrifying ability. Their bodies contain a decaying energy that can corrode the 8 extraordinary meridians. All plants that come into contact with the energy will wither," the black-clad cultivator said. Ning Wanqing frowned slightly when he heard this. "They're so vicious and merciless. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens for using these beasts to deal with the Red Lotus domain?" The black-clad cultivator laughed. "Punished by the heavens? You're a judge of the White Tower Council. How can you say such idiotic words?" Ning Wanqing ignored the black-clad cultivator. Instead, he inhaled deeply before he said to the exhausted Duanmusheng, "Duanmusheng, you've already done your best. Leave the rest to me." Following that, Ning Wanqing joined his palms together, and white seals filled the sky. The black-clad was astonished that Ning Wanqing could still unleash such a powerful move even in this state. Primal Qi began to surge as the energy seal flew out in all directions. The black-clad cultivator struck and launched hundreds of palm seals. Bang! 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 Alas, the palm seals were all swept away by the energy seals. Boom! The energy seals landed on the black-clad cultivator. severely injuring his chest and causing him to fall. "You're mad!" The black-clad cultivator rushed forward, avoiding Ning Wanqing's ultimate move. Energy seals surged forward like waves, sending the Li Lis flying. Clank! Duanmu Shen, who finally got a breather, stabbed the overlord's spear into the ground and stopped moving. His body stiffened and continued to look forward. After Lu Zhou cut off his heavenly writing power, he shook his head. Stubborn. He did not lose his temper. After thinking carefully, which of his disciples were not stubborn? Ying Zhao gurgled before it suddenly flapped its wings and dove. Lu Zhou regained his senses. When he looked down, he discovered he had arrived at Zhangbei Circuit. Cities were razed to the ground. Forests, mountains, and rivers were in ruins. Lu Zhou frowned. What happened? Ying Zhao's body was visibly trembling. Beast Emperor? Lu Zhou saw incredibly huge footprints on the ground. Based on the footprints, he could already imagine how big it was. As expected of the Beast Emperor, there were a few intact corpses among the severed limbs that were strewn on the ground. Were they eaten or taken away? Lu Zhou was perplexed. The plants in Zhangbei Circuit had always been lush. Why were all the plants withered? Lu Zhou had sent Lu Li and Yan Jinlua to Zhangbei Circuit. He wondered what they were doing. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions and the ground shaking rang from up ahead. Clearly, the battle had been going on for a long time. Is it the Beast Emperor? From a distance, Lu Zhou saw a strange golden bird that was shrouded in flames. Its wings were like giant banana leaves. It flew in the air, spitting flames and burning the city. At the same time, a gigantic wild boar with red eyes was rampaging in the city. Buildings and walls were like paper in front of it, completely useless in stopping it. Several cultivators from the Black and White Lotus domains seemed like they were on the verge of collapsing. Their astrolabes were dim. At the northernmost side, a red fish that was 500 feet long was thrashing about in the air. The other flying beasts and land beasts only served as a backdrop. At this time, a Black Lotus cultivator manifested his avatar and transmitted his voice. Retreat. Keep retreating. The three beast kings, the red-eyed wild boar, the strange golden bird, and the big red fish, were all gathered in Zhangbei Circuit. The strange golden bird was called Dang Hu. The red-eyed wild boar was called the scarlet-eyed boar demon. The big red fish was called Hungong Yu. Lu Li, bring everyone and retreat. I'll deal with this. Yan Jinlua descended from the sky and pushed his astrolabe out to block the flames. The entire city was like a living hell. Most of the building had fallen. The sounds of killing rang in the air. The scarlet-eyed boar demon grunted and pawed at the ground. His tusks lit up. Boom! 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 The few remaining buildings fell to the ground, reduced to rubble. Human cultivators were sent flying, including Yan Jinlua. When Lu Li saw Yan Jinlua spitting out blood, he forced Yan Jinlua to retreat. Let's go! Meanwhile, the cultivators from the White Tower Council lined up in a row in an attempt to stop the three beast kings. However, they were easily repelled by Dang Hu's flames. This was not a war. This was a one-sided beating. Dang Hu flew up into the clouds before it flapped its wings and dove. It's over. Yan Jinlua's eyes were bloodshot. He pushed Lu Li away and turned to look at the human city. The calamity has arrived. The beast tide is here. Let fate decide everything. Lu Li shouted, You're crazy. Yan Jinlua manifested his astrolabe. His huge astrolabe covered the sky. All the cultivators looked up. Lu Li pleaded urgently, Put your astrolabe away. Don't make such meaningless sacrifice. Yan Jinlua said with a smile, This is nothing. At most, I'll lose my life. The astrolabe buzzed loudly. At the moment when everyone was about to drown in despair, swoosh! A huge blue arrow shot out from behind the hordes of fierce beasts at top speed before it struck Dang Hu's head with the force of lightning. Bang! The sound shook the sky and echoed in the city. Dang Hu let out a miserable cry as it thrashed in the air, spitting out flames wildly. A white-clad cultivator shouted, Reinforcements are here. Everyone turned to look in the direction where the arrow came from. Lu Zhou, who was wearing his gray robe, appeared in everyone's eyes. His entire body surged with killing intent as he rode on Ying Zhao's back. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the three beast kings. Insight card. Spots of light swirled around. Soon after, Lu Zhou saw a red appear 30 meters away from Dang Hu. Is that its weakness? Beast kings were not worth using the other cards. The insight card was enough. The greatest value of the insight card was to be able to see the target's weakness. If he were not pressed for time, he would need to rely on his item cards or anything else. He could kill the Beast King with his 7 birth charts. He leaped into the sky and flew to the top of Dang Hu before he pressed his palm down. 100 rivers returned to the sea. Primal chi surged immediately. The awe-inspiring, expansive, heavenly energy from the Confucian school descended from the heavens. The expansive, heavenly energy was unyielding and forceful. It was formed from the purest energy from heaven and earth. At this time, Lu Zhou's 5 fingers were like the mountains and his palm was like the sky as he pressed down. The expansive heavenly energy burned with karmic fire and was boosted by Lu Zhou's birth chart power. It landed on the back of Dang Hu that had been pierced by the energy arrow. Boom! It fell like a huge golden mountain on Dang Hu. Boom! The earth shook as Dang Hu was smashed into a palm-shaped pit. His neck was broken. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. The purgatory-like battlefield was silent. Only the sound of the sizzling fire rang in the air. Hongongyu and the scarlet-eyed boar demon froze, looking up at Lu Zhou, who was hovering high up in the sky and looking down on all the fierce beasts. After a long while, Yan Zhenluo, who was the first to regain his senses, hurriedly withdrew his astrolabe before he kneeled in the air. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Following that, the White Lotus cultivators and Great Tang's cultivators fell to their knees in unison. Greetings, Pavilion Master. They knew a big shot had appeared. With the appearance of a big shot, the crisis would definitely be resolved. Forget about formalities for now, Lu Zhou calmly said. Listen up. I'm pressed for time, so I'll finish off the Beast Kings in the shortest time possible and leave the rest to you. Yan Zhenluo was overjoyed. Pavilion Master, if you can deal with the 3 Beast Kings, we'll definitely be able to deal with the others. Lu Zhou glanced at the scarlet-eyed boar demon and Hongongyu before he looked at the ruins around him and the ground that was dyed red. Did you see the Beast Emperor? Lu Li replied. The Beast Emperor appeared briefly. He left the 3 Beast Kings here before it carried the corpses and made its way north. What does it look like? Lu Zhou asked. He had to quickly figure out the situation. Lu Li said, it's hundreds of feet long. Its feet are as big as a mountain, it has the body of a tiger, and it has 9 tails. Apart from that, I didn't get a clear look. The body of a tiger? 9 tails. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. With 9 tails, he thought it would be a fox-like beast, but the Beast Emperor had the body of a tiger? It did not make sense to him. Boom! 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 At this time, the scarlet-eyed boar demon had gotten restless and had led the other fierce beasts to attack once again. At the same time, Ying Zhao turned around and spread its wings. Its wings that shone like the stars suddenly grew several hundred meters. Despite their size, they were as thin as a cicada's wings. It let out a long cry that was sharp and slightly melancholic. It sounded like the rushing tide and the waves hitting the shore. With this, the tens of thousands of fierce beasts behind the Beast Kings froze for a moment before they retreated in unison. The speed they retreated increased as time went on. Upon seeing this, Lu Li said anxiously, we can't let the Li Lis get away. The Li Lis. The beasts' bodies contain a type of poisonous energy. Although they're weak, they're very destructive. Humans that come in contact with Li Lis or their energies will die. In short, these beasts are strange. We must kill all of them, Lu Li said. Lu Zhou pointed at the white-clad cultivators and asked, are you from the White Tower Council? Yes. I will leave the task of killing the Li Li to you. Don't make any mistakes. I'm willing to serve Pavilion Master Lu. With that, the white-clad cultivators flew into the distance. Boom! 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 At this time, Hongongyu swept its tail around, causing the rubble and debris to fly into the sky. Boom! 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 Hongongyu flipped again, sending the white-clad cultivators flying back. It was clear it was trying to stop the white-clad cultivators from leaving. Livestock, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice before he rushed over, casually launching a palm seal. Bang! The palm seal hit the Hongongyu. At this time, Lu Zhou saw purple smoke rising from below, shrouding Hongongyu. It seemed to significantly strengthen the Hongongyu. He looked down and saw a few weak-looking lilies. Following that, Hongongyu leaped up, drawing a curve in the air, as it pounced toward Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master, be careful, Yan Zhenluo cried out. Everyone held their breaths. Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he watched Hongongyu pounce over. He crushed the insight card in his left hand. A light flashed, and he saw a red dot 10 inches below Hongongyu's dorsal fin. Lu Zhou struck with his palm immediately. The Buddhists, the Great of Fearlessness. The Great Seal Fearlessness flew toward the red dot on Hongongyu's body. Boom! The impact of the collision pushed everyone back. They were shocked beyond words. Hongongyu let out a shrill cry as blood gushed out of its body. When the blood fell, it evaporated in purple smoke that dissipated into the air. Not dead. Lu Zhou frowned. Although he did not use the supreme mystic power, he had used a lot of birth chart power. Nevertheless, it only hurt Hongongyu. Pavilion Master, the two remaining Beast Kings have impressive defense and destructive power. Dang, who was weaker, but it was agile, and its fire was incredibly destructive. The scarlet-eyed boar demon's defenses are comparable to desolate-grade weapons, Lu Li said. As soon as Lu Li's voice fell, the scarlet-eyed boar demon dashed to the left, trying to avoid Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was about to give chase when Hongongyu flew over again. Although the effect from the insight card had disappeared, the palm seal had already marked its weak spot. The wound from the Great Seal of Fearlessness was glaring and gory. When Hongongyu arrived, it spat out water arrows. The water arrows turned into icicles in the air as they shot out at Lu Zhou. Bang! 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 The few buildings looked like a hornet's nest in just an instant. The cultivators evaded the icicles and retreated one after another. Lu Zhou raised his left hand and manifested his astrolabe, blocking the icicles. Hongongyu opened its mouth as it leaped and drew a curve in the air before diving toward Lu Zhou. Clearly, it intended to swallow Lu Zhou and his astrolabe up in one gulp. Although avatars and astrolabes provided amazing defenses, if they were damaged, it would deal a devastating blow to the cultivators. Therefore, as Hongongyu dove, Lu Zhou hurriedly put away his astrolabe. Following that, he lifted his right hand that was swirling with primal chi, and unnamed in the form of a sword appeared. Then, a golden energy sword that burned with the karmic fire shot out from Lu Zhou's hand. The 1,000-meter-long energy sword accurately pierced the area where the Great Seal of Fearlessness had landed earlier. Hongongyu's cries were shriller than before. Its body thrashed wildly in the sky, stirring up the clouds and wind. Lu Zhou gripped Unnamed tightly as he stabbed into Hongongyu's weak spot and stood in the air as the wind blew around him, looking like a small boat in the middle of a storm. Pavilion Master Lu. Yan Zhenluo flew over from afar. Lu Zhou looked up and saw the scarlet-eyed boar demon charging over. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light as its fur stood up like golden needles. Yan Zhenluo manifested his avatar and astrolabe, trying to stop the scarlet-eyed boar demon. Bang! Yan Zhenluo and his avatar flew back at the same time as they were hit by the scarlet-eyed boar demon. The astrolabe caved in slightly, showing signs that it was about to lose a birth chart. With his rich experience, he hurriedly put his astrolabe away and allowed the beast to hit his chest. Fortunately, most of the force from the impact had been absorbed by the astrolabe earlier. Otherwise, the full impact of the collision would have crushed Yan Zhenluo flat. Lu Li rushed over and hurriedly brought Yan Zhenluo away. Thump! 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 The scarlet-eyed boar demon continued charging. The sounds of its hooves hitting the ground increased in speed. Hongongyu, that was still struggling, was already on the verge of death. Unnamed was still lodged in its body at this moment. At this moment, it seemed like if Lu Zhou did not withdraw his sword and leave Hongongyu now, he would have to take the full brunt of the scarlet-eyed boar demon's attack. Nevertheless, his expression was indifferent as usual as he raised his right hand and said, "Just because I don't show my power, you think I'm a weak kitten?" Lu Zhou shattered an ordinary deadly strike card. A vortex appeared along with a spinning palm seal before Lu Zhou pushed them out. The Confucian school's expansive heavenly energy shot out. The golden palm seal was only the height of Lu Zhou's body initially. As soon as the scarlet-eyed boar demon drew close, it suddenly expanded until it was several hundred feet tall. It was just enough to cover the scarlet-eyed boar demon's body. Boom! The expansive heavenly energy's palm seal landed on the scarlet-eyed boar demon's snout and face, dealing it a fatal blow. Its tusk and fangs broke immediately. The scarlet-eyed boar demon squealed and grunted in pain. Boom! 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 The expansive heavenly energy that was now as vast as the sky easily smashed the scarlet-eyed boar demon as though it was a fly. Boom! 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 The scarlet-eyed boar demon's skull, spine, skeleton shattered from the immense force. Not a bone was left intact. The ear-piercing cries came to an abrupt end. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. The carcass of the scarlet-eyed boar demon lay in the expansive heavenly energy's palm seal that had yet to dissipate, carrying the carcass high above the sky. Meanwhile, Hongongyu was still thrashing around desperately. Its body twisted fiercely in the air. Lu Zhou wielded Unnamed with both hands as he manifested his avatar. A 700-foot avatar appeared in the air immediately. Following that, Lu Zhou flew up to the head of his avatar. As the avatar carried him forward, he stabbed Hongongyu again and dragged the sword along its body, destroying its internal organs. With that, Hongongyu stiffened and stopped moving. Ding! Killed one target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Lu Zhou lowered his hand, putting Unnamed and his avatar away. Then he unleashed and moved out from under Hongongyu. Boom! Hongongyu landed on the ground heavily. "Ing Zhao," Lu Zhou called out. He did not stop to rest. He had no time to waste after all. Ing Zhao understood Lu Zhou's intention and flew toward Lu Zhou at lightning speed. "Jianbei Circuit," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Ing Zhao flapped its wings and rose into the sky. Everyone watched Lu Zhou fly away in awe. They were overwhelmed by their emotions and were in a daze. At this time, someone called out, "Pavilion Master, the life hearts. Keep it for me." Ing Zhao spread its wings. It flew to the horizon and vanished into the clouds. After Lu Zhou left, Lu Li supported Yan Zhenlua and flew over the city, looking at the three Beast Kings' corpses. He could not calm down for a very long time. Ever since Lu Li joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, whether it was Xianxia, Meng Changdong, or his most trusted brother, Yan Zhenlua, all of them had told him that the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was indescribably powerful. He was naturally skeptical. During his time at the Yellow Lotus Domain, Zhu Honggong had repeatedly bragged about how powerful his master was that it became unbearable to listen to. He felt that Zhu Honggong was exaggerating. How strong could a cultivator from the Golden Lotus Domain, a place that was so weak it was not even considered for the captive plan, be? When he returned from the Yellow Lotus Domain, Yan Zhenlua and Xianxia had taken turns to educate him about the mighty Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Their words were even more exaggerated than Zhu Honggong's words. It was so exaggerated that he had grown numb to their words. At this moment, Lu Li gulped as he looked at the corpses of the three Beast Kings. When he recalled Yan Zhenlua and Xianxia's words, he no longer doubted them. He was thoroughly convinced of Lu Zhou's strength. At the same time, as Yan Zhenlua calmed his dantians and sea of qi to suppress his surging blood and qi, he said in a clear voice, "Although the Beast Kings are dead, don't let your guard down. Drive the fierce beasts away." Dozens of cultivators rushed forward. Most of them sustained varying degrees of injuries. Their hatred and anger were at an all-time high when they looked at the ruined hometown. They could wait to kill the fierce beasts. Drive them away? Don't you think we're letting them off too lightly? We should kill them. Kill them. That's right. Kill them. Their strong desire for revenge was roused. Yan Jinlua looked at the ruins. It looked like hell on earth. Then he nodded. Kill them. Jianbei Circuit. In a valley sandwiched between two mountains that resembled giant swords. Ning Wanqing was standing on the ground at this moment while the black-clad hovered in the air in the distance. The black-clad cultivator said, "You're exhausted. At this time, the Li Lis alone are enough to kill you." Ning Wanqing's expression was somewhat unsightly at this moment. He forced a smile on his face and said, "At the very least, up until now, the Li Lis have yet to enter Jianbei Circuit." When Ning Wanqing brought up the Li Lis, the black-clad cultivator's flames of fury were rekindled. At the mention of this matter, the black-robed cultivator could not help but get angry. Initially, he assumed the Li Lis would be able to avoid detection by powerful cultivators due to how weak they were. Apart from that, most cultivators did not dare to wander out since they were surrounded by fierce beasts, and the wilderness was completely overrun with fierce beasts. With all these factors, the Li Lis should not have encountered any problems entering Great Tang's territory. Once the Li Lis entered Jianbei Circuit, the plan would be completed. It was truly unfortunate that such a huge and perfect plan was destroyed by a mere 9-leaf cultivator. How could he not be angry? The black-clad cultivator checked the time before he said, "All of you will have to die now." The black-clad cultivator rushed out toward Ning Wanqing and Duan Mushang, leaving afterimages in his wake. Duan Mushang was still holding the Overlord spear. He stood unmoving like a statue despite his weak aura. His body that was riddled with wounds had grown numb, and he had lost the strength to fight. The purple smoke from Li Lis shrouded him and slowly seeped into his body at the same time. It would not be long before the poisonous energy took effect. The black-clad cultivator spread his arms open as his eyes shone with killing intent. His surroundings were filled with many black energy sabers. Ha! At this time, the black-clad cultivator was slightly taken aback when he heard the distinct noise of flesh being pierced. He thought he saw a flash of white light, but it was gone when he tried to have a better look. Following that, he felt like something was wrong and instinctively lowered his head to have a look when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the white energy sword that pierced his heart. Subsequently, he hastily tapped his acupoints and stopped the bleeding to preserve his birth chart, dispersing the black energy sabers in his surroundings. Swoosh! A huge red flying chariot flew over from the south of the sky above Jianbei Circuit at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. All of a sudden, pillars of light shot out from the huge red flying chariot and pierced through the black-clad cultivator's chest. Bang! 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 Just like that, all of the black-clad cultivator's birth charts were destroyed by the pillars of light. The difference between his strength and the person who attacked him was like the clouds and the mud. Lan Shiha. The black-clad cultivator pointed at the huge red flying chariot tremblingly before he fell onto the mountain of Li Lis corpses with his eyes open and rolled down the northern side of the mountain of corpses. The Li Lis rushed up and tore the corpse into pieces in just a blink of an eye. Ning Wanqing bowed and said, "Greetings, Tower Master." Lan Shiha's calm voice rang from the red flying chariot. "Tell me about the situation." Ning Wanqing said, "I don't know where the Black Lotus domain found the army of Li Lis. These beasts emit energy that decays and corrodes living and non-living things they come in contact with." Duan Mushang, the third disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, had been ordered to defend Jianbei Circuit and prevent these beasts from entering. He didn't budge at all. His current condition is quite worrisome. "I'm afraid he won't survive." Lan Shiha did not speak for a moment. After a while, she finally said, "Bring him into the flying chariot and deal with the Li Lis." At this time, the blue-clad female attendant bowed and said, "Tower Master, these Li Lis come from the unknown land and contain evil energy. I'm worried they'll affect you." "Bring him up," Lan Shiha said again. "Understood." The blue-clad female attendant leaped off the flying chariot. Following that, white lotuses fell from the sky on the Li-Lis. The Li-Lis fell one after another. The blue-clad female attendant threw a ribbon out. After the ribbon wrapped around Duan Mushang, she tugged on the other hand of the ribbon and brought him with her as she flew back to the flying chariot and landed on the deck. Sizzling noises began to ring in the air as the purple smoke touched the inscriptions on the red flying chariot. Lan Shihe frowned slightly. At this moment, Ning Wanqing flew up and landed on the deck. His superior hearing told him that the situation was bad. Hence, he said, "We have to move him immediately." Lan Shihe walked out and raised a jade-like hand. Primal chi as bright as the sunlight that was swirling in Lan Shihe's hand shot out, forming a barrier around Duan Mushang. Lan Shihe said, "Keep an eye on him. We can't continue like this. That evil energy is very strange. It'll erode the power you have left." Ning Wanqing said. "I know," Lan Shihe replied indifferently. "I was asked to do my best." "Understood." Boom, boom, boom. Countless flying beasts appeared in the sky along with hordes of fierce beasts on the ground. Lan Shihe said, "Don't move." The fierce beasts swept out like a flood before they surrounded and came to a stop near the mountain of Li-Lis corpses, forming a huge circle. Many of the fierce beasts carried human corpses in their mouths and on their backs. They were very organized. This was clearly premeditated. Ning Wanqing could not see them, but he could sense their huge numbers. He could not help but feel worried. Lan Shihe walked to the helm and looked down at the densely packed Li-Li still coming from the north. With a light tap of her toes, she flew out of the flying chariot. "Tower Master!" The blue-clad female attendant cried out in shock. Lan Shihe's expression remained calm. She flashed 3 times, flying high up into the sky before she released a ring of white light. Boom! Countless fierce beasts were swept away and turned into corpses. Lan Shihe glanced at the Li-Lis that were still swarming over and shook her head. A runic passage in the unknown land. She looked to the left and the right before she raised her right hand, her 5 fingers pointing skyward. The sun, moon, and star wheel appeared in her hand, illuminating the land. "Tower Master Lan, this isn't a place where you should be." A black figure suddenly attacked. He launched a purplish-black palm seal that shot into the encompassing light from the sun, moon, and star wheel. Lan Shihe continued to release the energy from the sun, moon, and star wheel unmoved. Bang! The palm seal was blocked by the sun, moon, star wheel. At the same time, it released energy seals that killed all the fierce beasts within 1,000 meters. The black figure seized the opportunity while the sun, moon, and star wheel was releasing energy seals and launched another palm seal. Bang! 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 Lan Shihe flicked her sleeves to defend herself as she flew backward. The sun, moon, and star wheel flashed, blocking the palm seal. Primal chi surged between the opponents. Lan Shihe smiled. "Mu Erdi, you're finally here. The era of the White Tower Council is over. I didn't expect you to work with the Evil Sky Pavilion." Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, hovered above the beast tide, glancing at the corpses below. "Working together?" "Regardless, the White Tower Council has always objected to the annihilation plan. That's why I came. I showed weakness and submitted to the Evil Sky Pavilion back then, all for this day. I thought the Evil Sky Pavilion would be smart and stick to their Golden Lotus domain. Who knew old Demon Lu is also someone who doesn't know what's good for him?" Mu Erdi said. Lan Shihe smiled brightly. "I remember Pavilion Master Lu visited your royal palace once. Why didn't you say these words to him back then? A great man knows when to retreat and advance. If I couldn't even endure it, what right do I have to talk about a great cause?" Mu Erdi replied. "What gives you the courage?" Lan Shihe asked. Mu Erdi spread his arms and said, "They listen to my orders and aren't afraid of death." Lan Shihe shook her head. "No, they listen to the Beast Emperor's orders. You're the ruler of a country, but you're manipulated by fierce beasts. There's no need for you to sow discord. I know what I'm doing." Killing intent shone in Mu Erdi's eyes as he looked at the tall mountain of corpses. Hand over that reptile who guarded Jianbei's circuit earlier, and I'll let you go, Lan Shihe said. Are you sure? He's Pavilion Master Lu's disciple. Mu Erdi looked into the distance. When he shifted his gaze away, he said, I'll kill him sooner or later. Lan Shihe ignored him and flew toward the red flying chariot. She had felt the slight tremors on the ground and knew that the Beast Emperor was coming. Take her down for me. Flying beasts flew over in the sky. Lan Shihe raised her arms again. The sun, moon, and star will rapidly release its energy into the surroundings. The enormous power sent the fierce beasts flying, and some beasts were immediately cleaved into two. Severed limbs and blood rained down from the sky in just an instant. Mu Erdi flashed like a phantom as he flew over. His fists that shone with red light rained down like a storm. Bang! 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 Lan Shihe glanced at Mu Erdi's fists as she defended against them while retreating. The Hades ring is a rare treasure that can greatly boost one's strength. Rumor has it that my White Tower Council's judge Nangong Yutian's Hades ring is in your possession. Lan Shihe stopped moving suddenly as the sun, moon, and star will release its energy again. Mu Erdi stopped as well. He said with a sneer, Wasn't that a fake masquerading as my Hades ring? Nangong Yutian used the Hades ring to defeat many experts. Later on, it fell into Pavilion Master Lu's hand, but it was slightly damaged. Has no one told you the Hades ring is actually a pair of rings in ancient times? Mu Erdi frowned. Boom! 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 In the north of Jianbei Circuit and the two mountains, a huge creature descended from the sky, causing the earth to shake. It had the body and claws of a tiger with 9 tails, and its face resembled a human. All the fierce beasts immediately retreated to the sides, opening up a huge path. Lu Wu. Lan Shihe frowned. Lu Wu was the Beast Emperor's name. Lu Wu sat on its haunches before it opened its mouth and spat out a human word. Kill. The fierce beasts obediently charged forward from all directions. At the same time, Lan Shihe flashed and returned to the red flying chariot. When Mu Erdi saw this, he said with a sinister smile, It's too late. An energy fist shot over. Lan Shihe moved her hand. The sun, moon, and star will split into 2. One in her right hand, and one in her left hand. At the same time, Lan Shihe's avatar appeared in the air. The astrolabe that hung behind it flashed with 13 birth charts. Energy crackled around Lan Shihe's hair that was dozens of feet long. Her hair fluttered in the air, revealing a miniature white sun and moon that had appeared on her forehead. Following that, energy seals shot out in all directions. Those within 1,000 meters of the red flying chariot were instantly killed. Those who were in the range of the light from the sun, moon, and star were temporarily blinded. Those who were hit by the energy seals were immediately crushed to pieces. After the energy dissipated and the light dimmed, Lan Shihe said indifferently, Go! Buzz! Mu Erdi moved and manifested his avatar to block the red flying chariot's path. The Hades king in his possession had lit up earlier, allowing him to block Lan Shihe's shocking attack. Lu Wu stood up and walked between the two mountains. Boom! 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 It raised its paw and swiped at one of the mountains, destroying it immediately. Boom! It raised its paws again and swiped at the remaining mountain. Boom! With 2 swipes of its paws, the 2 mountains were immediately flattened. No longer blocked by the towering mountain of corpses, the Lili swarmed toward Jianbei Circuit with the newly paved road, on both sides of the mountain of corpses. Upon seeing this, Mu Erdi's eyes shone with joy. The Hades ring shone faintly as he flew horizontally toward the red flying chariot. His speed was greatly enhanced by the Hades ring. He punched his right fist out as he flew. An energy fist shot out. I'll take care of this, Ning Wanqing volunteered. No need. Lan Shihe placed her hand on her chest for a moment as though she was sensing something. Then, she sighed softly, muttering to herself, You know you can't interfere, and yet, you insist on interfering. It seemed like she was chiding herself. Her tone was a little strange as well. Then, She shook her head and continued muttering to herself, Lan Shiha, you're really stupid. Mu Erdi roared. I gave you a chance earlier. The energy fist with the force of lightning seemed capable of tearing space itself shot forward. Just as the energy fist was about to land on the red flying chariot, boom! A bolt of lightning struck down at Mu Erdi from the heavens. Mu Erdi was instantly sent flying back hundreds of meters. When he found his footing, he looked up. Ying Zhao, carrying Lu Zhou on its back, descended from the clouds. Lu Zhou had one hand resting on his back as he pointed at Mu Erdi with the other hand and said, Mu Erdi, I finally found you. As soon as Lu Zhou landed, he looked at his merit points. Merit points, 365, 760. He still had a few item cards left. He had to deal with this matter calmly and cautiously. To end this, he had to deal with the leader. As long as he dealt with the big bosses, Lan Shiha would be able to deal with everything else. The enemy's numbers would not matter once their leaders were gone. It was unfortunate the death chance was not triggered when he used the Thunderblast card on Mu Erdi earlier. Meanwhile, when Lan Shiha and the others saw Lu Zhou, they were overjoyed. Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou did not respond. He only glanced at Duan Mushang, who was lying on the deck calmly. Duan Mushang seemed to be hanging onto his last breath at this moment. Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, frowned and said, I have no enmity with the evil Sky Pavilion. Why do you have to oppose me? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I should be asking you this question. The evil Sky Pavilion is far away in the Golden Lotus domain. I want the Red Lotus domain. What does it have to do with the evil Sky Pavilion? Mu Erdi asked. Let me ask you, who is Great Tang's emperor? Isn't it that little brat, Li Yunzheng? Li Yunzheng is my grand disciple. How can I stay idle? Lu Zhou said. How could Mu Erdi be unaware of this? However, he did not expect the other party would be so direct. Since that's the case, we'll have to see what happens in the end. Mu Erdi waved his hand. Countless black cultivators flew up from behind the beast tide. Almost everyone from Great Yuan's royal court and the Dark and Light Alliance was present. Fan Ruaji, the master of the Dark and Light Alliance, appeared in the sky with a flash and said, Your Majesty. Mu Erdi looked at Lu Zhou and smugly said, Pavilion Master Lu, the Beast Emperor is here. Even if Lan Shiha helps you, you have no chance of winning. Lu Zhou ignored Mu Erdi and asked Fan Ruaji, Fan Ruaji, how many of my moves do you think you'll be able to withstand? Fan Ruaji said, If I'm the only one, I'll have to admit defeat. I'll lose in fewer than 10 moves. Pavilion Master, there's no need for you to say anything anymore since we have different stances. Lu Zhou asked, Mu Erdi, how long do you think this nine-tailed beast can last against me? Muerte, how many moves do you think this nine-tailed beast can last against me? Mu Erdi's eyelids twitched. It was one thing for Lu Zhou to look down on him and Fan Ruaji. But Lu Zhou did not consider Lu Wu an opponent. Lu Wu clearly understood Lu Zhou's words. It crouched and muttered a few words in its powerful voice. Weak little reptile. Humans treated fierce beasts like animals while Lu Wu saw humans as reptiles. Ying Zhao shivered and shrank back slightly. Lan Shiha said, taking the initiative to delegate the tasks. Its intelligence is rather high. It can imitate and understand human language to a certain extent. Pavilion Master Lu, I'll deal with Lu Wu. You deal with Mu Erdi, Fan Ruaji, and the others. Lu Zhou would much prefer to deal with Lu Wu. At most, he would have to use 4 deadly strike cards. It would be difficult to deal with so many Black Lotus cultivators and fierce beasts. Even the Supreme Mystic card might not be able to kill so many people at once. The duration of the effect was too short after all. Just guard the red flying chariot, Lu Zhou finally said. He tapped his feet and rose higher into the sky. Then, he swept his gaze across Lu Wu, Fan Ruaji, and Mu Erdi before he asked, Who's responsible for the Li-Lis? Lu Zhou recalled he had briefly seen a black figure near the star-gathering formation when he was observing Duan Mushang and the 4 elders. That person should be present. At this moment, a black-clad cultivator raised his head and said, "It's me, Xianxia, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "My disciple fended the Li Lis off, and his life's at stake now. What's your explanation?" Xianxia did not dare to speak recklessly. Everyone present was a big shot. Fan Ruaji spread his arms and said, "Xianxia is my right-hand man. I ordered him to release the Li Lis here. It wasn't my intention to kill your disciple, but he insisted on interfering and fought the Li Lis. If he didn't insist on hindering His Majesty's plan, this wouldn't have happened." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "As the master of the Dark and Light Alliance, you lack control over your subordinate. This debt should be on you." Fan Ruaji cupped his fists together and said perfunctorily, "You're right. I admit my fault. If we disagree on some things, then let's not waste time talking about it. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master Lu. The person who left a message in the runic passage that day was you as well? You can say that. The matters of the 5 tigers are all on me." Fan Ruaji shrugged. "Then you have to die." An enhanced deadly strike card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. At this moment, Lu Wu raised its head to the sky and roared. The fierce beasts moved like a tide in an instant. "Pavilion Master Lu, don't you think you're too arrogant?" Fan Ruaji said as he retreated. He was determined not to fight Lu Zhou head-on. With so many cannon fodders around, he wanted to see who was going to remain standing in the end. As Fan Ruaji flew back, he could feel the Black Lotus cultivators and the fierce beasts' restlessness. As the fierce beasts moved forward, the human cultivators collectively took a few steps back. The fierce beasts obeyed Lu Wu and were unafraid of death, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Most of them had the intelligence of animals. They would not know even if they were used as cannon fodders. The human cultivators, on the other hand, were much more cautious. Human survival instincts were strong, after all. All of the Black Lotus cultivators knew how strong Lu Zhou was. There was no doubt that those who charged forward at this time would end up with the fates of cannon fodders. Even Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, did not dare to recklessly charge forward. At this time, Fan Ruaji finally retreated behind the fierce beasts with a triumphant smile on his face. Mu Erdi's smile was even wider in comparison. He said, "Even 10 BTCs can't compare to today's scene. Pavilion Master Lu, please enjoy to your heart's content. I won't play with you anymore. The Beast Emperor protects me so you can't kill me." He shook his head and continued to say with a sigh, "Pavilion Master Lu, you should have seized the chance when I expressed my goodwill earlier. Now the course is set, you can't change the ending." After Mu Erdi finished speaking, he retreated as well. The flying beast formed a shield in front of Mu Erdi and Fan Ruaji, who still maintained the smug and sly smile on his face. Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. He climbed higher into the sky until he could see Fan Ruaji and Mu Erdi again. Then he said in a deep and thunderous voice, "Fan Ruaji, Mu Erdi, die." Lu Zhou opened his hands and spread his 5 fingers apart. The scripts of the expansive heavenly energy seal could be seen between his fingers. The reason he had chosen this Confucian technique was due to the Li Lis purple energy. The expansive heavenly energy could suppress the purple energy. He had 2 effects to choose from the enhanced deadly strike card. He could use it to kill a target with 8 birth charts or fewer, or he could use it to deal with 5 weaker targets at the same time. The expansive heavenly energy seal shone with a golden light as it flew forward. Lu Zhou, bold and experienced as he was, stayed calm and pushed the seal forward when fierce beasts pounced at him from all directions. The Black Lotus cultivators held their breaths and looked at Lu Zhou and his huge expansive heavenly energy seal. The Xians, the scarlet pheasant, and goshawk-like flying beasts flapped their wings in a frenzy, flying toward Lu Zhou. At this moment, the seal grew several meters in size. Bang! The sound of the collision thundered in the air as the flying beasts and the fierce beasts that tried to stop the seal were turned into meat paste. Countless beasts rained down from the sky in just an instant. When the human cultivators witnessed the might of the seal, they were even more afraid to step forward to become cannon fodders. Some of them even felt like fleeing. This was especially true for those higher cultivation bases. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more cautious one would be. "Block him!" Fan Ruaji shouted as he retreated quickly. Alas, no matter how much he increased his speed, the speed of the expansive heavenly energy would be twice faster. More and more fierce beasts were smashed into meat paste by the seal. Even flying beasts that tried to fly around it could not avoid it. Apart from the Beast Emperor, the 4 Beast Kings had already died. Mu Erdi flew in a different direction and launched energy fists as he flew away. Bang! 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 The energy fists landed on the expansive heavenly energy seal, but they did not affect it at all. At this time, Fan Ruaji discovered that the seal seemed to have eyes of its own, following him closely. No fierce beasts could stop it. He began to panic and fled in a different direction. To Fan Ruaji's shock and horror, the expansive heavenly energy increased by dozens of feet before it switched direction as well, shooting toward him at lightning speed. Unexpectedly, the Howran Tian gang once again became dozens of feet bigger, and also changed direction, pouncing over like lightning. He frantically waved his hand, releasing energy seals and trying to block the expansive heavenly energy seal. Bang! 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 Alas, Fan Ruaji's attempt to block it was futile. He waved his hands again, but it was still useless. The fierce beasts could not block it, and the death warriors could not stop it. All of them were smashed into meat paste without exception. At this time, someone shouted, "This seal is strange. Avoid it." The speed of the palm seal was so fast now that Fan Ruaji could no longer outrun it. All of a sudden, buzz! The palm seal split into 5. Mu Erdi shouted, "You dare!" Lu Zhou ignored Mu Erdi. Unlike the previous time when Lu Zhou used the enhanced deadly strike card and the 5 palm seals surrounded their target, this time, the 5 palm seals were neatly lined up in a row. What technique is this? The 3 expansive heavenly energy seals on the right smacked Fan Ruaji mercilessly. Bang! The remaining 2 palm seals on the right flew toward Mu Erdi. Bang! The duo seemed like they had been struck with the force of lighting and felt as though their internal organs had been crushed. Both of their heads buzzed, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were brimming with fear and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces as they looked at Lu Zhou. Even if Lu Zhou was outnumbered, he could still take down the generals of an army of 10,000. The instant one of 2,000 realms whirling avatars, Lu Zhou moved using the ability from Di Zhang's life heart and grabbed one of the avatars before it could disappear. Then he pushed his hand, which glowed blue and burned with the karmic fire, down on the avatar's lotus. Boom! A hole appeared on the lotus seat immediately. A storm of primal chi began to rage following that. Lu Zhou flashed and left the range of the primal chi storm. Just like that, the first round ended. Lu Zhou hovered high in the sky and looked down at the storm of primal chi. Lu Zhou floated in the air and looked down at the Yuan Chi storm. Initially, he had planned on using the time Fan Ruaji's avatar appeared when Fan Ruaji lost his birth charts to the enhanced deadly strike card to destroy Fan Ruaji's birth palace with his supreme mystic power. Unfortunately, his palm strike did not destroy and kill Fan Ruaji. Indeed, it was difficult to destroy 11 birth charts in one go. In the end, Fan Ruaji only lost 4 birth charts, 1 to his palm strike and 3 to the deadly strike card. On the other hand, Mu Erdi lost 2 birth charts to the enhanced deadly strike card. Fear took root in Fan Ruaji's heart and soul, and he was trembling uncontrollably. Mu Erdi was no better. Lu Zhou looked down at Fan Ruaji indifferently and glanced at Mu Erdi from the corners of his eyes. "Who dares to stop me?" Lu Zhou's voice was like a war drum, thundering through the entire Jianbei circuit. No one dared to move. They did not understand how the person in front of them could be so strong. Meanwhile, Lan Shihe and the blue-clad female attendant looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. He was so daring that he entered the heart of the enemy. Would he not be surrounded if he went into the midst of his enemies? Even Lan Shihe, an expert with 13 birth charts, would not easily charge into the enemy's ranks. Being surrounded on all sides would require a large-scale attack that would waste a lot of primal chi. Moreover, there were also fierce beasts and death warriors. How was Lu Zhou going to deal with all of them? At this time, Mu Erdi roared, "Kill him for me!" The military order pulled the other Black Lotus cultivators back to their senses. All of them quickly manifested their avatars. "Even if you have 14 birth charts, you have to die today," Mu Erdi said through gritted teeth. When Mu Erdi's sound wave rolled out, strangely, it was accompanied by purple energy that was similar to the Lilis. The purple energy looked like smoke as it wafted in all directions, looking as though it held some mysterious magical power. Upon seeing this, some of the Black Lotus cultivators nodded. Lan Shiha furrowed her brows slightly. She looked at the mountain of Lili's corpses below and the severed limbs and human corpses that were strewn on the ground, lying in a pool of human and Lili's blood. She wondered what Mu Erdi was doing. Where did he get the confidence to deal with a 14-chart expert? No one in the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain had ever activated 14 birth charts since suitable life hearts were scarce. The limit was 12 birth charts. Lan Shiha was only able to activate 13 birth charts because she participated in the Great Void Expedition. This was also the reason why everyone assumed Lu Zhou only had 12 or 13 birth charts. At this time, the Black Lotus cultivators advanced toward Lu Zhou with dull expressions on their faces, as though they were prepared to die. Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as a still lake. Nary a ripple could be seen. Boom! A birth chart beast on the ground suddenly leaped into the air at this moment. Its gaping maw revealed its curved fangs that looked terrifyingly sharp. It was so big that it looked as though it could easily swallow Lu Zhou into its stomach. Swoosh! When the birth chart beast's bloody maw was right in front of Lu Zhou, he raised his hand. A shining golden palm seal struck the birth chart beast heavily. Bang! The palm seal pressed the birth chart beast down to the ground after it resisted briefly in the air. After a brief silence, all hell broke loose. The now 7-chart Fan Ruaji, who was standing on the ground, shouted, "Go!" The Black Lotus cultivators and the fierce beasts in the sky swarmed toward Lu Zhou, drowning him. Shit! Meanwhile, Lan Shiha frowned upon seeing this and flew up into the sky. The sun, moon, and star will flew around her. Lu Wu moved as well. It opened its mouth, and mist-like primal chi shrouded the fierce beasts in its vicinity. The mist-like primal chi seemed to agitate the fierce beasts. Their eyes turned red and their fur stood up as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It seemed like they had gone berserk. Then, they charged in unison toward Lu Zhou, who was completely surrounded. The sun, moon, and star will flew toward Lu Wu. It shone brilliantly as it descended to disperse the dense mist. Lan Shiha turned around to look at Lu Zhou, who was submerged in the wave of fierce beasts and Black Lotus cultivators. She could not help but shake her head. All of a sudden, boom! A bright golden light exploded in all directions along with the sound of a thunderous explosion. Bang! 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 All the fierce beasts and Black Lotus cultivators within a radius of 1,000 meters were sent flying by a strange and mysterious force. Countless energy seals could be seen in the golden light. The cultivators who were out of the range of the golden light had no choice but to close their eyes and activate their protective energies to shield themselves from the backlash. A 200-foot-tall golden Buddha appeared. However, there were still many fierce beasts and Black Lotus cultivators gathered around it. After the first explosion of golden light, when everyone thought it was over, boom! Another bright golden light exploded, shooting countless energy seals out in all directions. Once again, the Black Lotus cultivators and fierce beasts in its range were sent flying back. All of the Black Lotus cultivators were throwing up blood at the same time. Lan Shiha frowned and returned to the red flying chariot. Her hands held the sun, moon, star wheel in front of her as a white oval energy seal blocked the backlash of energy. Mu Erdi crossed his arms in front of him. The Hades ring on his finger lit up. His expression was incredibly unsightly at this moment. Only Lu Wu, that was thousands of meters away, was unaffected. It crouched and breathed out mist-like primal chi again, sending the fierce beasts into a frenzied state. At this time, Lu Zhou, who was shrouded in the golden light, said, "It's not over yet." The third, fourth, and fifth explosions of golden light continued flashing as another 3 golden Buddha's bodies appeared, illuminating the land as far as the eye could see. Bang! 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 Some of the Black Lotus cultivators did not even have time to react and were instantly killed. Some were like flies and were swatted down to the ground by the energy seals, turning into meat paste. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Even Lan Shiha was pushed a long distance away by the backlash. Countless people were killed and injured. A circle with a radius of a few thousand meters soon appeared. The inside of the circle was incredibly clean. Even the corpses were pushed out. After 5 explosions of golden light, everything fell silent as the backlash of energy gradually subsided. Lan Shiha looked up. Several thousand meters away, Mu Erdi, Fan Ruaji, the Black Lotus cultivators, and even the fierce beasts looked up. They saw 5 golden Buddha's bodies that overlapped with each other. The outermost golden Buddha's body was 1,000 meters tall. The second golden Buddha's body was 800 meters tall. The third golden Buddha's body was 600 meters tall. The fourth golden Buddha's body was 400 meters tall. The fifth and innermost golden Buddha body was 200 meters tall. They stood between heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. Most importantly, in the heart of the fifth golden Buddha's body was the pavilion master of the evil sky pavilion whom everyone wanted to kill at this moment. Lu Zhou hovered in the golden Buddha's body and looked around. He was satisfied with the effect, but this move was a defensive move. It could only kill the weak. It was far from what he wanted to do. Buzz! At this time, the 5 golden Buddha's bodies merged into one and shrunk to 200 feet tall. It still shone with a reddish golden light. This was a move Lu Zhou had never used before. Ding! Enhanced Impeccable Cards Effect. Invulnerability. Will obtain 5 overlapping invulnerable golden Buddha's bodies. Lasts for 10 minutes. Note: due to the special nature of these cards, they can only be synthesized thrice. There was not much difference between the Enhanced Impeccable card and the ordinary Impeccable card. With the enhanced version, there were 5 golden Buddha's bodies that looked very cool. When used, it would force those who were close to the golden Buddha's bodies away. The biggest difference was the duration. Lu Zhou naturally planned to make good use of the 10 minutes he had. Along with the golden Buddha's body, he flew toward Fan Ruaji. What kind of technique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Fan Ruaji hastily flew up. Mu Erdi said in shock and disbelief. He must be using some sacred object from the unknown land. Lan Shiha's were of the same opinion as Mu Erdi when she saw the golden Buddha's bodies. She withdrew her energy and looked at Lu Wu in the distance. It was unharmed. She murmured, "It's very strong." Ning Wanqing's eyes were dull as usual as he said, "I can feel it. This power is very mysterious. It makes me feel. What is it? I can't describe it. It's very strong. So strong that it feels like no one will be able to overcome it. It feels like some mysterious power from heaven and earth, but it could be from a sacred object." Ning Wanqing tried his best to explain. Lan Shiha nodded before she calmly said, "Stay here. I'll deal with Lu Wu." Understood. Following that, Lan Shiha flew out of the red flying chariot, rising high up into the sky. On the other side, Lu Zhou and the 5 golden Buddha's bodies that had merged into one moved as fast as lightning. The fierce beasts and the Black Lotus cultivators who tried to stop failed miserably. Energy swords and energy sabers fell like torrential rain on the 5-layer golden Buddha's body, but they were as dangerous as feathers to the golden Buddha's body. Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, led the Black Lotus cultivators in the sky, constantly looking for an opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts pounced fearlessly, but all of them, without exception, were blocked by the golden Buddha's body. When Lu Zhou arrived above Fan Ruaji, unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in his hand. It was his best weapon. Fan Ruaji did not dare to leave the army. He would definitely die if he were alone. Alas, Lu Zhou was too fast. Accept your death. Lu Zhou thrust his sword toward Fan Ruaji. Fan Ruaji, who had nowhere to retreat, struck with his sword as well. Then he roared, "Don't force me." Mutual destruction. Following that, Fan Ruaji's body surged with vitality energy. Mutual destruction was a move where one had to disregard one's life. It was a move where one risked getting hurt just to obtain a chance to attack. If both sides attacked at the same time, the brave would win. The one who dodged out of fear, and thus, leaving a fatal opening, would lose. Fan Ruaji's sword that contained his vitality energy stabbed toward Lu Zhou. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou did not dodge. Fan Ruaji panicked briefly and retreated only half an inch, but that was enough. Bang! Lu Zhou's sword pierced Fan Ruaji's heart, but Fan Ruaji's sword that met the Golden Buddha's body broke immediately, completely unable to touch Lu Zhou. Old Demon Lu, it's worthy to have you buried with me? Fan Ruaji chuckled as he looked up at the sky behind Lu Zhou. Black Lotus Cultivator's energy swords and energy sabers were shooting toward Lu Zhou's back. Bang! 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 You're wrong. Lu Zhou did not even turn to look and allowed the energy swords and energy sabers to land on the Golden Buddha's body. Following that, he said in a thunderous voice, "Get down here!" The flying beasts and the Black Lotus cultivators in the sky were suddenly pressed down by a huge force. All of them fell to the ground in just an instant. This was the ability Lu Zhou gained from the giant turtle's life heart. Fan Ruaji's eyes widened, and his lips trembled. This completely impenetrable defense had overturned his worldview. He muttered to himself over and over again, "You're not human, you're not human, you're not human." Lu Zhou paid no attention to Fan Ruaji and brandished his sword. Swoosh! 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 Lu Zhou's expression was focused as he sent energy swords through Fan Ruaji's chest. Fan Ruaji was as frail and frightened as a newborn bird. Even with the surge of vitality energy from mutual destruction, he had lost his fighting strength. The energy swords destroyed his birth charts one after another until he was just an ordinary man wielding a sword. As soon as Fan Ruaji fell to the ground, Mu Erdi shouted, "Lu Wu!" Lu Wu raised its paws and leaped forward. Boom! It felt as though the sky and the earth had collapsed when Lu Wu landed heavily on the ground. Lu Zhou looked up and raised the sword in his hand as he said in a deep voice, "Beasts are just beasts in the end." Lu Wu's giant paw that seemed as huge as Mount Tai fell from the sky. In its eyes, Lu Zhou's size was no different from the Golden Buddha's body. Everyone held their breaths. They had no idea if the gigantic paw would be able to smash the Golden Man. At the same time, the Black Lotus cultivators retreated in unison. Boom! The giant paw landed. Lu Zhou descended on the ground. His Golden Buddha's body was like a giant pillar that held unnamed in the form of a sword. Lu Wu's giant paw stopped 200 feet away from the ground. The giant paw's defense managed to hold up against unnamed? Is this the Beast Emperor's ability? Lu Zhou was astonished when he saw this. If he were 10 minutes slower, his life would have been in danger. Supreme Mystic Power. Unnamed shone with a blue light. Bang! The peerless Unnamed combined with the Supreme Mystic Power finally pushed half a meter up against the immense force of Lu Zhou's opponent and pierced into the giant paw. Roar! Lu Wei withdrew its giant paw in pain. Then, it spat out white mist from its mouth again. With that, the purple smoke wafting on the ground seemed to grow stronger and stronger. Even the Li Li's corpses were corroded by the purple smoke. It seemed as though hell had descended in Jianbei Circuit's northern Sword Canyon. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to deal with Lu Wu. He stomped on the group and rose into the air. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across hundreds of Black Lotus cultivators who were continuously launching their energy swords. The heavenly writing's power of smell. Mu Erdi, let's see where you're going to hide. With the power of smell, Lu Zhou filtered out all unrelated scents, and quickly caught Mu Erdi's scent. It did not take long before he locked onto Mu Erdi's location. Lu Zhou's figure flashed as he stabbed his sword toward a black lotus cultivator standing at the back of the crowd. Swoosh! Unnamed released an energy sword that was hundreds of feet long, piercing the black lotus cultivator's chest in just an instant. Bang! Mu Erdi, who was hiding behind the black lotus cultivator, blocked the energy sword with his fist. His expression was one of shock. At this time, the fierce beasts surged over toward Lu Zhou like a tide. Lu Zhou did not pay them any attention. He maintained his flight and forcefully pushed the energy sword toward Mu Erdi. He seemed even more violent than the fierce beasts as he charged through the herd of fierce beasts, knocking them away. Soon enough, he arrived in front of Mu Erdi, almost face to face. Mu Erdi's heart thumped wildly in his chest when his eyes that were brimming with shock met Lu Zhou's eyes. His breathing quickened as he launched energy fists after energy fists in a frenzy. Bang! 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 Mu Erdi's energy fists fell on Lu Zhou like a storm. He attacked Lu Zhou in frenzy, leaving afterimages around Lu Zhou. Although Mu Erdi only had 10 birth charts now, Lu Zhou's true strength could not compare to his. Moreover, he was going all out. Bang! 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 The energy fists left ripples on the golden Buddha's body. Lu Zhou remained calm. He hovered in the air, unaffected. After a few breaths, Mu Erdi retreated in the air. He endured the pain and asked, "Why?" Lu Zhou raised his head to look at Mu Erdi. "Are you done? Pavilion Master Lu. Talk. I want to talk to you. If you're done, it's time for you to die," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Lu Zhou used Dizhang's ability and flashed in front of Mu Erdi. At the same time, Unnamed, which he held in his hand, released 1,000,000 energy swords. The energy swords lined up in a row, resembling a dragon as they shot forward. Lu Zhou only needed to focus on attacking. With the golden Buddha's body, he did not need to care about defending himself at all. He had to save his strength to deal with the strong first. He had to follow his plan of taking down the leader first. Although Lu Zhou possessed 7 birth charts, the energy swords possessed the power of an 8-chart cultivator. Together with the supreme mystic power, the energy swords were deadly. Hades Ring. The Hades Ring burst with light immediately. Mu Erdi's body grew stronger. His arms and body seemed to be plated with gold that was so dark it was black. At the same time, he shone very faintly with a purple light. Bang! 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 Mu Erdi frantically repelled Lu Zhou's energy swords. Perhaps, due to his shock over Lu Zhou's 5 golden Buddha's bodies and wariness over the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council, he did not hold back and went all out in his attacks. He blocked the 1,000,000 of energy swords with his Hades Ring and energy fists. Both opponents flew back at the same time. Mu Erdi's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked at his fists. He said excitedly, "Pavilion Master Lu, you've gotten weaker. Is that so?" Lu Zhou attacked at lightning speed again. At this time, Lu Wu's giant paw fell from the sky again. This time it was even bigger and stronger than before. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Livestock. Lu Zhou turned out and crushed an ordinary deadly strike card. The Confucian School's expansive heavenly energy palm seal shot toward Lu Wu. Lu Wu's eyes that were as big as the sun and the moon stared at the expansive heavenly energy palm seal that was shooting toward it. This giant paw changed direction and swiped at the palm seal instead. Boom! The earth shook. Everyone within a radius of 1,000 meters felt the violent tremors. The expansive heavenly energy palm seal flew undeterred past Lu Wu's giant paw and shot toward its heart. Bang! Roar! The palm seal landed. Lu Wu's mountain-like body fell backward. It rolled back a few times before it regained its footing. Then it spat a word out, unresigned. Human! Lu Wu's huge paw was broken, and blood was flowing out of its chest. Humans and fierce beasts alike were dumbfounded by this scene. He actually broke through Lu Wu's defenses? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou thought to himself, as expected, there's no reward. Lu Wu was different from humans. Lu Zhou needed to destroy all 4 of its life hearts to kill it before he would be rewarded. He would not be rewarded for destroying only 1 life heart. Nevertheless, he did not regret using the ordinary deadly strike card. He continued flying toward Mu-Erdi. Upon seeing this, Mu-Erdi turned tail and ran. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Zhou's figure flashed continuously. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the Dark and Light Alliance's fighting spirit seemed to weaken despite not being affected by the purple smoke. Such a violent fighting method. It's the first time I've seen anything like this in my life. Did you notice he ignored all the attacks? He's impervious to the attacks. Is the Black Emperor trying to flee? Mu-Erdi fled in Lu Wu's direction while Lu Zhou followed closely behind. At the same time, the fierce beasts were chasing after Lu Zhou as well. At this moment, a pillar of white light descended from the sky. The sun seemed to rise on the left while the moon rose from the right as Xianxia descended from the sky like a fairy. With this, she blocked Mu-Erdi's path. Xianxia's eyes were slightly closed, and her arms were folded in front of her. Her hair was as blue as the clear sky as the miniature sun and moon shone from between her eyebrows. Following that, two terrifying pillars of light shot out from the sun and the moon at the sides. At the same time, the largest astrolabe known to the White Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain appeared behind Xianxia. 36 triangles flashed dazzlingly on the astrolabe as a strong wind blew her hair in all directions. Mu-Erdi raised his head and said in a trembling voice, the power of heaven and earth. How's this possible? How did you mobilize the power of heaven and earth? Xianxia opened her eyes. The pillars of light from the sun, moon, and star will shot in all directions, killing the Black Lotus cultivators and fierce beasts behind Lu Zhou indiscriminately. With just one move, she killed more than half of the enemies in Jianbei Circuit's northern Sword Canyon. Cold air descended in the area within a radius of 10,000 meters as snowflakes fell. At this moment, the 36 triangles suddenly dimmed before a mysterious and sharp blade flew toward Lu Wu. Boom! Lu Wu leaped up into the clouds, leaving for huge paw prints on the ground. The sharp blade suddenly changed direction and slashed toward Mu-Erdi. Bang! Mu-Erdi fell as 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared and shrunk. Just like that, he lost another birth chart. Xianxia, why you? Xianxia's hair color returned to normal as she withdrew the sun, moon, and star wheel before she looked up at the sky. She said, "Be careful. Lu Wu isn't simple." Lu Zhou, whose body was bathed in a golden light, said, "I've underestimated you." This move of Xianxia was much more powerful than he was during their sparring session in the White Tower Council. Swoosh! The clouds in the sky swirled. Lu Wu. Xianxia raised her head as she looked at the horizon. Following that, she flew toward the horizon. Lu Zhou looked down at Mu-Erdi, who had been shot down by Xianxia. After that, he checked the time he had left. He still had plenty of time. After 5 minutes passed, the scales of the war had begun to tilt. Most of the Black Lotus cultivators and the fierce beasts had been killed by him and Xianxia. Lu Zhou glanced at the advanced reduction card. Perhaps it's time to end this. He had to save some time for when everything was over, just in case something unexpected happened. Zhibieli, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, and some of Great Yuan's experts were still around. Fortunately, he still had some supreme mystic power and birth chart power left. This was all thanks to Xianxia and her 13 birth charts. Otherwise, he would not have had it so easy. At this moment, Mu-Erdi burst into laughter. He struggled to his feet and straightened his back and laughed maniacally. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and asked, "How can you still laugh when you're about to die?" Mu-Erdi said excitedly, "Pavilion Master Lu, you're stronger than Xianxia. Even Lu Wu is afraid of you. However, do you know why I didn't run away?" He did not wait for Lu Zhou's reply and continued to say, "If it weren't for someone ruining my plan with the Lilis, you and Xianxia wouldn't have found me. And you wouldn't be my opponent at all." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "You're behind the Lilis, not Fan Ruaji." Mu-Erdi continued to laugh. "That idiot is just a pawn, and so is Lu Wu. Although I know your cultivation base is profound, and yet, I still came to Jianbei Circuit. Don't you want to know why Pavilion Master Lu. Mu Erdi continued laughing. Soon enough, hints of anger could be heard in his laughter. He raised his arms as his robes were torn apart, revealing his body that was covered with black symbols. He held a purplish-black crystal in his hand as he said with a burning gaze, "Come!" Following that, he slammed the crystal on the ground. Boom! What looked like veins lit up on the north, south, east, and west of the northern Sword Canyon in Jianbei Circuit. The veins were all connected to the northernmost part of the northern Sword Canyon. The star-gathering formation? Lu Zhou looked to the north. That's just the exit for the Li Lis. This thing here is a sacred item from the unknown land. It can absorb the power of heaven and earth and gather the power of death, Mu Erdi said. You can't stop me. Even if I die, this sacred item can resurrect me. Buzz. The essence from the blood of the fallen on the ground and the Li Lis purple chi intertwined and flowed into the sacred item. The fierce beast's blood essence, in particular, seemed to provide tremendous vitality energy to the sacred item. Soon enough, a vortex formed in the sky and began to funnel energy into the sacred item. Mu Erdi said in a clear voice, Pavilion Master Lu, since you helped me today, I'll remember your contributions when I successfully master my demonic technique. You used me? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Everything was clear now. No wonder Mu Erdi specifically chose these 4 circuits. No wonder the fierce beasts were carrying corpses with them to Jianbei Circuit. No wonder there were so many Li Lis. If it weren't for your disciple ruining my plan, I would have been able to travel to all 4 circuits to absorb the blood essence of the fallen. At that time, you wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Once I complete the demonic technique, I'll be comparable to a 14-chart expert. Moreover, I won't be restricted by birth charts, and I will never die, Mu Erdi said. Lu Zhou looked at the red flying chariot before he looked at the horizon. He could no longer waste time. An enhanced reduction card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand as he said, Mu Erdi. All living things have to abide by the law of nature. No matter what, all living things will have to die sooner or later. Lu Zhou opened his fingers. In just an instant, a bright light illuminated the sky, forming a huge inescapable net. The net seemed as vast as the ground that was lit up with veins. Mu Erdi remained confident and began to launch thousands of energy fists. Bang! 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 The energy fists collided with the net that was falling swiftly. Mu Erdi flashed around wildly, colliding with the net as well. Bang! At this moment, the net suddenly shrank and landed on Mu Erdi's chest. Mu Erdi's Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared, and before it vanished, the net suddenly turned into a streak of light and shot into his astrolabe. The mysterious streak of light entered the astrolabe swiftly, causing 5 birth charts to dim immediately. Although Mu Erdi did not lose all his birth charts, Lu Zhou was not bothered. On the contrary, Mu Erdi trembled as he sat limply on the ground. Lu Zhou checked the time again. He had 2 minutes left. Since Mu Erdi only had 4 birth charts left, he had nothing to be afraid of. He only had to deal with Lu Wu now. Lan Shihe and Lu Wu's intense fight in the sky could not be seen at all. Buzz! At this moment, the mysterious sacred item shook violently. All the corpses of humans, fierce beasts, and flying beasts alike floated up along with severed limbs and the Li Lis corpses. The purple smoke filled the air for 10,000 meters. It was like hell on earth. All the plants within the purple smoke's range withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, blood essence, primal chi, and the purple smoke converged at the sacred item. There were so many Li Lis corpses that the purple smoke obscured everyone's sight and caused the sky to darken. Lu Zhou launched a palm strike at the sacred item. Bang! It's useless. It's a sacred item, Mu Erdi said. Bang! Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Mu Erdi and struck again. Alas, not a scratch could be seen on the sacred item. When all the purple smoke went into the sacred item, there seemed to be no movement. Mu Erdi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief, Not enough! How's this possible? Impossible! How can it not be enough? No, time is of the essence. Hurry up. Give it to me. Mu-Erdi pounced forward and grabbed the sacred item. He hurriedly mobilized his primal chi to absorb the energy in the sacred item. Bang! As soon as Mu-Erdi tried to absorb the energy in the sacred item, he was sent flying by the scared item. Buzz! It made a buzzing noise as it began to shine with a purple light. Mu-Erdi was confused. He did not understand what went wrong. Similarly, Lu Zhou found the entire strange. What was the sacred item doing? Buzz! The veins on the ground flashed again with veins that appeared in the sky, connecting heaven and earth. At this moment, Duanmu Shang suddenly floated up from the red flying chariot. The protective energy that Lan Shihe left behind had already shattered. At this time, the veins in the air that looked like spider webs seemed to be controlling Duanmu Shang. Ning Wanqing was taken aback by this sudden turn in events. He hurriedly flashed to the front, trying to disperse the purple smoke. Alas, the purple smoke was too dense, and he could fully dispel it. Although he was blind, he could acutely sense the danger in his surroundings and the strange energy around him. In the end, he could only call for help. Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou flashed and used the Golden Buddha's body to stop the veins that controlled Duanmu Shang like a puppet. Unfortunately, the veins bypassed him and snaked toward Duanmu Shang. Clearly, the sacred item intended to absorb the Li Li's evil energy from Duanmu Shang's body. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of something. He turned around and moved to stand in front of Duanmu Shang in just a flash. Then, he tapped Duanmu Shang's Dantian Sea of Qi and shouted, "Even if you're a god, you can't take his life." Boom! Duanmu Shang's Dantian Sea of Qi glowed with a green light. Mu-Erdi said with a complex expression, "The Great Void Seed?" Ning Wanqing, who could sense the Great Void energy, exclaimed in shock. No wonder the Li Li's corrosive energy didn't kill him. No wonder. The Great Void Seed's energy seemed to swallow the spiderweb-like veins. All of a sudden, the sacred item flew into the air. As though it was no match for the pure and mighty Great Void energy, it suddenly exploded. Following that, the purple smoke in the sky suddenly began to converge toward Duanmu Shang. The purple smoke suddenly surged out of the sacred item like a huge tide but was suppressed by the Great Void Seed's energy that was like a swimming dragon. Nevertheless, since Duanmu Shang was only a peak 9-leaf cultivator, the evil energy that was far too strong was bound to swallow him up. No. Mu-Erdi kept muttering to himself. He had completely lost the bearing of an emperor. Like a madman, he flew up to the sky, intending to punch Duanmu Shang. Not even an 8-chart expert was a match for Lu Zhou. How could Mu-Erdi, who only had 4 birth charts left, be a match for Lu Zhou? Bang! Lu Zhou did not use any energy and only used the Golden Buddha's body to stop Mu-Erdi. At the moment when Mu-Erdi felt his arm grow numb, the purplish-black symbols on his body seemed to melt into his skin. Following that, his body began to rot. You released the fierce beasts in 4 of Great Tang's 10 great circuits and killed many people under the Annihilation plan. In the end, your goal is just to absorb the Fallen's blood essence so you can use the sacred item to merge the blood essence and the Li Li's evil energy. You even got Lu Wu to help you summon the fierce beasts here. Also, you can cultivate to become an immortal. Not bad. It's a pretty good scheme, Lu Zhou said. Mu-Erdi laughed maniacally. He stared at Duanmu Shang with eyes burning with unwillingness. At this moment, Ning Wanqing said, "The ancients' great art of blood sacrifice used the heaven and earth as the furnace and the blood of humans and beasts as the sacrifice. With evil energy, they used sacred items to cultivate immortality." He shook his head and continued to say, "Mu-Erdi, you really made a lot of preparations for this blood sacrifice. The Li Lis came from the unknown land. Without the formation left by the sages and ancient runic passage, it'd be impossible for the Li Lis to come here. No wonder Great Yuan paid so much attention to cultivating rune masters and even opened the Runes Academy." At this time, the Golden Buddha's body disappeared. 10 minutes had ended. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had earned some merit points earlier. If needed, he could synthesize the cards again, so there was no need to worry. Moreover, Fan Ruaji was dead. and Mu Erdi had been reduced to a 4-chart cultivator. Lu Zhou turned to look at Ning Wanqing. The great art of blood sacrifice? Ning Wanqing explained, my understanding of it is superficial. Based on what I know, the blood sacrifice allows a cultivator to be free of the limits of birth charts and grant the power of corrosion. Since ancient times, cultivation has always been a heaven-defying act, breaking the limits and the heaven and earth shackles and prolonging life. On the other hand, many powerful fierce beasts aren't subjected to these restrictions. Freeing yourself from the restraints of birth charts, breaking the heaven and earth shackles, and gaining immortality? What an amazing art of blood sacrifice, Lu Zhou said with a hint of ridicule. In the end, did it not mean that Mu Erdi did not want to be human? Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, stared at Duanmu Shang unblinkingly. Humans are ultimately superior to all living things. In terms of cultivation, no animal or plant can be compared to humans, but the lifespan of those animals and plants far surpasses that of humans. A small mortal tree could easily live for 100 years or 100 years. Even a tortoise can live for 1,000 or 10,000 years. If there was no limit to humans' lifespans, the universe would have long been conquered by humans. Everything in the world has a check and balance. This rule by the heavens isn't unreasonable, Ning Wanqing said. At this moment, Duanmu Shang cried out in pain. The raging great void energy and the evil energy tormented until it seemed like he was neither alive nor dead. Upon seeing this, Mu Erdi said gleefully, he won't make it. He won't make it. The great void seed can't suppress it. Bang! Mu Erdi suddenly leaped toward Duanmu Shang again. The Hades ring on his finger shone brilliantly, boosting his strength. At this time, he only had the great void seed in his eyes. He muttered repeatedly, great void seed, great void seed, great void seed. Alas, before Mu Erdi could leap very high up into the air, a golden palm seal crashed against his chest heavily from above. Boom! Lu Zhou had flown up again at some point. He looked down at Mu Erdi, who was lying in a human-shaped hole. He withdrew his hand and placed it on his back as he said, I gave you the Hades ring, but you dare to use it against me? Mu Erdi vomited blood as the purplish-black symbols continued to make his body rot. He wanted to say the Hades ring was his to begin with, but he was in too much to explain. Since he failed to complete the blood sacrifice, the backlash he had to suffer was unbearable. Lu Zhou held unnamed in the form of a sword between two fingers as he hovered above the northern sword canyon. Upon seeing this, Mu Erdi seemed to regain clarity for a moment as he said, you can't kill me! If I die, he must die as well. Lu Zhou let go of unnamed. Then he pushed unnamed that was floating in the air forward. Like a streak of light, unnamed shot toward Mu Erdi. Halfway through its journey, it multiplied from 1 to 2, and 2 turned to 4. When they reached Mu Erdi, thousands of energy swords pierced through his chest like dragons. Ding! Destroyed 3 birth charts. Reward, 12,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus, 1,500 merit points. After Mu Erdi died, purplish-black smoke rose from his body into the air. Soon enough, all that was left of him was a pile of bones. Following that, the Hades ring broke as a crisp noise rang in the air. Lu Zhou watched indifferently. On the other hand, Ning Wanqing sighed and shook his head. Although he could not see it, he could sense that Mu Erdi's breath was gone. After a moment of silence, he suddenly heard a noise. His heart skipped a beat as he called out, Pavilion Master Lu? I turned his bones into ashes to prevent him from being resurrected by some evil technique or witchcraft, Lu Zhou said as he put unnamed away before turning to look at Duanmu Shang. The great void seed's monstrous energy continued to devour the purple smoke released by the Lilis. The two energies churned violently like the stormy sea. Swoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. The corpses, including those of the fierce beasts, floating in the air shriveled up before they fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, Duanmu Shang roared in pain again. His veins stood out on his skin. He looked as though he was going to explode at any given moment. Lu Zhou frowned slightly before he pushed a blue lotus toward Duan Musheng. The blue lotus bloomed above Duan Musheng's body as the power of healing surged into Duan Musheng's body. Following that, the surging vitality energy fought against the churning energies. Soon enough, the great void seed returned to Duan Musheng's Dantian Sea of Qi, and the blue lotus successfully suppressed the raging evil energy. With that, the purple smoke stopped churning as well. Although Duan Musheng was still unconscious, it did not seem like he was in pain. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes shone with a green light. The great void energy seemed to seep out of his 7 apertures. His eyes were bloodshot, and the blood vessels in his eyes seemed like they were about to burst. Then he began to pant heavily. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou saw Duan Musheng's loyalty was rapidly declining. He said in a thunderous voice, "Duan Musheng!" Duan Musheng's body trembled violently as he staggered a few steps back. He seemed to be struggling as his loyalty continued to rise and fall. Duan Musheng let out a scream. His veins stood out on his skin, and his hair was disheveled, dancing in the wind. Swoosh! Duan Musheng reached out, and the Overlord spear flew into his hand. With this, the purple smoke immediately surged toward the Overlord spear. The great void energy mingled with the purple smoke again. All of a sudden, Duan Musheng swooped down, brandishing his Overlord spear as though he had gone mad. His target was none other than Ning Wanqing. Energy spears fell like torrential rain. Each energy spear was powerful and contained a huge destructive force. Ning Wanqing retreated in the air and kept launching palm seals to block the energy spears. He called out, slightly worried, "Duan Musheng, what are you doing?" Ning Wanqing could clearly sense that Duan Musheng was like a different person. It was as though Duan Musheng had been reborn. His strength, speed, and power were on a different level compared to before. Lu Zhou frowned. Bang! 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 Energy spears continued shooting out. The corrosive evil energy continued to shroud Duan Musheng as he attacked mindlessly. Ning Wanqing tried his best to deflect the energy spears without hurting Duan Musheng. Meanwhile, the remaining fierce beasts in all directions began to retreat one after another. When they saw the green energy and the purple smoke that coiled together like 2 dragons, they trembled. At this moment, as Duan Musheng's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, Ning Wanqing said, "My apologies." Following that, Ning Wanqing struck with his palm. Boom! The palm strike hit the Overlord spear's shaft, causing it to hit Duan Musheng's chest. His arm grew numb and he was sent flying back. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou unleashed the Fiend Monk's hand seal. Duan Musheng! Lu Zhou's thunderous voice seemed to stun Duan Musheng for a few seconds. At this time, the Fiend Monk's hand seal grabbed Duan Musheng. Lu Zhou flew forward and arrived in front of Duan Musheng. He observed his 3rd disciple carefully. Duan Musheng seemed to be in excruciating pain as he endured the corrosive purple smoke. He held his head between his hands, looking as though he was going to explode. Master! Get out of the way! Duan Musheng roared. The Overlord spear spun before it stabbed at the Fiend Monk's hand seal. Bang! 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 Alas, the Overlord spear was not strong enough to break Duan Musheng free of the Fiend Monk's hand seal. At this moment, Ning Wanqing said grimly, "The evil energy has entered his body. I'm afraid, Mr. Third. I'm afraid he's now possessed by the demon." Possessed by the demon? The definition of demons had always been unclear. After all, those who did bad things were also called demons. The cultivators from the noble path also used that term to describe those who did not serve their interests. Those who cultivated unorthodox methods were also called demons. What was a demon? Everyone was a demon. We have to neutralize the Li-Li's corrosive energy in his body and calm the great void seed's energy to dispel his confusion. However, the corrosive energy is too strong. He killed too many Li-Lis earlier and absorbed a large amount of their energies. I should have thought about this earlier before agreeing to let him deal with the Li-Lis, Ning Wanqing said, blaming himself for his oversight. How could the evil energy that Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, wanted to use to remove the limits of the birth charts and to break the heaven and earth shackles be weak. If it were not for the great void seed, Duanmushang would have long been reduced to ashes. It's not your fault. Lu Zhou looked at the pained expression on Duanmushang's face and sent a huge blue lotus his way. With Duanmushang in the center, vitality energy surged within a radius of thousands of meters. The grass, plants, and trees on the battlefield that had withered were instantly given life. They turned green again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil energy that seeped into them was dispelled by the blooming blue lotus. The great void energy and the purple smoke that were struggling against each other were temporarily suppressed by the blue lotus power. Lu Zhou knew things could not continue on like this. He did not have much supreme mystic power left. For the evil energy to be so strong, he could only imagine how many Lilis Duanmushang had killed. He swept his gaze across the mountain of Lilis corpses in the northern Sword Canyon that had toppled over some time during the chaotic battle earlier. At this moment, Duanmushang, who seemed to have caught his breath, suddenly grabbed the Overlord spear and began to use his spear technique against Lu Zhou. Clearly, he was not in his right mind and could no longer recognize his master. When Lu Zhou saw Duanmushang's loyalty rapidly dropping again, he said thunderously, "Wicked disciple, how dare you?" The heavenly writing's power of speech immediately suppressed Duanmushang. Duanmushang held the Overlord spear with both hands and began to tremble. His consciousness was a blur, and he could not distinguish between reality and illusion. Master!" Duanmushang grunted before he turned the Overlord spear on himself. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand, sending Duanmushang and the Overlord spear flying. He said with a sigh, "As long as I'm around, you won't die." Ning Wanqing rushed toward Duanmushang as soon as Duanmushang was sent flying. He made a few hand seals, restraining Duanmushang, before bringing Duanmushang back to the red flying chariot. After Lu Zhou flew into the red flying chariot, Ning Wanqing bowed and said, "I've already bound him. He won't be able to break free temporarily." After a pause, he praised, "It seems like even in this state he still remembers Pavilion Master Lu. As the saying goes, a master for a day is like a father for life." Lu Zhou looked at Duanmushang, who had finally calmed down. He did not say anything and just looked at the sky with his hands on his back. Ning Wanqing said, "This might be a blessing in disguise. He has the great void seed. In the future, he'll definitely be a supreme being. If my observation is correct, the power of the great void seed isn't fully activated. Perhaps, using the great void seed's energy to dispel the evil energy will help him." Lu Zhou nodded. Ning Wanqing had a point. Ning Wanqing continued to say, "Whether he can activate the great void seed will depend on his luck. Legend has it that only 10 great void seeds will appear every 30,000 years. Each seed contains the essences of the sun, moon, heaven, and earth and infinite vitality energy. However, not everyone will be able to activate it." Boom, boom, boom. A huge figure appeared in the clouds at this moment. Soon enough, the clouds parted and revealed Lu Wu falling down from the sky, covered in frost. Lan Shiha held the sun, moon, and star wheel as she hovered above Lu Wu, releasing its surging power. "Tower Master Lan!" the blue-clad female attendant cried out anxiously. Lu Zhou turned around and said, "Don't move!" Then he leaped out of the red flying chariot and flew up into the sky. When Lan Shiha saw Lu Zhou flying through the clouds, she said, "Be careful! It's much stronger than I imagined." Lu Wu turned around and roared. Sound waves rolled out immediately, stirring up violent winds. Lu Zhou flashed, easily dodging the sound waves. Boom! A whole hundreds of meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Lu Zhou frowned. An ordinary deadly strike card appeared in his hand as he said in a deep voice, "Since you helped the wicked, I can't let you live." Lu Wu's hair stood on end. It turned out and said, "Ice." Swoosh! The remaining fierce beasts and the corpses were frozen in just a blink of an eye. Even the air and the ground seemed to freeze. The sun, moon, and star will spun rapidly, protecting Lan Shiha. Upon seeing this, Ning Wanqing shouted, Run! Then, Ning Wanqing grabbed Duan Mushang and the blue-clad female attendant and fled without any hesitation. At this time, Lu Zhou felt a bone-chilling energy surging toward him, freezing his hand immediately. Karmic fire. Flaming golden lotus. The flaming golden lotus appeared beneath Lu Zhou's feet immediately. Sizzling noises rang in the air as it burned the ice. Indeed, the Beast Emperor was much stronger than they had imagined. Why didn't it use this power earlier in the Northern Sword Canyon? Mu Erdi, Lu Wu, which one of you was using the other person as a pawn? Lu Zhou's vision worsened. He knew he had to destroy the layer of ice over his body as soon as possible. The golden flaming lotus picked up speed as it spun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Miniature flaming lotuses flew out, destroying the ice. Meanwhile, Lu Wu seized the chance while Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe were frozen and flew toward Ning Wanqing. Damn, you humans, scram, Lu Wu said. Its speech was stilted. With just a leap, it crossed thousands of meters and landed in front of Ning Wanqing. Ning Wanqing launched countless palm seals at Lu Wu, but they seemed like they were only scratching an itch on Lu Wu's body. Lu Wu lowered its head and roared, stirring up another huge gust of wind. Ning Wanqing hurriedly manifested his 750-foot avatar. Bang! Lu Wu swiped its gigantic paw at the avatar and sent Ning Wanqing flying. Ning Wanqing fell to the ground and rolled a few times. His internal organs were injured. He was naturally not a match for Lu Wu, a Beast Emperor. Lu Wu advanced step by step. Each of its steps was hundreds of meters wide. It lowered its head and looked at the blue-clad female attendant and Duan Mushang before it said one word. Scram! The blue-clad female attendant had no choice but to move away. However, Duan Mushang, who was unconscious, naturally, could not move away. Lu Wu lowered its head further before it inhaled deeply, pulling the wind in all directions to him. When it exhaled, a strong and scorching wind blew out immediately. Don't touch him! Ning Wanqing shouted. He assumed Lu Wu had discovered the presence of the Great Void Seed and wanted to devour it. After all, the Great Void Seed was the ultimate treasure. Humans and fierce beasts alike coveted it. Lu Wu looked at Ning Wanqing from the corners of its eyes and grunted, but it did not speak. Boom! 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 The sun, moon, and star will finally broke the ice that encased Lan Shihe. She flew over immediately with her avatar in tow. Her white avatar was 1,150 feet tall, and the astrolabe that hung at its back was so big that it seemed like it could cover the sky. Note: 11 leaves have yet to open 100 feet less. Lu Wu raised its head and roared when it saw Lan Shihe had broken free. The earth shook in accordance with Lu Wu's roar. Ning Wanqing was bleeding from his 7 orifices while the blue-clad female attendant had fainted to the ground. Duan Mushang frowned, still unconscious. As though sensing its master's call, the Overlord's spear flew into his hand. At this moment, Lu Wu said stiltedly, "Young master, go." Following that, Lu Wu lowered its head and picked Duan Mushang up with bloody maw before it leaped up and vanished into the clouds. Lu Wu's ice seal and strong wind dissipated. At this moment, Lan Shihe and her astrolabe finally arrived. The astrolabe increased in size, looking like the bright moon. Lan Shihe's hair was now several feet long, and the miniature sun and moon symbol shone between brows again. Her eyes were shining with killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Wu had already left. Lu Zhou's figure flashed toward the place Lu Wu was last seen. No one knew what was on his mind as he looked at the empty land and the pit-like paw prints on the ground. The sun and moon symbol gradually disappeared from Lan Shihe's glabella just like her avatar as she put away the sun, moon, and star wheel. Following that, her appearance returned to normal as well. Lan Shihe said with a soft sigh, "We all fell into Lu Wu's trap. Lu Wu is so smart?" A hint of anger could be seen on Lu Zhou's usually expressionless face. "It's a Beast Emperor." Lu Zhou realized his question was rather stupid. Lu Wu could even understand and speak human language. How could it not be smart? At this moment, Ning Wanqing coughed before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, He pressed one hand against his chest as he rose to his feet. He bowed with great difficulty as he said, "Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu. I'm sorry I failed to keep Duanmusheng safe." Lu Zhou did not say anything. He only looked in the direction where Lu Wu disappeared. He tried to use the heavenly writing's power of sight to locate Duanmusheng, but he could not see anything. He had exhausted his supreme mystic power. After Lan Shihe landed, her eyes fell on the unconscious blue-clad female attendant. She waved her hand, and a white light shone on the female attendant. Lu Zhou did not move. He had used up his supreme mystic power, and the disguise card's effect had also vanished. Lan Shihe was only briefly taken aback by Lu Zhou's young appearance, but she did not think too much about it. When the blue-clad female attendant woke up, she immediately kneeled to thank Lan Shihe. At this moment, Ning Wanqing broke the silence and said with a troubled expression on his face, "The Beast Emperor is too powerful. There was nothing I could do at all to stop it." Lan Shihe turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was frowning slightly, and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, I was careless and couldn't defeat Lu Wu. I'm deeply sorry about Duanmusheng's death." Ning Wanqing hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, please listen to me. Speak." Lan Shihe and Ning Wanqing could clearly feel Lu Zhou suppressing the flames of fury in his heart. This was especially true for Ning Wanqing, who was blind. He was incredibly sensitive to people's emotions, so he could acutely feel Lu Zhou's fury. He hastily said, "I don't think Duanmusheng will die." Ning Wanqing kept recalling the 3 words Lu Wu said before it left and its actions. He thought he might have misheard the words due to Lu Wu's stilted speech, but its actions did not seem like it was trying to hurt Duanmusheng. Even humans would make mistakes when learning a new language or a dialect, let alone a beast. Therefore, he thought he had misheard those 3 words. The Beast Emperor probably has other motives. Ning Wanqing endured the pain and said, "Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu, with Lu Wu's strength, why is there a need for it to work with the Black Emperor?" The Black Emperor needed Lu Wu because he needed the fierce beasts to slaughter the people in the Red Lotus Domain's 4 circuits to obtain their blood essence so he could perform the blood sacrifice. However, what reason did Lu Wu have to work with the Black Emperor? Lu Wu's not stupid and won't be easily fooled by the Black Emperor. There was no such thing as free lunch in this world. The fierce beasts wanted to eat humans, but what did the Beast Emperor want? Now that I think about it, something doesn't seem right. The Black Emperor's plan went too smoothly until Duanmusheng showed up. Moreover, if he was so desperate for the Li-Lis to enter Jianbei Circuit, why did he only send an 8-chart cultivator? Is it really just a coincidence or an oversight? Ning Wanqing said. His tone darkened as he concluded, "I'm afraid the Beast Emperor, Lu Wu, is the biggest winner of this war." Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ning Wanqing and asked, "You're saying the entire thing is Lu Wu's plan?" Ning Wanqing said, "It's very likely." "What's its purpose?" Lu Zhou asked. "The Great Void Seed," Ning Wanqing replied. The sun and moon symbol flashed once on Lan Shihe's glabella as a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Ning Wanqing continued to say, "I came to the Jianbei Circuit's northern sword canyon on Si Wuya's request to protect Duanmusheng. I heard about the Star-Gathering Formation. The formation is an ancient formation, and a runic passage that leads to the unknown land had appeared in the formation. The Beast Emperor must have sensed the Great Void Seed in Duanmusheng through the formation. It likely wants the Great Void Seed to improve its strength." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "It doesn't make sense. If it knew the Great Void Seed was in Duanmusheng, it could have directly gone to the Star-Gathering Formation. Why would it work with the Black Emperor, come up with so many plans, and go through so much trouble, causing so many humans and fierce beasts to die?" Ning Wanqing could not refute Lu Zhou's words. Indeed, this was a huge flaw in his theory. After a moment, he said, "Perhaps I was overthinking." As soon as Ning Wanqing's voice fell, his ears twitched. Then he said, "Someone's coming." Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe turned to look in the direction of the northern sword canyon that looked like a sea of skeletons. Above the canyon, dozens of black lotus cultivators were rushing over. When the Black Lotus cultivators came to a halt in the sky, a confident and loud voice rang in the air. Pavilion Master Lu, Tower Master Lan. Long time no see. Ning Wanqing stepped forward. Tower Master Xia Zhengrong of the Black Tower Council? Xia Zhengrong, who was still wearing his armor, swept his gaze across the ground that was riddled with holes, human corpses, fierce beast carcasses, and severed limbs before he said, "It seems like I missed a good show. Anyway, I hope I'm not too late." Lan Shiha said indifferently, "You're too late. The Black Emperor is dead, and the fierce beasts have retreated." Xia Zhengrong said, "Very good. Thank you for helping me get rid of such a huge problem." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha exchanged a look. Now that Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, had died, Great Yuan's royal court would not be able to survive. Fan Ruaji, the leader of the Dark and Light Alliance, had also died. This meant Xia Zhengrong and the Black Tower Council was the only major player left in the Black Lotus domain. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and asked, "Why did you come?" Xia Zhengrong said, "With such a huge thing happening, how can I sit back and do nothing? I want to try my luck and see if I can obtain some good life hearts." Lu Zhou said, "I've warned Lu Si. I told him to tell the Black Tower Council to stay put. Don't tell me you have no regard for my words." Xia Zhengrong shook his head. "I naturally daren't oppose Pavilion Master Lu. I'll be honest. We came from Jianan Circuit after getting rid of many fierce beasts there. At that time, the people were dying tragically. I know I'm going against Pavilion Master Lu's wish, but I can't just watch those people die, right?" "Jianan Circuit?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Xia Zhengrong nodded and said, "That's right. If Pavilion Master Lu doesn't believe me, you can verify it when you go to Jianan Circuit. The fierce beasts there were dealt with by the Black Tower Council. Since Lu Zhou had exhausted his supreme mystic power, he could not observe the situation in Jianan Circuit through Yu Shangrong. This meant he had no way to verify if Xia Zhengrong was telling the truth or not for now. When Xia Zhengrong saw Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha remaining silent, he said, "I heard that Zhangbei Circuit is the hardest hit area, so I'll bring my men there to have a look. See you again." The elders of the Black Tower Council and the blackguards cupped their fists at Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha. "Hold on," Lu Zhou said in a dark voice. "Pavilion Master Lu, what's the matter?" In fact, Xia Zhengrong had been brooding over the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council. However, he did not have the ability to make an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if he felt the auras of the two people in front of him were rather weak, he did not dare to act recklessly. He had always been cautious when acting. "The crisis in Zhangbei Circuit has been resolved as well," Lu Zhou said. Xia Zhengrong seemed surprised by these words. Then he said, "Pavilion Master Lu is really capable. I really admire you. In that case, we'll return first." Upon hearing this, Lan Shiha transmitted her voice to Lu Zhou. "Pavilion Master Lu, why don't you let them leave? This man is very ambitious. It's best not to corner him. As the saying went, even a rabbit would bite when it's cornered." At this moment, a deep voice rang from the distant sky. "You can't leave." Everyone turned around and saw several black-clad cultivators rushing over. Xia Zhengrong was puzzled. There were still people from the Black Lotus domain who dared to challenge him. The collective demotion of the Black Tower Council was undoubtedly damaging, but as long as he did not foolishly pursue the matter, the Evil Sky Pavilion would not interfere in the Black Tower Council's affairs in the future. Apart from that, although it would take some time for him to recover the 2 birth charts he had lost and the difficulty was high, he was not without hope. When all was said and done, not only would the Black Tower Council's strength in the Black Lotus domain not weaken, but the Black Tower Council would also be able to maintain their power for a long time. When the Black Lotus cultivators stopped a few hundred meters away and hovered in the air before one of them asked, "May I ask where Brother Lu is?" "Brother Lu." Everyone was shocked. Lan Shiha asked with a smile, "Are you referring to the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "That's right." "He is right in front of you," Lan Shiha replied. The Black Lotus cultivator swept his gaze across everyone. Apart from Xia Zhengrong and the others, there were Lan Shihe, Ning Wanqing, the blue-clad female attendant, and the imposing Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou found the voice somewhat familiar. He looked over carefully at the man in the lead. He found the man's appearance familiar as well. After a while he said, Xiao Yunhe. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to recognize Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe had changed a lot compared to before. The scars on his face had faded significantly, and his temperament and aura seemed to have undergone a huge change. Xiao Yunhe was taken aback when he heard Lu Zhou's voice. Then he hurriedly said, Brother Lu, long time no see. Ning Wanqing frowned. The situation was not favorable to them. If Xiao Yunhe and Xia Zhengrong were in cahoots and decided to attack them, it would be troublesome. There were no such things as eternal enemies in the face of benefits. Moreover, Lan Shihe was like an arrow at the end of its flight. On the surface, she seemed fine, but during the fight with Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor, she had used her life-threatening grand techniques several times. Moreover, she had not recovered from her old injuries. He could only imagine the state she was in now. Xiao Yunhe said, Ever since we parted, I have been missing you, Brother Lu. When I returned, I heard that Great Tang is in trouble, so I brought my brothers to support Great Tang. He paused for a moment and waved his hand before he continued to say, This is a meeting gift. The former captain of the blackguards, Wuxia, stepped forward. He used his energy and threw 2 corpses to the ground. Thump, thump. The 2 corpses belonged to 2 men. Wuxia said, This is Bo Yen, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance. We ran into him while he was massacring people near Jiangdong Circuit. The body next to his is a member of the Dark and Light Alliance as well. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, Where did you go before this? Xiao Yunhe replied, I went to the Endless Ocean, the Dark Soul Sect, and the Southern Kingdom's Land of Chaos. I've just been wandering aimlessly. If Brother Lu didn't help me recover 2 of my birth charts, I wouldn't have been able to travel to the depths of the Land of Chaos. I've always kept your grace in mind. Lu Zhou wanted to ask about the blue crystal, but he knew now was not the right time. At this time, Xia Zhengrong, who was hovering, finally regained his senses. Xiao Yunhe? It's you. Xiao Yunhe did not seem angry at all. He smiled as he said to Xia Zhengrong, Xia Zhengrong, back then, I painstakingly nurtured you and gave you all of the best resources in the Black Tower Council. Who knew you have a wicked heart and coveted the position of Tower Master and framed me to achieve your goal. It's time we settle this debt. Wu Chao chimed in with a smile. During our travels, I heard people talking about how the Black Tower Council was disrespectful to Pavilion Master Lu. As a result, many members lost their birth charts. There were many ways to anger someone without getting physical. One of the best ways to anger someone was to touch their sore spots. As expected, Xia Zhengrong said, slightly angered. That was just a misunderstanding. There was no disrespect. Moreover, the misunderstanding between the Black Tower Council and the Evil Sky Pavilion has already been resolved. What right do you have to speak about this when you're not involved? Xiao Yunhe said, Brother Lu is here today, so I won't argue with you. I'll return to the Black Tower Council and take back what belongs to me. Xia Zhengrong retorted icily. If I can destroy 5 of your birth charts then, I can destroy them again now. At this time, Lu Zhou said in a dark voice, Do you treat me as the heir? Eh? Xia Zhengrong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master Lu, do you plan to interfere in this matter? Xiao Yunhe cupped his fists together and bowed before he said, Brother Lu, there's no need for you to intervene. I'll deal with this on my own. Following that, the men standing behind Xiao Yunhe bowed as well. What kind of trick is this? Xia Zhengrong frowned. Isn't he like a fox borrowing the tiger's might? Seeing Xiao Yunhe's determination, Lu Zhou did not insist. Moreover, he had more important matters to attend to. Hence, he said, As you wish. Thank you, Brother Lu, Xiao Yunhe said to Lu Zhou. Then, he turned to Xiao Yunhe again and said, If you have the guts, meet me at the Black Wind Cliffs north of the Black Tower Council in a month. Xia Zhengrong frowned when he saw Xiao Yunhe's eyes that burned with determination. He recalled scenes of them fighting side by side, and he saw the hatred that grew into a wedge between them. They were once brothers who fought side by side, but now they were enemies. There were things that did not need an explanation. There were cause and effect for every action. In the end, he only said indifferently, "I'll see you there." After Xia Zhengrong left with the other members of the Black Tower Council, Xiao Yunhe descended with his men. Tower Master Lan? Lan Shihe rarely met outsiders, so there were very few people who had seen her face. When Xiao Yunhe saw her cold and elegant appearance, he was taken aback. When he recalled the descriptions he had heard about Lan Shihe's appearance in the past, he managed to put the puzzle together. Lan Shihe ignored Xiao Yunhe and said to Lu Zhou, "Pavilion Master Lu, I'm sorry about Duomusheng. I'll see you again." Following that, Lan Shihe flew into the sky. Ning Wanqing and the blue-clad female attendant cupped their fists at Lu Zhou before they quickly left with Lan Shihe. After Lan Shihe left, Lu Zhou said to Xiao Yunhe, "Follow me to Jianbei Circuit." All right. Everyone followed Lu Zhou and flew toward Jianbei Circuit. Those who were not present earlier were shocked by the sea of bones and the marks that the huge battle left on the blood-stained land. The great art of blood sacrifice? Xiao Yunhe looked at the bones on the ground. The Beast Emperor is really cunning. Lu Zhou asked, "You know about the Beast Emperor?" Xiao Yunhe said, "Not only did my brothers and I go to the land of chaos, but we went to the unknown land as well. We found mystic microstones and mystic life grass there. I managed to repair my weapons and recover a birth chart there. When we returned, we encountered a beast tide. When I saw how abnormally organized the fierce beasts were, I knew only a beast emperor could make them so obedient. When I arrived at Great Tang and saw the fierce beasts carrying human corpses in their mouths, I guessed that they must be for the great art of blood sacrifice. In any case, the Black Emperor is dead," Lu Zhou said. Xiao Yunhe was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, "It's only right that Brother Lu killed him. However, how did the Beast Emperor get the Black Emperor to become its pawn?" Pawn? Even if the blood sacrifice was a success, the Black Emperor would be neither dead nor alive. He wouldn't be human. To maintain the power and suppress the pain, he would need a continuous supply of the Li-Lis evil energy. However, since Li-Lis are from the unknown land, they can only reproduce there. With that, the Beast Emperor would have control over the Black Emperor forever. Xiao Yunhe explained. Humans claim to be at the top of the food chain. Even if they did not have the strength to truss a chicken, they could rely on their intelligence to defeat fierce beasts. However, it seemed like humans had been fooled all this time. After traveling a short while, a barrier appeared in front of their eyes. Xiao Yunhe recognized it immediately. The star-gathering formation. Everyone rushed over to have a look. When Xiao Yunhe saw the runic passage and the corpses strewn on the ground, he said with a sigh, "As expected, it's a runic passage leading to the unknown land." Lu Zhou waved his hand casually, gathering the Li-Lis corpses before burning them with karmic fire. Bang! 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 A thunderous noise rang from the depths of the star-gathering formation at this moment. Lu Zhou said, "Save them." Xiao Yunhe smiled and said, "As it turns out, Brother Lu came here to rescue people. Leave it to me." Xiao Yunhe raised his hand with his palm facing upward. The hexagonal weapon that glowed with a black and green light appeared, spinning as it slowly grew in size. Fusion grade. Lu Zhou could feel the energy contained in the weapon. Only fusion-grade weapons would have this unique energy. Their unique energy was the reason why it was so difficult to upgrade swords, sabers, spears, and halberds to the fusion grade. Unlike the Sea Spirit Pearl and the Purple Glazed Ceramic, these weapons would improve tremendously after reaching the fusion grade. That's right. I was lucky enough to find the mystic microstones needed to repair it. Xiao Yunhe's body moved like the willow as he rushed to the top of the star-gathering formation. When he reached the highest point, the hexagonal weapon in his hand grew several times in size again. The hexagonal weapon looked like a cone-shaped drilling machine as it fell on the formation. Boom! The star-gathering formation rumbled thunderously under the attack of the hexagonal weapon. The ground shook as stones rolled down the mountains. As expected of a formation from ancient times, Xianxia said before he attacked with his hexagonal weapon again. Boom! Rocks continued to roll down the mountains as the ground shook, but the formation's barrier remained standing. It showed no signs of breaking at all. It was bright and beautiful, and it shone with a blue that was like seawater. Its light did not dim at all. This is fucking awkward. Wuxia and the others felt awkward when they saw this. Inwardly, they were cheering on Xianxia, hoping he would not drop the ball at such a critical moment. No matter what, he was an influential figure who once stood at the peak. It should not be that difficult to break a formation. At this moment, Xianxia cleared his throat and said, I only used 30% of my strength earlier. Pavilion Master Lu, please be careful. I'm going to unleash my full strength next. Wuxia and the others retreated. Xianxia prepared to unleash all his strength in one move. This one move would definitely shake the world. His strength was peerless, and the shockwave would be fierce. Let me do it. Before Xianxia could unleash his world-shaking move, a voice rang from a mountain peak behind them. Wuxia stood on the mountain peak. His pair of golden wings that spanned dozens of meters made him look unusually cool. Lu Zhou said, Let him do it. Xianxia looked at Wuxia on the mountain peak and said, This is the star-gathering formation. Even when I attacked it earlier, I was unable to break it. Are you sure you can, break it? He trailed off. Before Xianxia finished speaking, Wuxia had placed one hand on the ground. With that, the barrier of the star-gathering formation was disappearing swiftly. Then he straightened his back and said, This spot is the heart of the star-gathering formation, and it controls the formation. The formation isn't something that can be broken with brute force. Brute force. Xianxia. Haha. Following that, Wuxia leaped into the star-gathering formation and bowed at Lu Zhou. When I learned that something had happened to Ning Wanqing, I rushed over immediately. I apologize for making Master worry. Master! With this, Xianxia said, As it turns out, your brother Lu's disciple. I apologize. Wuxia only smiled perfunctorily in response. Lu Zhou said, The 4 elders are still trapped under the cliff. Save them. Xianxia said, I'll do it. The inner part of the star-gathering formation is complex and ever-changing. If you're not careful, it'll be dangerous. Without waiting for a reply, Xianxia rushed into the inner part of the formation. Before Xianxia could get far, Wuxia said, The 4 elders have already been rescued. Xianxia, who was originally flying in a straight line, swayed to the side and stumbled when he heard these words. He could only smile awkwardly and return. Wuxia said, I was studying the formation earlier. Due to the Li Li's evil energy, the 4 elders were resting in the forest on the mountain. At this moment, the 4 elders rushed over from the mountain peak and landed outside of the formation. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Zhuiyushu, Hua Wudao, Lung Luo, and Pan Lydian were all safe and sound. Apart from looking a little disheveled, they did not look any worse for the wear. Wuxia had already warned them about Lu Zhou's change in appearance, so apart from being briefly surprised, they quickly accepted and adapted to the change. No need for formalities, Lu Zhou said as he waved his hand. The 4 elders were experienced and had lived a long life, so they could sense something was not quite right based on Lu Zhou's expression. At this moment, Zhuiyushu said anxiously, Duanmu Shang, that child, The 4 elders had accompanied Duanmu Shang to cultivate here. Due to his age, the 4 elders had long begun to treat him as their disciple as well. They had used all their strength to send him up from the bottom of the cliff, because they did not want him to encounter any danger. Lu Zhou did not hide anything from them and said, He's been taken away by Lu Wu. I don't know if he's alive or dead. Everyone frowned. Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia and said, Let's return to the capital first. Li Yunzhang is probably in a terrible state. You shouldn't leave at this time. Yes. Lu Zhou called out Ying Zhao. Zhao was still trembling from shock after witnessing the earlier battle. Perhaps he finally understood one thing. He finally understood how powerful his master was. The 4 circuits in Great Tang suffered heavy losses due to the beast tides. Who knew how many people had died, how many people were injured, and how many had lost their homes? This was the time the ruler of the country had to step up. During the journey back to the capital, Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover as much supreme mystic power as he could. When he arrived at the preservation hall, he checked in on Duanmushang again. Just like earlier before he depleted his supreme mystic power, it was dark. He even briefly suspected Duanmushang had died. However, the mission to educate Duanmushang was still listed on the system interface. This meant Duanmushang was not dead. In the end, he still could not figure the situation out. On the other hand, it was just as Lu Zhou had expected. Li Yunzheng and the civil and military officials were extremely busy. They had to deal with the aftermath of beast tides in Great Tang's 4 circuits. They had to rebuild the cities and pacify the families of the fallen. As soon as they returned, Si Wuya had gone to Li Yunzheng and went to work immediately. The capital and the royal palace were located in the heart of Great Tang. They were far away from the 4 affected circuits and the star-gathering formation. Therefore, they were not too badly affected. Although there were fierce beasts that attacked, Shen Shi, Meng Changdong, and the members of the White Tower Council easily repelled them. Due to worries that the fierce beasts might attack again, the members of the White Tower Council and the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not leave and continued to guard the 4 circuits. In the evening, Preservation Hall. Xiao Yunhe could not help but sigh when he heard about what happened from Meng Changdong, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He said, "If I knew Great Tang would suffer such a calamity, I wouldn't have left that day." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Hindsight is 20/20. 20/20ths?" Lu Zhou did not want to explain, so he swiftly changed the topic. "I heard you have 3 blue crystals, right?" Xiao Yunhe said, surprised. "Brother Lu, are you looking for the blue crystals?" "That's right." Lu Zhou nodded. Xiao Yunhe sighed before he said, "I spent nearly 10 years to find the 3 blue crystals, but only one of them has the great void energy. I tried to absorb it, but it couldn't repair my birth palace. If Brother Lu needs them, I'll give them to you. In return, I'll use my healing ability to repair your birth palace," Lu Zhou said. Xiao Yunhe was overjoyed when he heard this. "Really? Are there any benefits to me lying to you?" Lu Zhou said. "However, since you've recovered 10 birth charts, the healing energy might not be very useful. I'm satisfied enough that Brother Lu is willing to help me. Let me go back and get the blue crystals," Xiao Yunhe said before he eagerly left the preservation hall. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Following that, he looked at his mission with Duanmushang on the system panel. It was still there. He sighed softly. After a moment, he checked the system interface. Merit points, 446,760. Remaining lifespan, 1,861,302 days, 5,099 years, of which 600 years are from reversal cards. Items: Deadly Strike card X1, Critical Block card X133, Passive, Golden Taishu Mirror, Disguise card X2, Deconstruction card X3. Currently, he had very few trump cards left. Fortunately, Lan Shihe had used her life-threatening grand technique and wiped out a huge number of their enemies. Otherwise, he would not have many merit points left now. All in all, he did not lose many merit points. He only bought the final ordinary Deadly Strike card to deal with Lu Wu at the last minute. Lu Zhou no longer bothered with his merit points and began to meditate on the heavenly writing. After 2 days, Lu Zhou had recovered most of his supreme mystic power. He ordered someone to bring the life hearts of the 3 beast kings in Zhangbei circuit back. While Lu Zhou waited for Xiao Yunhe's return, he used the heavenly writing's power of sight to check in on Duanmushang again. Unfortunately, it was still dark. An idea suddenly appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. Wait, could he be unconscious? Why didn't I think of this earlier? After mulling over it, he thought it was highly likely that Duanmushang was unconscious. Lu Wu was very intelligent. It was not inferior to humans. If it really wanted the Great Void Seed, it would not kill Duanmushang immediately. In fact, it would try to save him. If a person died, the Great Void Seed would be destroyed. The Great Void Seed or its energy could only be harvested or absorbed if the host was alive. Back then, when the White Tower Council's Lian Xing wanted to obtain Zhao Yu's Great Void energy, she could only absorb it bit by bit as well. After that, Lu Wu looked at the progress of the Blue Crystal mission. He currently possessed 4 blue crystals. If he counted the 3 blue crystals from Xiao Yunhe, he would have 7 blue crystals. He was only missing 2 blue crystals. With this, he was reminded of his 4th disciple. He wondered if his disciple had found the blue crystals. Let's have a look. Lu Zhou activated the heavenly writings power of sight. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. Ming Shiyin was sleeping again. Lu Zhou frowned. What was his 4th disciple doing all day? He was about to scold, but his rationality stopped him. It would consume too much supreme mystic power to transmit his voice across such a distance. Moreover, he recalled Ming Shiyin's previous behavior and thought Ming Shiyin was probably cultivating the Bluewood Heart technique. He was about to cut off the power of sight when, woof, 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 the sound of Xianxia's urgent barking rang in his ears. Swoosh! Ming Shiyin rushed out of the vines and flew into the air. Based on the surroundings, Lu Zhou could tell Ming Shiyin was in a Taoist temple. It looked unique and peaceful. Ming Shiyin looked at Xianxia that was next to him and asked, "Did you sense someone?" Woof, woof, woof. Ming Shiyin tidied his long robes before he looked at the foot mountain. However, no one could be seen after he waited for a long time. Stop barking. I'll return in half a year to report to Master. It's not easy to find the blue crystals after all. Although it took me less than a month to find the blue crystals, I must tell Master it took me a year and a half to obtain them. I'll say we went through many hardships and were even surrounded by a large number of experts, and as a result were heavily injured. That's right. That's what I'll say. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia continued to bark. You must also report the situation to Master. Let him know it's very dangerous and awful. Let him know the witchcraft cultivators here are so powerful. Eldest senior brother and Master hate witchcraft cultivators the most. Woof, woof, woof. It's good that you agree with me. I'll find a few witchcraft cultivators in a few days and let them give you a massage, Ming Shiyin said as he returned to the Taoist temple. He was stretching his limbs when he sensed a slight movement at his waist. Ming Shiyin brought the talisman out and ignited it. Soon enough, Meng Changdong appeared in front of his eyes. Meng Changdong bowed and said, Mr. Fourth, the pavilion master has ordered for your immediate return. Ming Shiyin scratched his head and said, What's the rush? I haven't found the blue crystals yet. Give me a little more time. Meng Changdong said, Mr. Fourth, I'm only conveying the pavilion master's orders. You should decide what to do. Hey, don't go. Don't go. Meng Changdong's projected image disappeared despite Ming Shiyin's protest. Ming Shiyin turned around and glared at Xianxia, who was sitting on the side and sticking its tongue out like a pug. What are you looking at? Our happy days are over. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Zhou waved his arm and cut off the power of sight. Earlier, he had asked Meng Changdong to convey his order to his wicked disciple immediately. He must have been too lax recently that his 4th disciple had learned to slack off and enjoy himself. At noon, Lu Li and Yan Zhenluo returned to the royal palace with the 3 beast kings' life hearts. Pavilion Master, these are the life hearts of Hongongyu, the scarlet-eyed boar demon, and Dang Hu, Yan Zhenluo said after placing 3 life hearts in front of Lu Zhou. These 3 life hearts were the biggest spoil from the beast tides. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at the duo. Are you injured? They're only minor injuries. They're not serious, Yan Zhenluo replied. Despite his words, it had not been easy for him to lead the group of people to defeat the fierce beasts and stop the 3 beast kings in the beginning. Lu Zhou sent a blue lotus out toward the duo to heal them. This was the first time the duo was healed by the Blue Lotus, so they did not think much about it in the beginning. When they saw more than half of their injuries had been healed, they were shocked. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. All right, you may take your leave and rest well. After the duo respectfully left the hall, Lu Zhou looked at the 3 life hearts in front of him. In addition to Hu Jiao and the Nether Wolf King's life hearts, he now possessed 5 Beast King's life hearts. Nevertheless, he could not simply use them. They had to be used according to their attributes. After all, blindly using life hearts to activate birth charts might result in waste. The next day, Xiao Yunhe finally returned to the royal palace. As soon as he entered the preservation hall, he brought the blue crystals out. Brother Lu, it took me a lot of effort to obtain these blue crystals, Xiao Yunhe said with a smile as he presented the blue crystals to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at the blue crystals and nodded before he casually waved his hand. The 3 blue crystals flew into his hand immediately. Ding! Second avatar. Collect all blue crystals. 7/9. Subsequently, Lu Zhou nodded and said, Bring your birth palace out. Xiao Yunhe swiftly brought out his lotus. Lu Zhou did not waste words and sent a blue lotus out and used the supreme mystic power to repair Xiao Yunhe's birth palace. Xiao Yunhe felt the strong vitality energy, and he could see the damaged part of his birth palace slowly being repaired. Although the recovery speed was much slower than the first time, he was still impressed and excited. After about 15 minutes, the treatment finally ended. Lu Zhou looked at the birth palace. There were still 2 damaged zones. He said, After resting for a while, you can recover another birth chart, but it'll take a lot of hard work. I'm very satisfied that I can recover another birth chart. I don't dare to ask for more, Xiao Yunhe said excitedly as he bowed. Lu Zhou asked, Xia Zhengrong has agreed to fight you in a month. Are you confident? What Lu Zhou meant to say was Xiao Yunhe should delay the fight. Xiao Yunhe should wait until he recovered his 11th birth chart. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to defeat Xia Zhengrong. Xiao Yunhe said, Brother Lu, don't worry. After all, I trained him. If I didn't fall for his tricks, he wouldn't have been my match. Moreover, he only has 10 birth charts now. Aren't you afraid he'll trick you again? Lu Zhou did not know much about Xia Zhengrong. However, based on their few encounters, he knew Xia Zhengrong was very cautious. After all, Xia Zhengrong was someone who rather hid behind the relative safety of the Dao inscriptions than leave the Black Tower Council. Xiao Yunhe said, I won't make the same mistake twice. Since you gave me the blue crystals, you can ask me for a favor. This includes Xia Zhengrong's life, Lu Zhou said indifferently. This was the tone of a big shot. Even the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council was nothing. Xiao Yunhe said, We have enmity between us. If I ask Brother Lu to kill him, it'll be difficult for me to kill the demons in my heart. All right. At this time, little Yuaner's voice rang from outside. Master, 4th senior brother is back. Let him in. Soon after, little Yuaner supported a limping Mingshi-yin into the hall. Mingshi-yin wore a pained expression on his face as he kneeled and said, Greetings, Master. I'm lucky I managed to bring the blue crystals back and didn't disappoint you. Lu Zhou ignored Mingshi-yin's theatrics and extended his hand. Blue crystals. Mingshi-yin respectfully brought the blue crystals out. Upon seeing this, little Yuaner said, Let me help you. As little Yuaner handed the blue crystals to Lu Zhou, she said, Master, 4th senior brother really went through many hardships. He was chased by many experts and suffered a lot of injuries. Mingshi-yin forced a smile on his face and waved his hand. My injuries aren't worth mentioning. This is my duty after all. I definitely don't dare to ask for a reward. Did I mention a reward? Lu Zhou asked. I didn't mean that. I was just doing my job, Mingshi-yin hastily said. How are your injuries? Lu Zhou asked. They're just minor injuries. I feel like I can still go out and kill some fierce beasts. Don't worry, Master, Mingshi-yin said. Lu Zhou nodded. Since that's the case, there are still some remaining fierce beasts outside of the capital. Go and deal with them. Ah, do you have any objection? And no, I will go immediately, Mingshi said before he left the preservation hall with an aggrieved expression on his face. When little Yuan caught up to Mingshi outside of the hall, she asked, "Fourth senior brother, you're not limping anymore?" "Ouch! It hurts. It hurts." Ding! Second avatar. Collect all the blue crystals. 9/9. Ding! Mission completed. Ding! Obtained a complete blue crystal. After using it, you'll be able to unlock your potential. Requires 300,000 merit points to use. Lu Zhou frowned slightly when he heard the final sentence. Xiao Yunhe, who was next to Lu Zhou, did not know what Lu Zhou was thinking. He looked in the direction where Mingshi and little Yuan left as he said, "Brother Lu, I'm really envious you have such a capable disciple. I spent 10 years looking for 3 blue crystals, but he only spent half a year to find 2. What a rare talent." Lu Zhou regained his senses and asked, "Half a year? You think he found the blue crystals in half a year? Could it be that he took 3 to 5 years to find the blue crystals?" Xiao Yunhe asked with a smile. Lu Zhou said, "That wicked disciple of mine found the blue crystals in a month. However, because he's lazy and wanted to live leisurely, he stalled for half a year. His merits and flaws offset each other. Therefore, I only sent him to clean up the remaining fierce beasts as a punishment." Xiao Yunhe. There was really no way to stay in the capital. It was not easy for him to recover 10 birth charts, but when he returned, he suffered one critical hit after another. He felt really suffocated. Lu Zhou glanced at Xiao Yunhe and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" "No, no, no." Xiao Yunhe waved his hand. "Although my birth palace has been repaired, I still need to recuperate. I won't waste Brother Lu's time. I'll take my leave now." Lu Zhou turned his head and glanced at Xiao Yunhe. "Do you have something on your mind?" "All right." Lu Zhou nodded. After Xiao Yunhe left, Lu Zhou opened the mission tab. He looked at the mission in confusion. The activation of the second avatar requires 300,000 merit points. He only had about 440,000 merit points left, and he did not have many trump cards left. If he spent 300,000 merit points, he would only be left with a little more than 100,000 merit points. It was not enough to even synthesize a high-level card. However, since his cultivation base had improved greatly, there were not many instances where he had to use the item cards. The earlier crisis was mostly resolved by using the impeccable card. It was a pity he had used 1 out of 3 chances to synthesize the impeccable card. Apart from that, he did not use too many deadly strike cards as well. With all these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou finally sat cross-legged and muttered under his breath, "Activate." The 9 blue crystals formed a complete blue crystal that appeared in front of him. The core of the crystal seemed to contain soil that glowed with a bright blue light. Crack! The blue crystal shattered, and the soil within the crystal floated in the air like dust. The soil circled Lu Zhou's body before specks of light landed on his body, melting into his skin. He felt a sense of restlessness in his 8 extraordinary meridians immediately. Heat coursed through the meridians and spread throughout his body. It felt as though tens of thousands of fiery ants were crawling all over his body. The heat circulated his entire body before it surged toward his Dantian Sea of Qi. His Dantian Sea of Qi was immediately filled to the brim by vitality energy. The wall of the Sea of Qi creaked like a dam that was about to burst. Supreme Mystic Power. Lu Zhou used the Supreme Mystic Power to calm and stabilize his Dantian Sea of Qi. With that, heat continued to surge into his Dantian Sea of Qi the entire night. The next morning, Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi had returned to normal. He stood up, feeling suspicious. It returned to normal just like that? He stretched his limbs and body and did a few simple exercises, but he did not find any improvements. Then, he tried to mobilize the vitality energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi and found that the stuck feeling that he felt previously had vanished. After the first time his Dantian Sea of Qi was blocked, he always checked his Dantian Sea of Qi before he mobilized vitality energy or primal Qi. This would make him imperceptibly slower, but in a fight between experts, just a millisecond slower could spell death. There's no change in my cultivation. I still have 7 birth charts. he murmured to himself. He opened the system interface again. The second avatar's mission had disappeared, and 300,000 of his merit points had disappeared as well. The second avatar? Lu Zhou sat back on the futon before he flicked his sleeve. Buzz! A miniature golden thousand realms whirling avatar appeared in front of him. On the lotus seat, 7 birth charts shone dazzlingly. He had looked at it so many times that it had gotten boring. Now that he looked at it again, there was nothing new. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves again and withdrew his avatar. At this moment, Lu Zhou felt a subtle change in his Dantian's sea of qi. He felt a cool energy flowing into his Dantian's sea of qi. Although the energy was weak, he could feel it clearly. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve again. Avatar. Buzz. A faint blue energy gathered in front of him before it formed a humanoid shape. It was small, very small. He did not intentionally minimize its size. This was its actual size. This is the second avatar. Lu Zhou was surprised. He could feel his supreme mystic power being consumed. Nevertheless, the consumption was almost negligible. This was because the avatar was completely bare like a baby's basic Taiji avatar. Basic Taiji? With his current cultivation base and the supreme mystic power, it was not a big problem for him to deal with 8 or 9 chart cultivators without using item cards. However, who could he fight with the basic Taiji avatar? With the supreme mystic power, he could turn his golden avatar and his palm seals blue for a moment. Was this basic Taiji avatar not a duplicate? Ding! The basic Taiji avatar has been activated. Upgrading to the next level will cost 10 years of life. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Zhou suddenly felt the system was, intentionally or unintentionally, guiding him to cultivate the blue energy. From the time he obtained the heavenly writing from the lottery, forming his avatar, the extraordinary power, the heavenly writing power, and the supreme mystic power. Is it possible that the supreme mystic power is a special cultivation path? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. Then, he cursed the system inwardly. Fuck. Others need time to cultivate, but I need to use my life to cultivate. However, after thinking about it, was time not equal to life? Upgrade. Lu Zhou muttered. There were no changes in the blue avatar. After trying a few times, there were still no changes. Lu Zhou looked at the fist-sized avatar. It looked pitifully weak. Lu Zhou mobilized the energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi just like a normal cultivator would when upgrading their avatars. Buzz! The blue avatar finally moved. It began to spin swiftly. Accordingly, Lu Zhou could feel his lifespan decreasing as well as his vitality energy surged toward the blue energy. In just a few breaths, the blue avatar absorbed 10 years of his life. It grew from the size of a fist to the size of 2 fists. However, it still looked like a baby. 2 transformed powers? To upgrade to a 2 transformed power avatar will cost 50 years of your life. Damn it! Lu Zhou frowned. Then, he continued to upgrade the avatar. The benefits of meditating on the heavenly writing all year round showed themselves at this moment. With enough supreme mystic power, it was easy for the blue avatar to reach saturation. About 2 hours later, 3 blue lotuses appeared above the blue avatar's head before disappearing in a flash. This was the 3 condensing flowers avatar. Lu Zhou looked at the system notification again. To upgrade it to a mighty 4 quadrants avatar would cost him 100 years of life. Fortunately, I have enough years. He did not care about this small number of years. Moreover, he still had half of the green cicada jade. Upgrade. Lu Zhou raised his hand. The blue avatar hovered above his palm and began to spin again. Just like before, his vitality surged toward the blue avatar. Naturally, as the avatar's level increased, the upgrading of the avatar would be more difficult as well. However, since Lu Zhou was now a 7-chart cultivator who had formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar and possessed the supreme mystic power, the speed of upgrading such a weak avatar was much faster than ordinary cultivators. It was like a walk in the park for him. 100 years of life was a lot back in the Golden Lotus domain. Even if one had 9 or 10 leaves, they still would not easily give up on 100 years of life. It was only when one entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage that one would possess the ability to disregard the loss of 100 years of life. Does this mean that from the beginning, the heavenly writing power can form an avatar? Lu Zhou speculated. While he was distracted, the 3 flowers gathered at the top of the avatar had already absorbed 50 years of life. At the same time, the avatar's size continued to increase. Outside of the preservation hall, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion had come to visit Lu Zhou. When they drew near, they felt the familiar fluctuation of energy. They stopped in their tracks immediately. What a familiar feeling. Let's not go in for now, Pan Lydian said. The other 3 elders nodded. It feels like the energy when one's forming the mighty 4 quadrants avatar. Although it's weak, it's obvious. However, the vitality is really strong, Lung Luo said as he glanced at the preservation hall. After so long, the 4 elders had already gotten used to strange things like this. Sui Yushu's eyes lit up as she said, "Is it possible that Elder Brother is using this method to regain his youthful appearance? The art of rejuvenation is very difficult. Back then, when no one had sprouted the 9th leaf, many cultivators tried to regain their youth. In order to maintain their youth, they did not hesitate to cultivate secret techniques, witchcraft, or evil unorthodox techniques. Nevertheless, many people failed," Lung Luo said. "You're saying the pavilion master is cultivating some secret technique?" Pan Lydian asked. "We can't rule out this possibility." Everyone nodded. They continued discussing among themselves when the energy fluctuation suddenly changed. Lung Luo frowned. The fluctuation is no longer that of the mighty 4 quadrants. Now, it feels like someone is forming the 5 energies universe avatar. Hey, I can cultivate in this manner as well. Pan Lydian manifested his 10-leaf avatar. Then he suppressed its power and shrank it. The lotus leaves disappeared soon after. He spent a lot of effort before he finally managed to transform it into a basic Taiji avatar. Then, he turned it into a 2 transformed powers avatar. Everyone shook their heads. There was clearly something wrong. "Let's see what I can do," Sui Yushu said before she manifested her avatar. Based on her own knowledge and techniques, she turned her avatar into a basic Taiji avatar as well. The result was the same. It was not difficult to transform the avatar into a 2 transformed powers avatar. However, despite the appearances of their avatars, something did not seem right. That's it. Our avatars are the 100 Tribulations Insight avatars. No matter how we changed their appearances, the energy inside still belongs to the 100 Insight Tribulation avatars. You have a point. Forget it. We'll come back another day to visit the Pavilion Master. As soon as the 4 elders left, Lu Li and Yan Jinlua walked out from the nearby corridor and looked at the 4 elders retreating backs. "Brother Yan, I don't doubt you when you said the Evil Sky Pavilion can't be judged using common sense. However, what was that? People rise and water flows down. It's natural for things to advance instead of regressing. Can you please explain the meaning of changing one's avatar to the basic Taiji avatar?" Lu Li said with a confused expression. Yan Jinlua scratched his head and said, "It's best not to ask so many questions. Let's just keep a low profile." Then, as Yan Jinlua walked away, he kept muttering to himself, "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." Lu Li turned to look in the direction of the preservation hall and muttered to himself, "So when I first met the pavilion master, he was just pretending?" Lu Li frowned at this thought. How cunning! It took 100 years to form the mighty 4 quadrants avatar, but it took 300 years to form the 5 energies universe avatar. That was 3 times more than before. The further he advanced, the more lifespan it would consume. Lu Zhou gauged his supreme mystic power and discovered that so far only a little was consumed. The blue avatar's consumption of energy was not a lot, similar to back when he still had the extraordinary power. After half a day had passed, the sun was finally setting. The sunlight shone through the window into the preservation hall. The sunlight contrasted the blue of the avatar, making the blue even more vivid and pure. Lu Zhou muttered under his breath, "I wonder if the Blue Lotus domain exists." Regardless of whether it existed or not, he could only depend on himself on this path of cultivation. The blue crystal came from the Great Void. The blue crystal was the soil from which the Great Void seeds grew. Ji Tiandao obtained the Great Void seed from the Great Void. Was the blue lotus related to the Great Void? Buzz. The avatar suddenly increased 1 time. Ding. Completed the formation of the 5 energies universe avatar. Ding. Advancing to the next stage will consume 900 years of life. 10 years and 100 years aren't a lot. However, if it takes 900 years to advance to the next stage, wouldn't forming the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar consume 10,000 years of life? Even housing prices aren't so ridiculous. However, Lu Zhou only complained in his heart. In the end, he still decided to advance. As time passed, the difference between the blue avatar and the golden avatar became more and more obvious. The difficulty and time needed to upgrade the blue avatar were much more compared to the golden avatar. Based on his rich experience, he speculated that even if a genius cultivator only cultivated the blue avatar, they would be stuck at the 5 energies universe for 2 to 3 years. It took 2 full days for the 5 energies universe avatar to advance into a 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar. Ding! Completed the forming of the 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar. Ding! Advancing to the next stage will consume 2,000 years of life. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. He decided to stop at the 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar. He only had half of his 5,000 years of life left. If he used up another 2,000 years, he would not have many years to live. Following that, he manifested his 1,000 realms whirling avatar. He looked at it and wondered if he could increase the level of his golden avatar using external energy instead of his lifespan. It's not worth it to use my own lifespan. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve again. Buzz. The blue 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar appeared next to the golden 1,000 realms whirling avatar. One was tall, one was short, one was big, one was small. So I can manifest 2 avatars at the same time. After a while, Lu Zhou withdrew both avatars. There was no point testing the strength of the blue avatar now. After all, it was still very weak. At this moment, a voice rang from outside of the hall. Master, the White Tower Council's judge, Ning Wanqing, requests an audience with you. Come in. With this, Lu Zhou no longer dwelled on the matters of avatars any longer. Little Yuaner led Ning Wanqing into the preservation hall. Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Ning Wanqing bowed. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Tower Master Lan wants to meet Pavilion Master Lu. Ning Wanqing said. Meet me? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Ning Wanqing sighed before he said, Tower Master Lan doesn't have much time left. The battle with the Beast Emperor made it worse. I'm afraid that... He trailed off before he changed the topic and said, Tower Master wanted to come to Great Tang's capital, but she really can't make the trip over. I will keep my promise, Lu Zhou said. Ning Wanqing was overjoyed when he heard these words. Great Ming is eyeing us greedily. They're only waiting for Tower Master Lan to leave. With Pavilion Master Lu's words, I feel greatly relieved. Lu Zhou suddenly asked, Aren't you a member of Great Ming? Ning Wanqing was taken aback. An embarrassed expression appeared on his face. I was from Great Ming, but that's all in the past. Previously, Mr. Seventh's words helped me come to my senses, so I no longer dare to play any petty tricks. Just as distance tests a horse's strength, time will reveal a person's intention. Your performance so far saved your life, Lu Zhou said. Thank you for your understanding, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou said, When you return, tell Tower Master Lan I won't go back on my words. Ning Wanqing said, Yes. Ning Wanqing straightened his back. He did not leave. His eyes were staring blankly at the air. He could sense the fluctuation of energy and little great void energy that had yet to disappear. After a moment, he said, There's a question I'd like to ask. Speak. Brother Duanmu is Pavilion Master Lu's 3rd disciple, and he possesses the Great Void Seed. Tower Master Lan has also previously mentioned that the Evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple, Miss Yi, possesses the great void energy. It's not that I want to pry, but there are some matters that I can't say out loud. Ning Wanqing stammered. I allow you to speak freely. If you have anything to say it, Lu Zhou said. Brother Duanmu probably didn't participate in the Great Void expedition. With his cultivation base now, he couldn't have entered the unknown land. The same goes for Miss Yi. Therefore, whether it's their Great Void seed or Great Void energy, I figure they must have been bestowed by Pavilion Master Lu, Ning Wanqing said. He paused for a moment before he asked, if that's the case, why didn't you use the seed or the energy on yourself? Lu Zhou calmly replied, the heaven and earth shackles. No matter what the heaven and earth shackles were, he could use it to answer many tricky questions. After all, he could not tell people that he had the blue lotus that was even more awesome than the great void seed. Could he? Ning Wanqing thought to himself for a moment before he nodded. I see. Lan Shihe was facing her end. She had once sought the great void energy to solve the problem, but it was useless. The great void energy could break the shackles of the 8 or 9 leaves limit, but it could not rectify the mistake in Lan Shihe's cultivation. At this time, Ning Wanqing suddenly bowed and said, I promise to keep the matter of Brother Duanmu possessing the great void seed a secret. If the secret leaks out even a little, I'll die a horrible death. Are you afraid I'll kill you to silence you? Lu Zhou asked. Of course, Ning Wanqing was afraid Lu Zhou would kill him to silence him. However, he said, I just think this matter should be kept strictly a secret as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Zhou looked at Ning Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he asked, who do you think dares to covet my things in this world? Ning Wanqing said, Pavilion Master Lu's cultivation is unfathomable. You're the mightiest. However, he paused before he said, the 4 great uncharted lands have been isolated from us for a long time. Apart from the Great Void, there are 3 other uncharted lands. There might be experts who possess more than 15 birth charts. 15 birth charts? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. I'm young, and my knowledge is shallow. These are only things I've heard about, so I'm not sure they're true, Ning Wanqing said. Lu Zhou thought of the young master of the Qin clan, Qin Mozhang, whom he had met near the cold pond on the peak of the snowy mountain. The Green Lotus domain's existence had been confirmed, and the Qin clan's ghost servant had also come to the Red Lotus domain. Ning Wanqing's words were not without truth. It seemed like everyone's bound by the heaven and earth shackles. If his 7th disciple's speculation was right, what were the other 2 places then? After a moment, Lu Zhou said, you should return and report to your superiors. I'll visit the White Tower Council in 3 days. Ning Wanqing nodded and said, understood. After Ning Wanqing left, Lu Zhou sent someone to summon Meng Changdong, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, to the Preservation Hall. Then, he sent Meng Changdong and Zhao Hongfu to summon and bring Yi Tianxin to the capital in the Red Lotus domain. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yi Tianxin was puzzled when she learned of her master's orders. 5th senior sister, did master say why? Yi Tianxin asked. Zhao Yu shook her head and said, Guardian Meng only conveyed the order and didn't say anything else. In any case, you've been in the Evil Sky Pavilion for a long time, so it's good for you to go out and have some fun. I want to go out, but I can't get away yet. Yi Tianxin nodded and said, since master has given the order, I will naturally obey. I'm just worried about leaving Cheng Huang behind. The runic passage was not that big. Although Cheng Huang had shrunk a lot in size, he was still too big for the runic passage. 6th junior sister, you're worrying for nothing. Who dares to covet Cheng Huang? Zhao Yu had a point. Yi Tianxin did not waste time and bade farewell to the people in the Evil Sky Pavilion, and left for the Red Lotus domain through Zhao Hongfu's runic passage on the same day. Just when the sun was about to set, Zhao Hongfu led Yi Tianxin to the entrance of the Preservation Hall. Then, she said casually, Miss 6th, I really don't like being so formal. Sister Yi, the pavilion master is inside. Yi Tianxin did not mean this casual form of address. As long as it was pleasing to the ears, it was fine. She asked with a smile, You're Zhao Hongfu? The runic genius that Master recently recruited, right? Sister Yi, you've heard of me? I'm already so famous? Zhao Hongfu said, delighted. Yi Tianxin smiled and said, thank you for bringing me here. Don't mention it, don't mention it, Zhao Hongfu said before she made an inviting gesture. This was the first time Yi Tianxin left the Golden Lotus domain. It was only natural she was still not used to her new surroundings. She looked around curiously when she entered the hall before her eyes landed on a handsome and dignified man sitting cross-legged with a calm expression on his face. Is this Master? Although Wuxia had discreetly told everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion about the change in their master's appearance, she was still shocked when she saw their master. At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His eyes found the white-clad Yi Tianxian who seemed frozen and said, sit. What a familiar voice and attitude. Yi Tianxin kneeled on the ground immediately. Greetings, Master. No need for formalities, Lu Zhou said. Thank you, Master. Yi Tianxin rose to her feet before she kneeled again on a futon nearby. Lu Zhou sensed her aura briefly before he said, your cultivation is progressing very fast. It's all thanks to Master's guidance that I managed to progress so much, Yi Tianxin said. When did you learn the art of flattery from old Eighth? Lu Zhou asked, perplexed. Yi Tianxin lowered her head in embarrassment. Lu Zhou said indifferently, forget it. I called you here because I have something to hand over to you. Master, what are your orders? I want you to take over the position of the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Lu Zhou said. Yi Tianxin was stunned. Lu Zhou said, the White Tower Council is one of the main forces that maintains the balance in the White Lotus domain. You've met the Tower Master, Lan Shihe. Yi Tianxin recalled the peerless woman she met with Cheng Huang previously. She asked, so she's the Tower Master of the White Tower Council? That's right. Yi Tianxin immediately kowtowed and said, Master, I'm loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion and have no other intentions. It's better to hand the position over to another person. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I've already agreed on your behalf. This, Master, my cultivation is too low. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to take on this important task. If I don't perform well, I'm afraid I'll embarrass Master. Yi Tianxin said. Lu Zhou interjected, out of everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion, you're the most suitable for this position. You were once the palace master of the derived Moon Palace, so you have the ability to lead. Your eldest and second senior brother are both men, so it's inconvenient. Your third senior brother's whereabouts are currently unknown. Zhao Yu needs to stay in Great Yen. Little Yuaner and Conk are too young. Therefore, you're the most suitable candidate. These words made Yi Tianxin hesitate. At the same time, Wuxia's voice rang from outside. Sixth senior sister, we have the runic passages now. You can come and go as you like. Moreover, with master support, what are you afraid of? After Wuxia walked in, he kneeled in front of Lu Zhou. Greetings, master. Rise to your feet and speak. Wuxia said, Sixth senior sister. This is also an opportunity for you. After all, no matter how strong master is only one person. There are many things he can't do at once. In other words, as a disciple, Yi Tianxin should share her master's burdens. Yi Tianxin's heart moved when she heard this. She immediately said, since master trusts me, I'll do my best. Lu Zhou nodded and said, if you really don't like it, you can leave at that time. All right, you can rest first. Come and see me again in 2 days. Understood. After Yi Tianxin left, Lu Zhou spoke to Wuxia about Great Tang. Everything was in order, so he let Wuxia go as well. 2 days later, inside the 100,000-foot-tall White Tower, Lan Shihe stood on the 72nd floor and looked at the ground. The blue-clad female attendant asked, Tower Master, do you really plan to hand over your position to Pavilion Master Lu's disciple? Do you think there's anyone more suitable than Pavilion Master Lu's disciples? Lan Shihe asked in return as she raised her head to look at the sky. The blue-clad female attendant shook her head and said, I don't know. Lan Shihe did not chide her. Instead, she said, there's no one who's perfectly suitable. I originally wanted to cultivate someone for this position. Unfortunately, there's not enough time. Pavilion Master Lu's cultivation is fine, but his conduct. Have you ever thought that if he were even a little selfish, he wouldn't have given his disciple the great void seed? The blue-clad female attendant was rendered speechless by these words. At this moment, another female attendant flew up from below before landing nimbly like a lark. She bowed and said, "Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu is here. Bring them to the training hall." Understood. Xianxia seemed to have vanished into thin air before she reappeared in the training hall on the 80th floor in just a blink of an eye. After 15 minutes, Lu Zhou entered the training hall with 3 of his disciples. Xianxia's gaze quickly swept over everyone, identifying them one by one. Tianxin was on the left. Wuxia was in the center. Little Yuaner, the youngest, was on the right. She had met all of them before. Finally, she said, "Please take a seat." Lu Zhou glanced at Xianxia. She looked a little different even though he could not tell what was different. In the end, he only said, "You look well." Little Yuaner greeted her as well. "Sister, we meet again." A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face when she heard little Yuaner's greeting. She said, "Little girl, if you don't mind, sit next to me." All right. Little Yuaner skipped to Xianxia's side. "Don't be rude." Lu Zhou chided little Yuaner lightly. "Okay." Little Yuaner restrained herself and sat down obediently next to Xianxia. Tianxin and Wuxia cupped their fists together and called out, "Tower Master Lan." Xianxia nodded and said, "I really envy Pavilion Master Lu for having so many outstanding disciples." Lu Zhou sighed and said, "You only see them when they're well-behaved. You didn't see them when they were rebellious." Wuxia and Tianxin lowered their heads immediately while little Yuaner played with her pigtails and pretended she did not hear anything. Xianxia smiled and said, "A teacher for a day is like a parent for life. I understand Pavilion Master Lu." After speaking, Xianxia coughed lightly. A hint of listlessness appeared on her face. Although she tried to suppress it, she could not help but cough again. Lu Zhou asked in puzzlement, "Have you really exhausted every means?" Xianxia said helplessly, "If I didn't exhaust every means, would I have come to this point? If I want to solve this problem, the only way is to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. It's unfortunate I made a fatal mistake in my cultivation." Lu Zhou no longer asked any questions. Xianxia's real-life experience far surpassed everyone present. She was also a survivor of the Great Void Expedition. How could someone like her not exhaust every means available? There were the blue crystals, advanced life hearts, sacred items, even the great blood sacrifice. However, women were vain creatures. Even if the great blood sacrifice could grant them immortality, it was unlikely they would attempt such a thing. "Tianxin," Lu Zhou called out. Tianxin rose to her feet and stood in front of everyone. Her white hair blended in with her white robes. Her untainted air and her snowy white robes that complemented the White Tower Council made her look like the master of this place. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. However, when she glanced at Wuxia and little Yuaner from the corners of her eyes, she thought everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was suitable to be the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. "What do you think?" Lu Zhou asked. "I'm very satisfied. Tianxin is undoubtedly the best candidate to be the next Tower Master of the White Tower Council," Xianxia replied. At this moment, the blue-clad female attendant walked in and said with a bow, "Tower Master, the elders and the judges request an audience with you." "No," Xianxia said decisively. "But, they said if you refuse to see them, they'll barge in," the blue-clad female attendant said. Before the blue-clad female attendant could finish her words, a group of people barged into the training hall. There were more than 10 white-clad cultivators, half male and half female. All of them bowed. "Greetings, Tower Master." Just as Xianxia was about to chase them out, Lu Zhou said, "Why don't you let them stay?" Xianxia sat back down and waved her hand. The group of white-clad cultivators bowed at Lu Zhou and Xianxia. Then, one of the white-clad cultivators said, I hope you'll forgive us, Tower Master. However, this matter concerns the future Tower Master of the White Tower Council. Xianxia said, Speak. What do you have to say? Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu. We don't dare to covet the position of Tower Master. We have no objection if Pavilion Master Lu takes over the position. If it's someone else, their cultivation base should be profound with virtue and talent to match, an elder said. Virtue and talent? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. The White Tower Council's power is diminishing day by day. Great Ming is also getting bolder in provoking us. If the new Tower Master isn't someone with virtue and talent, the White Tower Council will collapse, an elder said worriedly. Another person added, This is the reason we asked to see you. We've been with the White Tower Council for so many years after all. We hope to get an explanation so we can also give an explanation to those from the lower council. Otherwise, they're bound to get anxious and the morale of our members will plummet. It'd be extremely detrimental to the unity of the White Tower Council. In fact, this kind of situation was very normal. From the smallest family to the biggest country, the slightest changes would cause anxieties. Xianxia said, I can assure you that the person who replaces me will surpass me. Someone who would surpass Xianxia? What kind of expert was this? Everyone was shocked. Who is it? At this moment, Tianxin turned around and cupped her fists at the group of white-clad cultivators. Could be considered as a greeting. Everyone sized Tianxin up immediately. Her temperament, appearance, and behavior were all fine. However, none of them dared to ask about her cultivation base. After all, it was a very impolite question to ask. However, how could Tianxin not understand their thoughts? She smiled and said to one of the white-clad cultivators, I'm Tianxin. Please advise me. Ding Ling, please advise me. As soon as her opponent's voice fell, Tianxin swiftly raised her hand and attacked. A golden flower seal flew out followed by a golden butterfly seal. One was fast, and one was slow. Butterfly love flower? Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. He had only briefly taught her this move, but she had comprehended it so quickly. There was no pattern to the flower seal's movement. It was very difficult to dodge, and one could only slap it away. On the other hand, the butterfly flapped its wings. When it flew, it was as fast as lightning, catching everyone by surprise. They advanced and retreated in sync. For a moment, Tianxin actually had the upper hand. However, Ding Ling was an elder of the White Tower Council, after all. After she was forced back a few steps, she felt rather humiliated. She did not hesitate and brought her astrolabe out before pushing it forward. Bang! 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 The butterfly and flower made from energy dissipated while Tianxin flew backward before landing lightly like a butterfly. That's enough. Xianxia stopped Ding Ling. Ding Ling could only obey. However, she said, Tower Master, with her strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince everyone. I'm not being disrespectful to Pavilion Master Lu. Even if we agree, there'll always be others in the White Tower Council and Great Ming who won't accept this. I hope Tower Master and Pavilion Master Lu can understand where we're coming from. The other elders followed and said, Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu, please try to understand us. Lu Zhou smiled faintly and said, Your name is Ding Ling? Ding Ling turned around and said, The sixth elder of the White Tower Council greets Pavilion Master Lu. When did you form the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar? Lu Zhou asked. 10,000 years ago. What's your cultivation level? Only 6 birth charts. Pavilion Master Lu. I'm sorry, Ding Ling said. Someone next to her quickly added. Although Ding Ling only has 6 birth charts, she's extraordinarily talented. She activated 6 birth charts within 1,000 years. She's also an elder that the Tower Master personally appointed. It won't be long before she passes her birth trial. Lu Zhou did not reply to the white-clad cultivator. Instead, he looked at Tianxin and asked, Tianxin, how many years has it been since you followed me to cultivate? Tianxin replied, I've been with the Evil Sky Pavilion for 45 years. Everyone was shocked. Lu Zhou asked again, When did you form the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar? Less than a year ago, Yi Tianxin said. Everyone was further shocked. How's that possible? Ding Ling exclaimed in shock. There were many thousand realms whirling cultivators in the White Tower Council, and it was on par with the Black Tower Council. However, in all of Great Ming, there were actually only a small number of thousand realms whirling cultivators. It was just that most of these cultivators were in the White Tower Council. After all, those who could join the White Tower Council were all outstanding figures. Ding Ling was considered a highly talented cultivator in the Elder Council. It was rare that someone with 6 birth charts was appointed as an elder. This showed how talented she was. However, Yi Tianxin, who had entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage less than a year ago and had also activated 2 birth charts, was like a slap to the elders' faces. Ding Ling asked skeptically, "Pavilion Master Lu, are you saying that your disciple entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage before reaching 100 years old?" Lu Zhou asked, "Are you implying that I'm lying? I don't like to lie. However, even when I tell the truth, people doubt me." Ding Ling naturally did not dare offend Lu Zhou. She hurriedly said, "I don't dare." In the cultivation world, the strong ruled. This was even more so among Thousand Realms whirling cultivators. No one dared to judge someone based on their appearances. Take Lan Shiha, for example. She looked no older than little Yuaner, but how many people dared to challenge her or act like an elder in front of her? Yi Tianxin said earnestly, "Since I plan to take over the position of Tower Master, I can't lie. How can a person who lies convince the masses? Moreover, I can lie for a while, but how can I lie for a lifetime?" Everyone was at a loss for words. "Even if you doubt me, you should trust Tower Master Lan. When she first met me, I only had 10 leaves. I didn't even have a birth chart. In fact, my first life heart was given to me by Tower Master Lan," Yi Tianxin said. Lan Shiha nodded and said, "That's enough. Don't use your own understanding and knowledge to judge a genius." Ding Ling, "I really want to say that I'm a genius as well. However, compared to Yi Tianxin, I've been demoted to a fool." An elder shook his head and said, "Tower Master Lan, this is really too unbelievable. How can someone activate their first birth chart, form a Thousand Realms whirling avatar, and activate their second birth chart in less than a year? It's impossible." It was as though the full score was 100, and someone had obtained 150. It looked rather fake. Lu Zhou really wanted to say all 10 of his disciples from the Evil Sky Pavilion were capable of doing that. What was so impossible about it? However, it was better to say less to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lan Shiha's gaze swept across the elders before it landed on Yi Tianxin. Then she said, "It's because she has the great void energy." Everyone fell silent and instinctively turned to look at Yi Tianxin. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Lan Shiha asked. Talent was something that one could not obtain even if one worked hard. From birth to death, one's talent would stay the same. However, the great void energy trumped talent. Cultivators had never given up on the exploration and pursuit of the great void. The more they explored and the more they learned, the more respect and reverence they had for the great void and anything to do with it. It was a very interesting phenomenon. Anything that came from the great void, even the most useless item, was a treasure that cultivators fought over in a frenzy. The great void seed was one of the most precious treasures of them all. There were even rumors that the supreme beings had all retreated to the great void, isolating themselves from the rest of the world. Ding Ling was the first to break the silence. She said sincerely, "Please forgive me for my previous offense." All the others bowed as well. An elder standing on the left said, "It seems like there's no longer a problem for Miss Yi to be the next Tower Master. However, everyone covets the great void energy. What if someone causes trouble after the Tower Master leaves? There were many geniuses who were killed before they could become stronger, nipped in the bud." Lu Zhou said, "Yi Tianxin is my disciple. Who dares to cause trouble for her?" No one dared to argue. Lan Shiha said, "It's easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Just keep the matter of Yi Tianxin possessing the great void energy a secret." All the elders nodded. "All of you may leave." The white-clad cultivators no longer had any objection, so they left the training hall one after another. Following that, Lan Shiha said apologetically, "Pavilion Master Lu, I've made a fool of myself. Everyone makes mistakes. They're from the White Tower Council, and they'll be Yi Tianxin's subordinates in the future. If we can't convince the masses, even if they agree today, it'll be a big problem in the future," Lu Zhou said. Lan Shiha nodded and said, "You're right." After a moment, she said, "Pavilion Master Lu personally brought Yi Tianxin to the White Tower Council to fulfill his promise. This is truly admirable. Ever since the battle with the Beast Emperor, I've been feeling slightly ashamed. I wonder how Duanmushang is doing now." Lu Zhou said, "It's just as Ning Wanqing said. This might be a blessing in disguise. If Lu Wu truly covets the Great Void Seed, it'll have to think of a way to keep him alive. The great blood sacrifice had injured him greatly. If he was not taken away, perhaps even I might not be able to save him." At this moment, Lan Shiha suddenly rose to her feet. She flew forward before she came to a stop a few meters in front of Lu Zhou. She stared at Lu Zhou for a few seconds before she boldly asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, do you dare to go to the unknown land?" Previously, when Lu Zhou was at the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom that was near the unknown land, he did not dare to venture too far. After all, back then, his cultivation level was far too low. However, currently, his cultivation level was also not very high. He had 7 birth charts, far fewer in comparison to Lan Shiha. If he really went to the unknown land now, would he not be in danger? Seeing that Lu Zhou was distracted, Lan Shiha called out, "Pavilion Master Lu?" Lu Zhou stood up and asked, "Do you know where Lu Wu is?" "I'm not sure." This meant that Lan Shiha thought there was a possibility Lu Wu was in the unknown land. "Then I'll go to the unknown place," Lu Zhou said. Lan Shiha said to the blue-clad female attendant next to her, "Pavilion Master Lu and I will be back soon. Don't neglect the guests." The blue-clad female attendant bowed. "Understood." Si Wuya also stood up and said, "Master, the unknown land is very dangerous. Please be careful." Lan Shiha said with a smile, "A few thousand years ago, the White Tower Council left an extremely hidden runic passage in the unknown land. The unknown land is indeed very dangerous, but as long as we're careful and don't cause a commotion, nothing will happen. Moreover, your master's cultivation far surpasses mine. Fierce beasts won't be able to harm him." Lu Zhou. This old man is a little flustered. After saying that, Lan Shiha flew out of the training hall and descended. Lu Zhou followed suit. The elders were waiting downstairs, but when they saw the duo entering the rune's hall, they did not dare to ask any questions. After entering the runic circle, Lan Shiha gently flicked her sleeves. The runic passage lit up and a pillar of light shot up. The duo disappeared in just a blink of an eye. When Lu Zhou saw the light in the runic passage was much brighter than usual, he asked, "Did you go to the unknown land often in the past?" He noticed Lan Shiha's movements were very skillful, as though she had done this many times before. Her aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak as she powered the runic passage. It was rather strange, but he could not put his fingers on it. Lan Shiha shook her head. "No. The runic passage will shoot out a pillar of light to the sky. This means we might attract unwanted attention. If the runic passage is destroyed, we'll be in really big trouble." Traveling through the runic passage was like walking on the Milky Way. Stars could be seen on both sides and the space seemed to ripple. After about 15 minutes, there was a little turbulence in the passage. At the same time, Lan Shiha said, "We're here." The scenes on both sides of the passage changed. First, only thick fog could be seen. As the fog gradually thinned, the silhouettes of mountains, towering ancient trees could be seen. Before long, they could see a sea of clouds that stretched as far as the eyes could see. This is the unknown land that leads to the Great Void. It's so high up. The two of them were hovering in the sky above an extremely tall mountain peak that towered over the clouds. Since the runic circle on the peak could only fit one person, both of them had mobilized their primal chi at almost the same time and flew up into the sky, overlooking the gloomy and mysterious unknown land. Xianxia's long hair and long robes fluttered in the air as she said, "This way. The pillar of light will be hidden in the clouds. However, we still risk attracting flying beasts. Nothing is absolute after all." Whoosh! The fierce wind raged. The coldness was bone-chilling. The amazing thing was that the towering ancient trees below were lush and verdant, not affected by the cold at all. The two of them continued to observe their surroundings from the high sky. After a moment, Xianxia said, "Go south." Lu Zhou noticed there was a faint light in the distant sky, but he did not pay attention to it and followed Xianxia. Xianxia did not fly very fast to prevent alerting the fierce beasts. After flying for a short while, they heard a thunderous sound. Fierce beast. The duo landed on a mountain peak and looked up into the sky. In the dense fog, a huge creature that looked like a dinosaur slowly passed through the forest. The mutated ancient trees only reached its calf. The beast's skin was like that of a rock, and its eyes glowed with a greenish-black light. Its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth that glinted in the light. Boom! 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 "This fierce beast is at the level of a beast king," Xianxia said softly. "It's very territorial just like beast kings. If we go further, there should only be weak fierce beasts, and there won't be any beast kings or fierce beasts at the level of a beast king." The two of them leaped into the air silently. They flew past the quiet ancient forest and the chaotic stone mountain. As expected, they saw countless small, sharp-toothed beasts moving in groups at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia looked ahead and said, "Increase your speed." In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia had appeared several hundred meters away. After stabilizing herself, she turned around. Then, she looked at Lu Zhou with a confused expression. "Pavilion Master Lu?" Lu Zhou moved at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow as he swept past the mountain peaks. He said, "The faster you move, the more likely you'll attract attention to yourself. The ones we need to be wary of are those highly intelligent fierce beasts like the beast emperors. Strong fluctuation of primal chi will only attract trouble." Xianxia nodded and said, "Not only is Pavilion Master Lu's cultivation base profound, but Pavilion Master Lu is wiser than I am as well. I've learned a lot from you." The light in front of the duo grew dimmer. The sunlight was weak, and the sky was gloomy. Their environment decreased their visibility significantly. The dense fog above them made it impossible to see anything. It felt as though a fearsome dragon would suddenly rush out of the fog. The stone peaks of the mountains that stood in the forest pierced through the clouds. Occasionally, they would see groups of huge fierce beasts passing by. After a while, Lu Zhou and Xianxia landed on an ancient tree overlooking the dark crater-like area up ahead. An astonishing sight appeared in their eyes immediately. "Lilies." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. These Lili might not be from the same colony as the ones that were transported to the Great Tang. Due to their reproduction rates, there are many Lilis in the unknown land. Their corrosive energy is really terrifying. Even the plants in the unknown land that are hardier than ordinary plants can't resist the corrosive energy. Over time, they were isolated by the other fierce beasts. "This must be one of their nests," Xianxia said. Lu Zhou felt a slight chill running up his spine when he looked at the densely packed Lilis. After a moment, he asked, perplexed, "So is Luwu nearby?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "This is the furthest I've been in the unknown land. If we go any further, your guess will be as good as mine. Moreover, the route we traveled earlier is the only one I traveled. The unknown land is too vast. What I've seen is just the tip of the iceberg." A low groaning noise rang from the sky at this moment. The duo instantly looked up. In the swirling mist, a flying beast flapped its wings that seemed as though they spanned the sky as it slowly flew past. Its wings resembled that of a devil fish, and its 300-foot-long tail shone with a strange light. Xianxia placed her index finger against her lips, gesturing to Lu Zhou to stay silent. Her hands looked soft, and her fingers were slender. This was a rather unexpected action by the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. It did not take long before that flying beast disappeared into the horizon. With that, Lan Shiha said, "I've been searching for the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles and exploring the unknown land. There were many times I wanted to travel deeper into the land, but the fierce beasts were too strong." Lu Zhou said, "Fortunately, you didn't give in to your impulse. This place is still very far from the heart of the land." The image of Ji Tiandao retrieving the 10 great void seeds flashed in his mind. That area slightly resembled the scene in front of him, but it was much darker. "Perhaps." Lan Shiha nodded. "You are one of the survivors of the Great Void Expedition. Where did you find the blue crystal?" Lu Zhou asked. Lan Shiha said, 300 years ago, there was a large-scale migration of fierce beasts and sea beasts. Therefore, human cultivators joined forces and took the opportunity to enter the Great Void. However, many of them lost their lives in the unknown land. No one knows if that place is the heart of the land, but based on how the Great Void seeds grew from the soil there, that should be the right place. "Is that why you brought me here?" Lu Zhou asked. "Of course not." After saying that, Lan Shiha changed the topic and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu's disciple possesses the Great Void Seed. I'd like to ask how Pavilion Master Lu obtained the Great Void Seed." Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Lan Shiha silently. His eyes were deep and spirited. An apologetic smile appeared on Lan Shiha's face as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I, myself, possess the Great Void energy, and I know it can't defy the heavens and change my fate." The strong wind blew past their ears, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. However, since the duo had high cultivation, they were not afraid of the cold. "Look!" Lan Shiha pointed at the sky. The dense fog was like water vapor rising from the calm surface of the water in winter. It moved rhythmically, sometimes in one direction and sometimes in another direction. In the unknown land, all the fog and mist rose and converged in the sky. The dense fog swirled with rich vitality energy and pure primal chi. However, it carried with a stench of decay. Lan Shiha said faintly, "If possible, I hope Pavilion Master Lu can discover the secrets of the unknown land one day." Lan Shiha no longer looked at the gloomy but beautiful sky. It was too depressing. Buzz! The familiar sound of energies resonating rang from afar at this moment. A massive green astrolabe swept past the forest and the peaks before disappearing into the horizon. "Someone's here." Lan Shiha and Lu Zhou moved with tacit understanding. With just a flash, they descended 100 meters and landed on a branch. The lush leaves around them hid them from sight. Lu Zhou waved his hand, activating the purple glazed ceramic that formed a sealed space around them. All the energies in the surroundings, the primal chi, vitality energy, and the corrosive energy were kept outside of the barrier. Bang! 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 The fierce beasts with wings like the devil fish swooped down, followed a huge green lotus. With just a flash, the green lotus vanished. At the same time, the fierce beast let out a low and miserably cry and disappeared into the fog. "Stop chasing it. The mission is more important. It's extremely dangerous in the unknown land. It'd be troublesome if we attract a horde of fierce beasts over." Swoosh! 2 cultivators landed on a boulder 300 meters in front of the ancient tree. Since the visibility was very poor, Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha could only vaguely see the 2 cultivators' figures. "All we need to do is focus on finding the mystic life grass. They're too rare. After searching for so long, we only managed to find 3. The mystic life grass is key to restoring birth charts. We need to look for more. Take care not to alert the fierce beasts." Following that, the 2 cultivators flew forward and came to a stop only a few dozen meters away from Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha. The 2 looked at the crater below. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Li Li's nest." The other one frowned as his nose twitched. "No, wait. Someone is here." Lu Zhou tensed slightly. He knew the other person must possess a keen sense of smell from a life heart. Could it be someone from the Qin clan? The person with a keen sense of smell replied, "It's possible. I heard that the young master of the Qin clan's birth charts were destroyed by someone. Perhaps they're also looking for the mystic life grass." The other person chuckled. That young Master Qin is used to acting domineering all the time. I wonder which expert did it. How satisfying. Apart from that, I heard one of the 4 great ghost servants of the Qin clan died as well. They claimed the ghost servant was killed by a fierce beast. They think no one knows. Wait. The other person's nose continued to twitch as he slowly turned around. It was hard to completely restrain one's scent. Even if one died, there would still be a scent, or more accurately, a stench. Wherever one went, one would leave a residual scent behind. At this time, the 2 cultivators turned to look at the tree where Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe were perched on. They could not see anything, but the scent in the air told them someone must be nearby. There are 2 scents. One is a light floral scent, which should belong to a woman, while the other is a slightly sour stench like that of sweat, which should belong to a man. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. He lifted his sleeve and sniffed. What stench? How could he have a stench? Cultivators hardly, if ever, sweat. Wait, on second thought, perhaps the stench came from the purities that were expelled from his body after he formed his second avatar. Hey! 2 of you better come out. Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe were both concealed by the purple glazed ceramic. Under normal circumstances, they would not have been discovered. However, who knew the other party would have a dog's nose? They exchanged a glance before they tapped their feet lightly on the branch and flew out. The cold wind blew, causing their long hair to flutter in the air. Lan Shihe hovered in the air, looking at the 2 cultivators calmly, while Lu Zhou hovered in the air on the left side. Amidst the fierce and frosty wind and the sounds of flying beasts flapping their wings and the heavy footfalls of the fierce beasts on the ground, the 2 sides looked at each other vigilantly and sized each other up. Most cultivators who came to the unknown land came with the purpose of searching for treasures. People died for treasures while the beasts died for food. This has been the truth since time immemorial. Apart from that, how could those who came to the unknown land and survived the harsh environment be a weakling? The 2 cultivators looked at the man and the woman in front of them. The man standing on the left was dressed in a Taoist robe. He had a steady temperament, his eyes were deep, and his expression was calm. The woman standing next to him was not inferior either. Her expression was calm like a pool of still water. A hint of killing intent could even be seen in her eyes. The 2 cultivators wondered why the pair of man and woman were hiding. In the end, they maintained their composure and did not panic. Since the duo did not make a move, they still had a chance to explain themselves and resolve this peacefully. Although the law of the jungle applied in most situations, it was not inflexible. There were no eternal enemies in the world. One of the cultivators took the initiative to speak first. May I ask for your names? Lu Zhou did not answer the question. Instead, he asked in return, Are both of you from the Green Lotus domain? The 2 cultivators grew even more cautious. However, they did not lie. Yes, the cultivator replied truthfully. After all, he had just manifested his avatar. Are you here to look for the mystic life grass as well? Lu Zhou could naturally see that the 2 cultivators were wary. He said, There's no need to be nervous. I don't care about a mere mystic life grass. As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, the 2 cultivators exchanged a look. This man can really fucking act. Indeed, cultivators are all liars. Well, at least it seems like they're not going to commit daylight robbery. Since you're not looking for the mystic life grass, we have no conflict. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. After all, the unknown land is incredibly dangerous. Farewell. The 2 cultivators did not say much. They did not want to get into unnecessary trouble. Their goal was to look for the mystic life grass, after all, not killing people. After they finished speaking, they cupped their fists at Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe before they turned to leave. Hold on, Lu Zhou called out, stopping them. Lan Shihe glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of her eyes. She did not expect Lu Zhou to be even calmer than her. Lu Zhou recalled the 2 cultivators' conversation earlier. They had spoken about the young master of the Qin clan and the 4 great ghost servants. Since he had already made an enemy out of the Qin clan, how could he let go of such an opportunity to learn more about his enemy? Thus, he asked, What's the background of the young Master Qin you mentioned earlier? The two people were startled by Lu Zhou's question. They turned around and hastily said, "We two brothers were only speaking nonsense earlier. It's fine you overheard our conversation, but you can't take it seriously." Lu Zhou stared at the two cultivators and said, "That child is so young, but he already has 9 birth charts. The Qin clan also has 4 great ghost servants who are so powerful. All of them are so outstanding. I've been looking for him everywhere, but I couldn't find him. Are you sure you don't know anything?" The two cultivators exchanged a look again. Based on Lu Zhou's tone, it seemed unlikely that he was a member of the Qin clan. Therefore, one of them said with a hint of impatience, "Qin Mozhang, the young master of the Qin clan, is a genius. He's one of the best among the younger generation in the Qin clan. He's also the successor that Venerable Master Qin thinks highly of. Many people know about this, so you can ask around." Lu Zhou muttered, "Qin Mozhang. I heard that Qin Mozhang and the ghost servant went to the unknown land half a year ago and were injured by the fierce beasts. One of them died and one of them lost a birth chart. If you've been searching for him for a long time, you should know this," the other cultivator said with a mocking smile. He was now certain Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe were not from the Qin clan. "Of course, I know that." The two cultivators nodded. However, inwardly they were cursing. "If you already know about it, why would you ask? The more you talk, the more I feel you're looking for trouble." Following that, Lu Zhou said in a dark tone, "That brat tried to ambush me. He's lucky I only destroyed his birth chart." The two cultivators were stunned. Thousands of thoughts and all kinds of speculations about the identity of the person in front of them flitted past their minds immediately. This was rather unbelievable and shocking. Lan Shihe turned to look at Lu Zhou and said in surprise, "Pavilion Master Lu actually has connections with the people of the Green Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou nodded but did not provide an explanation. Lan Shihe suddenly felt the matter was quite interesting. Therefore, she only stood silently at the side and watched. One of the cultivators said, "Are you joking? It's not wise to offend the Qin clan." The other cultivator asked, "May I know your name, sir?" He was really curious about this person who claimed to have destroyed Qin Moshang's birth chart, but still remained unafraid of retribution from the Qin clan. He was sure the person in front of him must belong to a force far more formidable than the Qin clan, so he wanted to know his name. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and did not answer the question. Then, after exchanging a look, one of them said, "I'm Wei Jingye. I'm Wei Jiangnan." Only then did Lu Zhou say, "My surname is Lu." Lu. The two cultivators racked their brains but could recall any big shot with the surname Lu. Lu Zhou took the initiative to say, "I'm not from the Green Lotus domain." As soon as these words fell, Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan retreated a few meters instantly as primal qi began to surge in the surroundings. The atmosphere that had already calmed down suddenly turned a little tense. At this time, Wei Jingye had already mobilized his energy. On the other hand, Wei Jiangnan placed a hand on Wei Jingye's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. We don't know if they're foes or friends yet. In fact, there are many things we still don't know." Wei Jingye nodded and withdrew the energy seals on his body. Following that, Wei Jiangnan forced a smile on his face and said, "Since we're traveling on different paths, let's pretend our paths didn't intersect today. Farewell." Swoosh! At this moment, the dense fog in the sky suddenly parted. Following that, the fierce beast that looked like a devilfish dove from the sky with its maw opened. Its tail stirred up a violent wind at the same time. Upon seeing this, Wei Jiangnan cried out, "Let's go!" Whoosh! The fierce beast blocked the duo's path with its wings, forcing them to move in front of Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe. "Should we kill it?" Wei Jingye said. "No, this beast king is too big. We won't be able to kill it in a short time. If we alarm the beast emperor in the depths of the forest, we won't be able to escape." Wei Jiangnan replied with a shook of his head. "Whoa!" A low noise rang in the air as soon as Wei Jiangnan's words fell. "It has alerted the others." On the land below, the sounds of fierce beasts stampeding on the ground rang in the air. It sounded as though tens of thousands of horses were galloping at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The devil fish-like fierce beasts flapped its wings, and a fierce wind began to rage immediately. Astrolabe. The duo raised their hands at the same time and held their green astrolabes up in front of them. At this time, Xianxia said, "Pavilion Master Lu, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Otherwise, we won't make it in time." The runic passage in the depths of this place showed its great value at this moment. However, there was still a distance between this place and the runic passage. Bang! The enormous wings moved fast as lightning as it struck the green astrolabes with an earth-shattering sound. This is bad. Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan's expressions turned solemn when they saw the fierce beasts from every direction gathering near them. Lu Zhou looked at the Beast King silently. Whoa! The Beast King turned around and swept its tail around. More than 10 peaks were destroyed with just a sweep of its tail. Bang! 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 Rocks rolled down the mountains, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Zhou remained unmoving. On the other hand, Xianxia had already brought the sun, moon, and star wheel out, letting it revolve around her. The sun, moon, and star wheel? Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye said in surprise. Xianxia was slightly taken aback that the duo recognized the sun, moon, and star wheel. Bang! At this moment, Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan were pushed back by the huge force. They flew back in the air and arrived behind Lu Zhou and Xianxia. Then they said, "Don't fight. Don't use energy seals as well." The duo knew about the rule of survival in this place. Human cultivators were like tender sheep amidst a pack of wolves in this place. Even if the wolf pack could not see them, as long as they made the slightest noise and attracted attention to themselves, they would end up in the wolves' bellies. Upon seeing the tail that seemed to flash with electricity, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Without thinking, he struck with an ordinary deadly strike card. A vortex appeared in his palm immediately. Following that, a strange scene appeared. The fog and vitality energy that were originally converging upward began to converge toward Lu Zhou's palm like a vortex that was spinning in the counterclockwise direction. Subsequently, a golden palm seal that increased to the size of the sky flew out. Boom! The golden palm seal landed on the devil fish-like fierce beast. It let out a heart-wrenching cry as it fell from the sky. At this moment, Lu Zhou leaped up. Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in his hand, and a streak of blue light appeared as he slashed the sword across the fierce beast's chest. He moved his hand, and the ink-color fiend monk's hand seal penetrated the fierce beast's chest before it pulled the life heart out of the fierce beast's chest. The fierce beast was like a weak goshawk facing a terrifying monster as the palm seal ruthlessly tore the fierce beast's life heart out of its chest, causing people's hearts to shake in terror. The palm seal was sometimes golden, sometimes blue, and sometimes black. Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan gulped and thought in unison. He's an expert. Lu Zhou's movements were fluid. He held the life heart and returned to Xianxia's side at lightning speed. Then he said, "Let's go." At the same time, the fierce beast continued falling from the sky. In the cultivation world, the strongest ruled. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 8,000 merit points. Senior, wait for me. Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jiangye called out when they regained their senses. They followed Lu Zhou and Xianxia and flew away. Using the sun, moon, and star wheel, Xianxia burst forth with speed and vanished before everyone's eyes. Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou turned around and glanced at Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye, who were chasing after him, and said with a straight face, "I'll wait for you." Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye called out as they quickly flew past Lu Zhou. "Thank you, Senior." Following that, the duo vanished without a trace as well. Lu Zhou used the supreme mystic power and Dizhong's ability. With that, his flying speed soared immediately. In just a blink of an eye, he overtook Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye. When the duo saw Lu Zhou's astonishing speed, Wei Jiangnan transmitted his voice to Lu Zhou, "Senior." Lu Zhou came to a halt and hovered in the air. He turned to look in the direction where the fierce beast was falling. Boom! The sound of the fierce beast hitting the ground rang in the air. Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye instinctively stopped and turned around to look. It seems like the other beasts aren't following us. That's right. We should be safe for now. Restrain your aura. The duo hovered in the air as they restrained their auras. However, when they looked up and saw Lu Zhou standing with his hands resting on his back, they were reminded of the shocking palm strike earlier. When there were no other noises from the distance, they bowed and said in unison, "Please forgive us brothers for being blind." Lu Zhou looked at the two of them indifferently and asked, "Do you know why I'm here?" The duo shook their heads. Whatever the reason Lu Zhou was here, they were sure it was not for the mystic life grass. Why would an expert personally come here just to dig up the mystic life grass? The lilies. Lu Zhou pointed at the lilies' nest in the distance. "I'm looking for something that has something to do with the lilies. Senior Lu just saved us. If it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely do our best to help you," Wei Jiangnan tactfully said. "Have you seen Lu Wu?" Lu Wu. The duo was shocked again. They knew Lu Wu was a beast emperor. In fact, they were not afraid of beast kings at all. They could easily kill beast kings in another place. However, this was the unknown land. Killing a beast king would cause a commotion. If they attracted the attention of a beast emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Wu isn't here. Senior Lu must have come to the wrong place. It's said that Lu Wu was tamed by a mighty figure a long time ago and became a mount for that person. After that person fell, Lu Wu returned to the mountains, never to be seen again. Lu Wu's intelligence isn't inferior to humans, so it knows how to avoid humans' detection. Previously, there was a rumor that someone had seen traces of it near the eastern abyss of the unknown land. However, no one knew where it went. The eastern abyss? Lu Zhou furrowed his eyebrows. To fly from here to the east, one has to fly for at least 5 years without sleep and rest. This is based on someone who has 10 birth charts, Wei Jiangnan said. To think that the unknown land was so vast. Buzz. Lan Shiha appeared near Lu Zhou at this moment. She looked in the direction where the Beast King had fallen and understood what was going on immediately. She said in surprise, "The commotion didn't attract the fierce beasts to us?" Wei Jiangnan said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Beast King must have died before it even landed on the ground. Beast Kings are all territorial. The fierce beasts, there are only low to mid-rank fierce beasts. Since the Beast King is dead, there's no reason for them to chase after us." The Beast King had died with a palm strike as well, so the commotion was contained and did not spread. It was a combination of good luck and the Beast King's quick death that they did not attract much attention. Lu Zhou looked at Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan with his hands on his back and said, "If you can help me with 2 things, I definitely won't mistreat you. Please speak, Senior Lu." Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye said in unison. "First, find Lu Wu's whereabouts. Second, investigate Qin Moshang's situation. I'll give you talismans to contact me, and you can take your time to investigate these matters," Lu Zhou said. Wei Jiangnan shook his head and said with an apologetic smile, "If we're discovered to possess talismans not from the Green Lotus domain, we'll be severely punished. Please forgive us. As for the second matter, I can tell you about it now. Speak." After losing a birth chart, Qin Moshang returned to the Qin clan. I heard he was so angry that he fell ill for 7 days. Then, for some reason, he seemed to have become enlightened. He went to Venerable Master Qin's place to cultivate in seclusion. He's petty and would seek revenge for the slightest grievances. If Senior Lu is the one who destroyed his birth chart, then Senior Lu has to be careful. Nevertheless, Venerable Master Qin is said to be someone who distinguishes right from wrong and is highly respected by others. With him around, Qin Moshang won't dare to act presumptuously, Wei Jiangnan said. Swish, swish, swish. Rustling noises rang from the duo's bodies. With this, Wei Jiangnan hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm sorry, but we have to report back now." Lu Zhou said, "Report back." Wei Jiangnan sighed and said, "If we want to survive, we can only rely on others. If we had a choice, we wouldn't have risked our lives just to search for the mystic life grass. All right, I've never been one to force others. Since you missed this opportunity, it can only be said that you have no fate with fortune, Lu Zhou said. Wei Jiangnan was stunned by these words. At the same time, Wei Jingye kept tugging at Wei Jiangnan's sleeve. Wei Jiangnan was in a daze as he recalled Lu Zhou's palm strike and sword attack. Seeing Lu Zhou was about to leave, he hurriedly called out, "This junior has a request. I hope Senior Lu will agree to it." Lu Zhou stopped his tracks and asked, "What is it? I know this request is a bit excessive, but I'd like to see your astrolabe, Senior Lu," Wei Jiangnan said. "As you wish." Buzz. Lu Zhou raised his hand. His supreme mystic power burst forth as a blue astrolabe appeared. The astrolabe was like a bright moon during a dark night, illuminating the world. The patterns on the astrolabe flashed dazzlingly. The astrolabe only expanded a few meters in diameters before it vanished. "Is it golden or blue?" Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye were stunned and confused. They had heard about the Golden Lotus domain, but they had never heard anything about a Blue Lotus domain. At this time, even Lan Shihe wore a complex expression on her face as she looked at Lu Zhou. Common sense told them it was impossible to cultivate more than one color at the same time. There were only a few factors that could affect that, such as witchcraft or someone who had not completely assimilated to a domain. However, the two factors definitely did not apply to the blue astrolabe clearly. Wei Jingye was a straightforward and brash person. He was completely dumbfounded when he encountered such a situation. On the other hand, Wei Jiangnan was rational. After seeing the astrolabe, he began to think, confirming a few pieces of information. First, Qing Mozhang from the Qin clan was likely to be injured by the person in front of him. The two sides became enemies after Qin Moshang's birth chart was destroyed. Second, it was true that one should not judge a book by its cover. This applied to the woman. The pair of man and woman's cultivation was not inferior to theirs. Third, and most importantly, the person in front of them, Senior Lu, was truly mysterious. There was a possibility that he came from the Great Void. Wei Jiangnan knew the importance of staying calm to avoid making mistakes and to do things well. This knowledge had helped him avoid the gates of hell several times in the past when he came to the unknown land. This time was no exception. Finally, he said, "That was truly an eye-opening sight." Lan Shihe's feelings now were similar to that time when she was in the Black Tower Council. Just like Xiao Yunhe, they thought they were experts standing at the peak before this. However, that was clearly not the case. "Have you seen such an astrolabe before?" Lan Shihe asked. Wei Jiangnan shook his head and said, "I've never seen anything like it." "Then why aren't you surprised?" Lan Shihe asked with a smile. "A long time ago, there was a legend spread in Great Qin that said heaven and earth were originally one. However, due to some mysterious force, they were separated, causing humans from both places to be isolated from each other." Lan Shihe said, "Are you saying Pavilion Master Lu's astrolabe contains the mysterious force? Then, what do you think about this?" After she finished speaking, her hair fluttered in the wind as a white astrolabe appeared in her hands. A faint blue light appeared between her fingers, casting a faint light on the astrolabe. However, the faint blue light only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. This? Wei Jiangnan was extremely surprised. He wondered if the man and the woman in front of him both came from the Great Void. Lu Zhou glanced at Lan Shihe from the corners of his eyes. Her actions and words today were slightly strange. What was she trying to prove? Nevertheless, now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Wei Jiangnan bowed again and said, "We really failed to recognize Mount Tai and almost offended another expert." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm not a narrow-minded person. How did you come to the unknown land?" Wei Jiangnan answered truthfully, "The two of us accepted a bounty mission. We came to the unknown land to look for the mystic life grass in exchange for high-grade cultivation methods, weapons, and pills. The Bounty Union has a runic passage that leads to the unknown land. It's thousands of miles away from here." "Thousands of miles? That's so far." At this moment, Wei Jiangnan recalled Lu Zhou's 2 requests and hastily said, "Senior Lu, please forgive us 2 brothers for being unable to help with your requests. When we return through the runic passage, there would be someone there who would search us. Therefore, if we possess any strange talismans or artifacts, they'll definitely be found." Wei Jingye chimed in, "If we have a choice, we truly won't risk our lives and come to this place." Even in advanced domains, cultivators were still divided between the mighty and the weak. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Forget it. Things haven't been easy for both of you. How long have you been in the unknown land?" Wei Jiangnan replied, "Less than half a year." "Less than half a year?" Lu Zhou was surprised. Indeed, it was not easy to survive in such a harsh environment for half a year, constantly being on guard against fierce beasts. Let alone the unknown land, an ordinary person would have gone crazy if they were confined into a backyard for half a year. The duo's situation could be perfectly described by the saying, "People die for money, while birds die for food." It was not easy for anyone to make a living in the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flock of flying beasts gathered in the distant sky as the clouds roiled. Wei Jiangnan looked back and said, "Now that the Beast King is dead, a new Beast King will take its place. We have to go. It's very dangerous here." Then, he turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Senior Lu, my brother, and I will keep an eye on the matters you mentioned earlier. I hope we can meet again in the future." The duo bowed deeply before they flew to the distance. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Lan Shiha asked. "What's the point?" Lu Zhou said indifferently. "The value of the mystic life grass isn't small," Lan Shiha said. "The mystic life grass is useless to me. There's no one in this world who's capable of destroying my birth charts," Lu Zhou replied. Then, the duo looked at the rolling clouds in the distance. A cold wind swept over soon after. It was unknown whether it was caused by the bone-chilling wind or the overusage of primal qi. Lan Shiha coughed a few times. Finally, the duo turned around and returned to the runic passage. After a pillar of light soared into the sky, the duo vanished from sight. In the runic hall in the White Tower Council, the runic circle lit up and buzzed before a pillar light shot up. 2 female attendants waited at the side and bowed when Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha appeared in the runic circle. "Tower Master, Pavilion Master Lu." The 2 female attendants greeted the duo respectfully. When the blue-clad female attendant raised her head and saw Lan Shiha, she exclaimed in surprise, "Tower Master?" Lu Zhou turned to look at Lan Shiha and frowned slightly. Lan Shiha's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Nevertheless, she still put on airs and clasped her friends in front of her as she said indifferently, "I'm fine." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Your situation isn't optimistic." Lan Shiha said seriously, "Believe me, I'm fine now." Lan Shiha was already at this stage, and yet she was still being stubborn. Lu Zhou shook his head and walked out of the runic circle with his hands on his back. Just as Lu Zhou was about to step out of the runic hall, Lan Shiha smiled and said, "I have one last request. I hope Pavilion Master Lu will agree to it." Lu Zhou stopped and said without looking back, "Speak. I want to spar another time with Pavilion Master Lu." "Let's spar fair and square," Lan Shiha said. Lu Zhou finally turned to look at Lan Shiha. He felt that Lan Shiha was getting weirder and weirder. He saw a hint of a smile, seriousness, and anticipation flashing in her eyes. It was as though she had figured out certain things, and thus regained her confidence. Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and asked, "Are you confident in defeating me?" Lan Shiha first shook her head before she caught herself. Then, she nodded and said, "Although I'm not sure how you did it, I'm sure your cultivation base isn't that of a real 12 or 13 chart expert." "Why do you say so?" Lu Zhou remained calm. "The unknown land gave me the answer." Lan Shiha raised her hand, and a blue light flickered on her hand briefly. Then, she said, "The power of heaven and earth?" Lu Zhou said, "Energy barriers absorb the power of heaven and earth and appear blue as well. But no, you're wrong." "Sacred items?" Lan Shiha continued to guess. Lu Zhou did not bother to respond any longer. After all, Lan Shihe would not be able to guess the answer no matter what. All experts had excessive confidence. Sometimes, the line between confidence and conceit could get a little blurry. Therefore, it was important to have clear judgment. It was unfortunate that not everyone had sound judgment. Not everyone was like Yu Shangrong, who was almost always clear-minded and hardly made mistakes. However, there were also cases where one with clear judgment made them even more conceited. It seemed like Lan Shihe was teetering between confidence and conceit. Lu Zhou turned around and walked out of the runic hall as he said, "Let's skip the sparring. If it's a fair fight, I'm afraid you won't even be able to withstand a move." Lan Shihe. Her fingers trembled slightly. The blue-clad female attendant hurried to Lan Shihe's side and supported her. "Tower Master, are you all right?" Boom! Thunder clapped in the sky. Lan Shihe sighed as she murmured to herself, "Lan Shihe, it's almost time." The sky was dark, the clouds covered the sky, the wind was strong, looking as though it was going to rain and storm at any time. The weather was rather bad. Then, a shadow flashed and appeared in midair. Buzz! The 100,000-foot-tall white tower trembled. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the sky. The clouds that swirled around the tall white tower slowly parted. These movements attracted the attention of the white-clad cultivators. The elders rushed over from afar. Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, and Little Yuaner also flew out from the 72nd floor. "Tower Master Lan Master?" Little Yuaner called out curiously. Lu Zhou's 3 disciples flew down, bypassing Lan Shihe, who was acting strangely, and landed next to Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner asked, "Master, what's wrong with her? Her face is even whiter than 6th senior sister's." Lu Zhou continued to observe with his hands on his back. He didn't know what was happening either. At this time, Ning Wanqing flew down and landed at the side. His ears twitched before he shook his head and said with a sigh, "The Tower Master wants to use the White Tower's power and formations to defy the heavens and change her fate. This is the only way left." "Defying the heavens and changing fate?" Si Wuya asked as he looked up. The White Tower looked like a tall layered cake. The part that towered above the clouds was like a chimney. The main body of the White Tower was covered with densely packed Dao inscriptions. These Dao inscriptions were hidden in the white carvings. As primal chi surged, the inscriptions lit up one after another, spreading upward like a glowing spider web. Lan Shihe continued to fly steadily upward. Ning Wanqing said, "Tower Master Lan has been making multiple preparations since a long time ago. To defy her fate, she has to break through her cultivation or find a way to increase her lifespan. The latter is useless, while she might have a chance attempting the former." Ning Wanqing continued to say, "This white tower was originally not this tall. In order to absorb the purest energy in the world, Tower Master Lan ordered people to increase it to a height of 100,000 feet. The Taoist Right Temple is located on the 80th floor and is the place with the densest primal chi. It's the best for cultivation. The White Tower is able to stand not just because it's sturdy, but also because of the Dao inscriptions on its wall. The Black Tower has 3,600 Dao inscriptions protecting it, right? Compared to the White Tower, they're nothing. The White Tower has at least 30,000 Dao inscriptions." Lu Zhou and the others continued to stare at Lan Shihe, who was still slowly rising in the air. One could only imagine how many methods Lan Shihe had searched for and attempted in order to survive. She had even snuck into the unknown land many times. Ning Wanqing said again, 30,000 Dao inscriptions not only strengthen the White Tower, but it can also gather the primal chi in the surroundings. Tower Master Lan can use the sun, moon, star wheel to mobilize this power. Then, he changed the topic and said, when Tower Master Lan sparred with Pavilion Master Lu, she didn't use her full strength. Even when facing Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor, she didn't use her full strength. Based on what they had seen of Lan Shihe and Ning Wanqing's behavior, he did not seem to be lying. How could a cultivator who had activated 13 birth charts, even if she had made a mistake in her cultivation, not have some secret means? If she did not use her full strength, then what was the extent of her strength? The Tao inscriptions continued to light up from the first floor until they reached the 30th floor. They continued to light floor by floor. Little Yuan scoffed and said, "Well, my master didn't use his full strength either." Ning Wanqing did not dare to refute Little Yuan's words and only smiled. Little Yuan made a face at Ning Wanqing before she remembered he could not see her. She asked, "You don't believe me?" "I believe you. Of course, I believe you." Ning Wanqing smiled slightly. He could see Little Yuan was inexperienced and young, so he did not want to lower himself and bicker with her. However, who knew Si Wuya, who was beside Little Yuan, would say politely, "Please forgive me, Judge Ning. My 9th junior sister has always been direct with her words. They don't sound very pleasing to the ears, but they're true." Ning Wanqing simply swallowed the words hanging on the tip of his tongue into his stomach. The Tao inscriptions increased in speed the higher they went. When they reached the 80th floor, Xianxia came to a stop. The sun, moon, and star were separated into two and flew to her sides. The surrounding primal chi began to surge and the wind began to rage. "Everyone, pay attention." The elders flew in all directions to ensure that the chaotic primal chi would not spread too far and affect the innocent. Xianxia looked down at Lu Zhou and said, "I know the success rate is very low, but I still want to try." Lu Zhou did not say anything. Xianxia suddenly flew toward the clouds. Buzz! A white avatar appeared near the 100th floor. At the same time, the Tao inscriptions lit up and rushed to the top of the tower before the light illuminated everything in the surroundings. The primal chi in the sky churned, looking like a tornado. Boom! Lightning began to flash, accompanied by claps of thunder. The primal chi in the sky turned into energy seals that collided with each other, creating a louder noise than the thunder. Ning Wanqing suddenly flew up and stopped in midair. His eyes emitted a faint light, and his ears began to twitch. After a beat, he turned to the north and frowned slightly before he said, "The people of Great Ming are finally here." Realization dawned on Si Wuya immediately upon hearing these words. He said, "As it turns out, she wants to try one last time to change her fate, but was afraid the people from Great Ming would seize this chance to cause trouble. No wonder she invited Master to stay here." Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back. He had already guessed this. He asked indifferently, "Are you sure I'll stand on the White Tower Council's side?" Ning Wanqing wore an awkward expression on his face when he heard these words. Ding Ling rushed over from afar and hastily said, "It's not Tower Master Lan's intention to use Pavilion Master Lu." At this time, Xiaoxia's voice rang from above. "Whether I fail or succeed, I will no longer be the Tower Master of the White Tower Council." Buzz! The White Lotus began to spin as the sun, moon, and star will emitted a dazzling light. Boom! 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 The lightning flashed in the sky at a fast frequency, and the energy seals began to wreak havoc in the air. Bang! 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 A huge number of energy seals landed on the White Tower as the 30,000 Tao inscriptions flashed in sync with the time the White Tower was hit. Boom! A bolt of dark blue lightning struck down, cutting through the clouds. Its terrifying power traveled down the White Tower before reaching Xianxia's position in just an instant. At this time, the sun, moon, and star will flew up and revolved around the tip of the tower. Buzz! The sound of energy resonating between the white avatar and the power of heaven and earth rang in the air. Lu Zhou frowned upon seeing this. He was the only one who did not have a shocked expression on his face. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. As a transmigrator, he felt that even if he was a 12-chart expert, he would still think twice about facing the heavenly tribulation lightning. Although the cultivation world could not be judged by common sense, humans were still made of flesh and blood after all. The power in this instant was enough to reduce a person into ashes. How many cultivators were able to withstand such force? No one knew, since no one had the confidence to test it out. Rumble! When the energy seals and lightning flashed in unison, they were like a pale imitation of thunderblast. At this time, cultivators from all directions rushed over. Ning Wanqing immediately transmitted his voice to the members of the White Tower Council. Outsiders are not allowed to get close. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A distant voice said, I'm Great Ming's Grand Tutor, Gong Sun Yuanxian. I'm here to visit because I'm worried about Tower Master Lan's health. Bai Shuo, another judge of the White Tower Council, replied, We'll say this for the last time. No one is allowed to get close. As expected, the surrounding cultivators did not get close. They all stopped in their tracks and looked up at the white avatar that was 1,150 feet tall. Expressions of awe and admiration could be seen on their faces. Gong Sun Yuanxian transmitted his voice and said, Heed my advice and stop. Mortals can't control the power of heaven and earth. There's no need for Grand Tutor to worry, Bai Shuo replied. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck and traveled rapidly through the White Tower. At the same time, the 30,000 Dao inscriptions that glowed with a light glowed blue immediately before gathering near the avatar. An astrolabe flew out at this moment and intercepted the force from the lightning. The power of heaven and earth surged into the astrolabe, causing the 36 triangles to spin rapidly as they grew in size. Lan Shiha spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Tower Master! Tower Master Lan! Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Yuanxian waved his sleeve and said, Go and have a look! All the cultivators in the surroundings approached the White Tower immediately. At this time, a loud voice rang from the top of the 100,000-foot tall White Tower. All of you, get lost! A beam of faint light shot out of each of Lan Shiha's eyes, sweeping past all living things. This caused Gong Sun Yuanxian and the cultivators to stop in their tracks. What a powerful force! Stop! Everyone, stop! Gong Sun Yuanxian said. With that, no one dared to come any closer. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck the top of the White Tower again. Bang! Pebbles began to roll down the White Tower, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Gong Sun Yuanxian wanted to bring his people closer, but seeing the terrifying power, he instantly ordered his men to retreat. Retreat! The Great Ming's cultivators retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Dark clouds covered the entire sky at this moment. Lan Shiha's expression grew more and more unsightly as she called out, Sun, Moon, and Star Wheel. The sun, moon, star will spun rapidly at the top of the White Tower. After a beat, she called out again, Star Wheel. With that, the star wheel that seemed bigger than the White Tower carried Lan Shiha to the top of the White Tower. The 30,000 Dao inscriptions reached the highest point of the White Tower. The spider web-like Dao inscriptions lit up with white light. Following that, the inscriptions seemed to rise from the tower and attach themselves to the white astrolabe, forming a circle. This was the highest number of Dao inscriptions the people present on the scene had seen in their lives. The Black Tower Council's 3,600 Dao inscriptions were already enough to stun the world, let alone the 30,000 Dao inscriptions that were weaving a circular symbol. Boom! The sky within a radius of 50,000 meters was covered by dark clouds. Night seemed to have descended during daytime at this time. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky, making it look as though there was going to be a huge downpour. My lord, should we still approach the White Tower? A cultivator asked Gong Sun Yuanxian. Gong Sun Yuanxian looked at the white astrolabe in the sky as he replied, No need. Why? What if she succeeds? The cultivator asked. She's defying heavens and trying to change her fate. Since ancient times, there weren't many who succeeded. In the eyes of the heavens, we're just ants. It doesn't matter if she has a good relationship with the evil Sky Pavilion. They can't determine her success in this matter. I'd like to see if she'll succeed as well. The cultivator nodded and turned back to look at the surging primal chi in the sky. The dark clouds moved in the sky like dark dragons while bolts of lightning flashed accompanied by claps of thunder. A sizzling noise rang in the air when the power of heaven and earth struck the white astrolabe. A circle of light would ripple out every time it struck the astrolabe. The 30,000 Dao inscriptions continued to attach themselves to the astrolabe. It did not take long for it to grow thicker and heavier. It shone with an even brighter light than before. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya said in shock. The White Tower is channeling the power of heaven and earth into the astrolabe. She's hoping to achieve a breakthrough this way. What a bold move. At this moment, little Yuaner asked, Seventh senior brother, is the power of heaven and earth the lightning bolts? Something like that, Si Wuya explained. Humans can see lightning and hear thunder. They've witnessed the force of lightning that can split mountains and rocks. This kind of power is daunting and majestic. In front of such force, humans aren't worth mentioning at all. Powerful cultivators are able to resist a part of the full force of the lightning, but they can only do it for a short time. Moreover, they can't defeat it. Humans cultivated vitality. When vitality turns into energy, it contains destructive power. However, this power is different from the lightning that contained the power of heaven and earth. To harness the power of heaven and earth requires great courage. Little Yuaner nodded despite not fully understanding Si Wuya's words. Then, she asked, Does this mean Sister Lan is in grave danger? Yes. She's in very grave danger. Boom! Another thunderous noise rang in the air again, hurting many of the weaker cultivators' heads and eardrums. A few ordinary attendants who were not cultivators fell to the ground immediately, bleeding from their 7 orifices. After all, this was not an ordinary lightning strike. These lightning strikes that contained the power of heaven and earth were deliberately attracted here by the 30,000 Tao inscriptions. Bang! 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 At this time, several bolts of lightning flashed and struck the White Tower at the same time. Even with the protection of the 30,000 Tao inscriptions, the tower that pierced through the clouds still could not avoid being struck by lightning. The White Tower Council cultivators in the surroundings erected their protective energy to block the backlash of the strikes. Boom! 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 Several bolts of forked lightning struck again. The white astrolabe managed to absorb part of the strike while the remaining force of the strike struck the White Tower from a strange angle before it rebounded at Lan Shiha. Lan Shiha, whose hair was fluttering wildly in the air, spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Everyone cried out in alarm. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts that were clearly several times stronger than the ones before struck again. Cracks began to appear on the White Tower. The Tao inscription's protection did not seem as strong as before as well. Upon seeing this, several cultivators flew forward, intending to support the astrolabe. Alas, they had just risen into the air when all of them were struck down by the lightning bolts. Their hair was fired, and their faces looked like charcoal as they dropped from the sky. Shocked by this scene, Gongsun Yuanxian hurriedly shouted, "Retreat again!" The great Ming cultivators retreated another 100 meters. They finally felt a little safer. They looked at Lan Shiha, who was struggling in the sky, looking as though she was going to drop from the sky at any moment. However, this was also a testament to her terrifying strength. With this, they waited quietly and leisurely watched the show. I don't think Lan Shiha will be able to survive. She's already gravely injured. It doesn't even matter if we make a move or not. It seems like the heavens on our side, Gongsun Yuanxian said with bright eyes. The Grand Tutor is wise. Si Wuya asked in a low voice, Master, should we help her? Lu Zhou looked at the flashing lightning in the sky and said, We can't help her. Little Yuan was shocked and asked, Why? It's too dangerous, Lu Zhou replied. This power surpasses the known limits of human cultivation. Lan Shiha has been relying on the astrolabe and the defense woven by the 30,000 Tao inscriptions to survive until now. Ning Wanqing, who overheard these words, sighed. Si Wuya nodded and said, You're right, Master. Boom! A huge chunk of the White Tower fell immediately after being struck by the forked lightning. The White Tower Council cultivators dodged and shot down the rubble. At this moment, a purplish-blue lightning bolt that resembled a dragon flashed before striking at the white astrolabe. What's that? Everyone exclaimed in shock. At this moment, all the cultivators of the White Tower Council closed their eyes. They could not bear to watch this. Even little Yuaner lifted her hands to cover her pretty face. Gongsun Yuanxian, who was watching from afar, felt his breathing quicken. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he thought to himself, The invincible Lan Shihe is finally going to die. Great Ming had been waiting for a long time for the White Tower Council's dominion to come to an end. Boom! The long lightning bolt struck the huge white astrolabe. The astrolabe sizzled before it lit up with a faint blue light. On the other hand, the powerful strike caused Lan Shihe to fall. The sun, moon, and star will flew back, shooting out countless energy seals. As Lan Shihe fell, so did the White Tower. The White Tower Council cultivators could only watch helplessly as the 100,000-foot-tall White Tower was gradually destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. Lan Shihe continued to fall. Although Ning Wanqing was blind, he could sense Lan Shihe rapidly falling from above. He quickly shouted, "Tower Master Lan, you can't fall past the 80th floor. If you go beyond the training hall, everything would be for naught." It was obvious the Tao inscriptions below the 80th floor were still on the tower and were not attached to the astrolabe. Lan Shihe instinctively looked at the vast land below her. This was the beautiful world she often admired from the top of the tower. At this time, she suddenly felt insignificant. So what if she had 30,000 Tao inscriptions? Even if she had 300,000 Tao inscriptions, she still would not be able to defy the heavens. In the end, she sighed and revealed a helpless smile on her face. At this time, Lu Zhou briefly calculated his merit points. Then, he held an impeccable card in hand as he flew out like an arrow toward the horizon. When Ning Wanqing felt the fluctuation, he called out tentatively, "Pavilion Master Lu?" Meanwhile, Gongsun Yuanxian, who was eagerly awaiting Lan Shihe's death, noticed a figure in the sky. He felt as though his breath was caught in his throat. "Is that Pavilion Master Lu?" The cultivator next to Gongsun Yuanxian asked. "My lord, what should we do now?" "Keep watching. I have a feeling all of them might die," Gongsun Yuanxian said. The cultivator nodded. "You're wise, my lord. If even the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion died, the Black Lotus Domain, the White Lotus Domain, the Golden Lotus Domain, the Red Lotus Domain, the Purple Lotus Domain, and the Yellow Lotus Domain would have a hard time finding a force that could compete with Great Ming." Just when Lan Shihe thought that she had failed, a golden palm seal flew up from behind. When Lu Zhou leaped up, he said reproachfully, "Ignorant and fearless." Lan Shihe was shocked. She turned and saw Lu Zhou extend his hand toward the sky and struck. Boom! The golden palm seal was shattered by the lightning. Lu Zhou struck again. The golden palm seal was shattered again. He struck again and again, and the golden palm seals shattered again and again. It was futile. Lan Shihe suddenly smiled and said, "It's useless. It's useless. It's impossible to defy heaven and change one's fate." Lu Zhou ignored her strange behavior and continued sending palm seals to the sky. Supreme Mystic Power. The Supreme Mystic Power burst forth, and a blue palm seal as huge as the sky shot out off Lu Zhou's palm. The clouds parted and the earth quaked as a thunderous noise rang out. The palm seal boosted with the Supreme Mystic Power collided with the purple lightning. The force of the collision seemed as though it could cleave the sky into two. Soon after, the dark clouds dispersed. This, Gongsun Yuanxian was shocked. "What power is this?" Gongsun Yuanxian and the others stared at the sky-shattering blue palm seal with their mouths agape, unable to speak for a moment. This feat proved that Lu Zhou's palm seal was stronger than the 30,000 Tao inscriptions. Perhaps it was even stronger than the dragon-like purple lightning. However, was something like that even possible? It was too unbelievable. Gongsun Yuanxian did not believe humans could stand above the heavens, nor did he believe human cultivators could wield such power. As expected, the clear sky only lasted a few seconds before dark clouds rolled back in. The sunlight shone on Lu Zhou's body briefly before it disappeared into the horizon. Lu Zhou frowned. "Are you joking?" The palm seal had used up almost all of his supreme mystic power. He had thought it would end the lightning tribulation. He did not expect the dark clouds to return again so quickly. It seemed like the only way was for Lan Shihe to run away. Lu Zhou descended before he came to a stop a few meters above Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe seemed like she no longer cared about maintaining the air of the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. She said, I didn't expect Pavilion Master Lu's palm seal to be capable of splitting the sky and the earth. Lu Zhou did not respond to her and only looked at her. He really wanted to say she should run away. However, at this moment, the clouds roiled as the forked lightning struck again. This time, the force of the forked lightning was 100 times stronger than the previous ones. It fell with the might of a tsunami, volcanic eruption, and flood combined. Lu Zhou flashed and stood above Lan Shiha before he looked at the sky at an inhuman speed. Lan Shiha's astrolabe was now linked to the Dao inscriptions, so she could not leave easily. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yuanxian clenched his hands upon seeing this. Very good. The results Gongsun Yuanxian had predicted were about to become a reality. At the same time, Lu Zhou shattered an impeccable card. Buzz! The golden Buddha's body towered in the sky around Lu Zhou. Shining golden energy seals shot out in all directions. The forked lightning struck the golden Buddha's body, causing firework-like sparks to fly everywhere. It was a beautiful and magnificent sight. The cultivators of the White Tower Council watched the scene in the sky in a daze. All of them were in awe. On the other hand, Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Yi Tianxian were relatively calmer. Only Ning Wanqing was left in the dark. He did not know what the result was and grew even more anxious. He could only rely on his senses to feel the fluctuations. Since Lu Zhou had used the supreme mystic power and the golden Buddha's body, he naturally could not sense it. Therefore, he thought something bad had happened. However, he suddenly heard the exclamations in his surroundings. To think Pavilion Master Lu has such strength. Our White Tower Council is really fortunate. How profound must his cultivation base be to be able to fight against the heavens? The golden Buddha's body shone dazzlingly in the sky as bolt after bolts of lightning struck it. Lan Shiha said in surprise, "You didn't use the power of heaven and earth?" The golden Buddha body was a Buddhist's grand technique. Lu Zhou ignored Lan Shiha. While he enjoyed the admiration and awe from the crowd, he was worrying inwardly. There was not enough time. What should he do next? He felt a sense of restlessness within his body as though he was about to break through. As soon as 10 seconds were up, he was going to have to do something. He could not hold on anymore. 10 seconds flew by in just a blink of an eye, and the golden Buddha's body rapidly shrank before it vanished. Bolts of forked lightning flashed and struck like rain. Lan Shiha was puzzled. Why aren't you using the golden Buddha's body anymore? Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the forked lightning that filled the sky. At this time, he felt as though time had slowed down. It was as though he had been submerged underwater. The White Tower Council cultivators looked up, worried. I'm fine. Lu Zhou was puzzled. You're fine. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He originally planned to resist the forked lightning using his golden Buddha's body and his deadly strike cards. However, he did not feel anything even after the lightning struck him. He looked at the sky and the forked lightning that kept striking him. At this moment, a hint of blue light swiftly entered his Dantian Sea of Qi. At the same time, the other forked lightning struck Lan Shiha. Lu Zhou suddenly felt a buzzing in his mind, and he closed his eyes immediately. He could see a blue humanoid figure in his Dantian Sea of Qi. 5 Energies Universe Avatar? It was his second avatar. He watched as the power of heaven and earth like blue electric arcs struck the 5 Energies Universe avatar. However, not only was the avatar undamaged, but it seemed to be greedily absorbing the power. Countless bolts of forked lightning continued to strike at Lu Zhou and Lan Shiha. The duo seemed frozen in the air at this moment. Lan Shiha closed her eyes. The dark blue energy of the power of heaven and earth continued to strike and injure her. At this time, Lu Zhou saw Lan Shiha's body flickering strangely. What's going on? Everything about Lan Shiha's strange today. I'm blocking most of the strikes. Most of the power of heaven and earth is striking me like a waterfall, and she's only suffering from what can be considered as splashes from the waterfall. On the ground, no one knew what was happening, and no one dared to fly up to have a look as well. Gongsun Yuanxian sighed. What a pity. Lu Zhou sensed his Dantian Sea of Qi again. The blue avatar was still greedily absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Who knew something like this was possible? The blue avatar was completely unaffected. It was like a fish that was unafraid of the water or a bird that was unafraid of the sky. The powerful and surging energy continued to pour into the blue avatar. A crisp sound rang in the Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi soon after. He could sense his blue avatar had grown several sizes. Appeared in the sea of energy in Lu Zhou's Dantian. Lu Zhou felt that the blue avatar had become several times bigger. 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar? The blue avatar continued to grow. Lu Zhou hurriedly maintained the size of the avatar, so it would be contained in his Dantian's Sea of Qi. The blue avatar continued to absorb the power of heaven and earth as the forked lightning continued to strike. After about a quarter of an hour, the familiar crisp noise rang out again. 7-star soul avatar. Even with the knowledge he possessed, Lu Zhou was still surprised by his blue avatar. The speed at which it was growing had completely overturned his understanding. After another 15 minutes, the number of forked lightning in the sky decreased rapidly. At this time, little Yuaner said anxiously, "I'm going to save Master. Don't go." See, Wuxia grabbed little Yuaner. Not even 1,000 realms whirling cultivators can deal with the power of heaven and earth. But Master, look carefully. Under normal circumstances, if you're hit by the power of heaven and earth, you'll either die or get injured. However, Master looks completely fine. In fact, he seems completely unaffected by it. Si Wuxia said. Little Yuaner looked at the sky intently and discovered Si Wuxia was telling the truth. At this time, Lu Zhou could sense the blue avatar's absorption rate was beginning to slow down. At the same time, he felt a cool energy coming out from the blue avatar. He was taken aback when he discovered his previously depleted supreme mystic power was already filled to the brim. Is this one of the blue avatar's abilities? Lu Zhou discovered not only was the supreme mystic power fully replenished, but it seemed like the total amount of supreme mystic power he possessed at one time had increased as well. Suddenly, a familiar crisp noise rang out again, pulling Lu Zhou back to his senses. Primal Qi and the supreme mystic power filled up his Dantian Sea of Qi immediately. The blue avatar had successfully broken through and became an 8 methods connected avatar. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. His mental state was unprecedentedly clear. His 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs seemed to be suffused with the supreme mystic power. He felt as though he had been injected with stimulants. Through his senses, he discovered his blue 8 methods connected avatar was no longer absorbing the power of heaven and earth. He was now certain the source of the supreme mystic power was the blue avatar. The normal order of cultivation should be to temper the body first. After entering the mystic enlightening realm, one would be able to form an avatar. With an avatar, one would be able to mobilize the vitality energy through one's Dantian Sea of Qi. The amount of vitality energy one could control was proportional to the strength of one's avatar. However, it seemed like Lu Zhou's system had changed the order of cultivation for him. Initially, he had obtained the extraordinary power and the supreme mystic power from the heavenly writing first. Then, he had to rely on his golden avatar to unleash the extraordinary power and the supreme mystic power. It seemed like the system was waiting for him to grow strong enough to control the blue avatar. The blue avatar possessed all the abilities of the golden avatar, but the blue avatar also possessed the 7 heavenly writing powers. Only time would tell if it possessed any other abilities. At this moment, the forked lightning was getting fewer and fewer. They did not harm Lu Zhou at all. All they did was bind him. He felt slightly distressed when he thought about how he had wasted an impeccable card. However, when he thought about how his avatar had advanced 3 stages in one go, he thought the loss was acceptable. Previously, he had used up more than 2,000 years of life just to evolve his avatar to a 5 energies universe avatar. In the future, how big a loss would he have to suffer to further evolve his avatar? Could he just find a place where lightning struck to evolve his avatar? Why would he waste his lifespan when he could do that? However, after mulling over it for a moment, he thought perhaps this would not have been possible without the White Tower Council's 30,000 Dao inscriptions. Instead of Tao inscriptions, perhaps, he should start looking for sacred items like the green cicada jade. At this time, Gongsun Yuanxian, who was observing from afar, could not tell if Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe were alive or dead. All he could see was the blood on the astrolabe and Lan Shihe's body. He could also see Lu Zhou, who seemed to be immobilized by the forked lightning. At this time, Gongsun Yuanxian suddenly recalled the scene where he was lying on the ground outside the White Tower when he had lost a birth chart to Lu Zhou. With this, his heart began to race in his chest, his blood churned, and his breathing grew heavy as he thought to himself, "Is there going to be a better opportunity than now?" Gongsun Yuanxian no longer hesitated as he ordered, "Go!" With just a word, the cultivators rushed toward the White Tower. The wind stirred as energy seals sailed in the air. Ning Wanqing's ears twitched slightly before he said, "Stop them!" All the elders and members of the White Tower Council spread out and manifested their avatars. One after another avatars appeared, blocking the White Tower. For a time, the cultivators from both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Energy seals covered the sky. Since the White Tower Council was located to the west of Great Ming, there were very few people around since it was far from human cities. For this reason, the cultivators did not hold back as they unleashed their energy seals. The overall strength of Great Ming cultivators was inferior to the White Tower Council cultivators, but the Great Ming cultivators had numbers on their side. At this time, about a dozen cultivators slipped past the White Tower Council cultivators and flew up toward the Lan Shihe and Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian cried out, "Master!" Yi Tianxian did not hesitate to fly up as butterfly-like energy seals filled the air. "Stop her!" The two white-clad cultivators split up to deal with Yi Tianxian. Bang! 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 The 7 or 8 Great Ming cultivators wore ecstatic expressions on their faces as they flew up the White Tower with their swords in hand. Since they dared to fly up, it meant that the forked lightning had vanished. It also meant that Lu Zhou was no longer restrained. When the cultivators stabbed their swords forward, Lu Zhou opened his eyes that flashed blue for a fleeting moment. He swept his gaze across the cultivators and said, "How dare you?" Lu Zhou straightened his back as a blue lotus bloomed under his feet. The blue lotus was slightly different from before. It was more dazzling, and its color was more vivid. To gain the power of muting, so that samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light yet being unswerving in samadhi. With this technique, Lu Zhou sent all the cultivators flying back. Bang! 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 The cultivators vomited blood. All of them had terrified expressions on their faces. "He's fine. Run! Run! Old Demon Lu is fine. It's over. It's over. Where's the Grand Tutor? Where's the Grand Tutor?" Upon hearing these words, all the cultivators from Great Ming who were overjoyed just a moment ago began to retreat in a hurry without asking any questions. And Gongsun Yuanxian was nowhere to be seen. The elders of the White Tower Council chased after the fleeing cultivators. On the contrary, Lu Zhou stayed in place, sensing his blue avatar. Although the blue avatar was powerful, it still could not compare to the heavenly writing for now in terms of supplying supreme mystic power. It could only unleash the heavenly writing power once. The 8 methods connected avatar is still a far cry from 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Perhaps, when the blue avatar evolved to 1,000 realms whirling avatar, he would be able to use the heavenly writing power more than once. Needless to say, it was going to be terrifyingly powerful at that time. After regaining his senses, Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. He was not surprised to see the White Tower Council cultivators chasing after the cultivators from Great Ming. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe's eyes were still closed. The wounds she had sustained and the bloodstains had disappeared at some point. What was even more strange was that her aura, qi, and spirit were hundreds of times stronger than before. Her long hair was like a willow tree, and her body was glowing. The sun, moon, and star wheel's appearance seemed to have changed as well. It flew left and right as though it was protecting its master. On the other hand, the white astrolabe had long disappeared. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Could it be that Xianxia had some sort of breakthrough as well? He continued to observe her. He kept feeling like she had changed, but he could not put his fingers on what had changed exactly. Her aura was mysterious and strange. The sense of strangeness was especially strong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 30,000 Dao inscriptions vanished from the sky and returned to the wall of the White Tower. All the cultivators of the White Tower Council returned and looked up at the sky silently. The dark clouds had already vanished as well. Lu Zhou thought it was not a good idea to keep hovering in the air. Therefore, he launched a palm seal to push Xianxia down as well. However, as soon as the palm seal drew near to her, it disappeared. Strange. Lu Zhou launched another palm seal. It disappeared again. He repeated this 3 times and the results were the same. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes and launched a palm seal that spanned 300 meters toward Lu Zhou. Xianxia. Lu Zhou's voice darkened. A blue light blossomed from his palm immediately. Bang! Tower Master! Master! Everyone cried out in surprise, looking up in confusion. They did not know what was happening. After the white palm seal shot past Lu Zhou harmlessly, he looked down at Xianxia. Xianxia did not seem surprised. You've become stronger again. Lu Zhou studied Xianxia for a moment before he said, You're not Xianxia. Xianxia's figure flashed and drew level with Lu Zhou. Her eyes seemed to shine with the light of the sun, moon, and stars as she calmly said, Xianxia is me, and I'm Xianxia. There's no difference. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and furrowed his brows. Of course, there's a difference. Xianxia raised her head and said, Maybe. I remember everything. I remember everything now. Xianxia looked at the White Tower, the vast snowy land, the mountains, and the cultivators looking up with worried expressions on their faces. She waved her arm, and the sun, moon, and star flew in front of her. Everything was strange and familiar at the same time. Memories seemed to surge out of the sun, moon, and star like a flood. Who are you? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia looked at Lu Zhou and said with a sigh, Humans are still the same. They like to fight among themselves until they bleed. This answer that was not an answer was even more confusing. Xianxia said mysteriously, It's been thousands of years. I'm tired of it. Lu Zhou was further confused by Xianxia's answer. The elders and judges of the White Tower Council were clueless and confused as well. They could see that Xianxia's injuries had disappeared, and she had even grown several times stronger. However, why was she speaking such ambiguous words? Lu Zhou did not like this indirect manner of speaking, which was completely different from the way he communicated with Xianxia. He raised his voice and asked, I'll ask you again. Xianxia shook her head as she interjected. You have killing intent on you. It's useless. What you see now is just a projection. A projection? Lu Zhou frowned. Soon he realized why Xianxia's aura had seemed so strange in the unknown land. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. You don't believe me? Why should I believe you? Lu Zhou's eyes were bright, and he was very vigilant. He could keenly feel that Xianxia was now much stronger than before. Look! Xianxia turned to look at the blue-clad female attendant and waved her arm gently. The blue-clad female attendant bowed before she dissolved into spots of light that floated up and vanished into the sky. Everyone looked at the empty spot where the blue-clad female attendant was standing just a moment ago in shock. This was beyond their understanding. Someone asked, How could this be? How's this possible? Wuxia said, It's not impossible. Everyone, including Xianxia, looked at Wuxia. Xianxia, in particular, looked at Wuxia with great interest. Wuxia said, There are 2 possibilities. First, through witchcraft, one can control a person, turning them into a puppet to execute one's will. The puppet's consciousness, actions, and everything else are dictated by the puppeteer. Second, according to the ancient books, there are sacred items that allow one to create a projection that's very lifelike. An elder shook his head and said, Impossible! Absolutely impossible. These two possibilities mean that the Tower Master Lan I respected isn't flesh and blood. No, the Tower Master Lan I respected is a living person. Puppets were not made of flesh blood and had no consciousness or emotions. The same was true for projections created by sacred items. Another elder flew up and took the initiative to say, "No matter what, we want to congratulate Tower Master Lan's return to the peak. Congratulations, Tower Master Lan," the white-clad cultivators said in unison as they kneeled. Lan Shiha glanced at them indifferently before she shifted her gaze to see Wuxia and said, "There's a third possibility. When your cultivation base reaches a certain level, it's possible to create a projection." Subsequently, Lan Shiha turned around slowly and looked at the white-clad cultivators before she said, "From today onward, I'm no longer your tower master." As she had said earlier, she was tired of everything. Upon hearing these words, the members of the White Tower Council looked at each other speechlessly. They knew Lan Shiha would never say words she did not mean. Once she made up her mind, there was no chance of changing it. Lu Zhou asked, perplexed, "What are you trying to do?" "Maintain the balance," Lan Shiha said. "Balance." The balance between men and fierce beasts, the balance between the land and the endless ocean, the balance between the cultivation world and the world of civilians. Everything in this world should be balanced. If the scale tips, the world will collapse, Lan Shiha said. "If you're just a projection left behind in this place, why did you help me?" Lu Zhou asked. "Humans are still too weak. Humans need more experts among them to maintain the balance between heaven and earth," Lan Shiha calmly replied. "Balance again. Then you go ahead and maintain the balance yourself," Lu Zhou said as he turned around with his hands clasped on his back. Following that, he descended from the sky. At this moment, Lan Shiha suddenly flashed, leaving afterimages in her wake. At the same time, the white astrolabe shone brightly in the sky. Lu Zhou turned around and struck with his palm. Bang! Lu Zhou's palm struck the white astrolabe. Lan Shiha increased her strength and pushed Lu Zhou to the sky above the 100,000-foot tall white tower. When she suddenly withdrew the white astrolabe, Lu Zhou's palm moved forward and passed through Lan Shiha's body with a swoosh. Lan Shiha, who was unharmed, said, "Your potential is quite high. There's a high possibility of you becoming a supreme being. The power of heaven and earth has damaged the projection I left here, so I can't stay any longer. I have to leave." "Who are you?" Lu Zhou asked again. He was ready to use the item card to shift the balance at any time. "There is an existence that maintains balance in every place. Have you been to the endless ocean?" Lan Shiha asked. She did not give him a direct answer. Without waiting for his reply, she continued to say, Lan Shiha didn't answer his question directly. "The Kuan in the east of the endless ocean is the existence that maintains the balance of the sea. The difference between me and the Kuan is that the Kuan is a real fierce beast while Lan Shiha is just a projection of me. Then you can continue to use this method to maintain the balance." No, Lan Shiha shook his head and looked at the sky again. "The Great Void is more complicated than you think." "You are from the Great Void?" Lu Zhou frowned. He was inwardly surprised. At this moment, the sun, moon, and star will began to thrum. Lan Shiha raised her arm. The sun, moon, and star will split into two and move to each side. The primal chi in the sky seemed restless before they began to gather in her direction. At this time, the sun, moon, and star wheels emitted light that was comparable to the radiance of the sun and moon. "You're still very weak. It's best if you hide your power of heaven and earth." Buzz! An indescribably huge astrolabe appeared in the sky, covering the horizons. All the cultivators on the ground raised their heads and looked at the dazzling astrolabe reverently. The scene was like a painting where all the stars in the sky were connected by white lines. Following that, a magical scene appeared. Outside of the white tower, the snow on the ground began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cultivators looked around in awe. Soon after, grass began to sprout from the ground. The rubble and debris floated up to the top of the white tower, mending itself. The Tao inscriptions were also mended. All this only took one breath to complete. The ground that was illuminated by the white astrolabe was full of vitality after the snow melted. Buzz! The sun, moon, and star wheels flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Xianxia frowned slightly and put away her astrolabe. She felt an even more mysterious force restraining her. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it. She looked at the undamaged white tower with a satisfied expression on her face before she said, "Yi Tianxin, from now on, you're the Tower Master of the White Tower Council." Following that, her arms, legs, and hair slowly dissolved into spots of light. Before she vanished completely, she said to Lu Zhou, "I hope to see you in the Great Void." The Great Void. A strong wind blew against Lu Zhou at this moment. Before he asked where the Great Void was, Xianxia had completely vanished. Meanwhile, everyone looked at the sky in a daze. After a long time, the White Tower Council cultivators bowed and said in unison, "Farewell, Tower Master." Wuxia shook his head and sighed. Xianxia was definitely not a puppet or a projection from a sacred item. She was too lifelike. Lu Zhou also looked in the direction where the sun, moon, and star will disappeared. This was all that was needed to confirm the existence of the Great Void. The ground that was lush and green and the white tower that was fully repaired were a small testament to Xianxia's strength. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real Xianxia was. Lu Zhou could not speculate much since he had no reference. No one had ever seen a supreme being after all. After a moment, Lu Zhou descended. "Master," Yi Tianxin called out. "Master, are you okay?" Little Yuaner rushed over. Lu Zhou turned to look at the white tower that stood above the clouds. At this time, many cultivators landed one by one. Then, the elders, judges, and members of the White Tower Council kneeled on one knee and said, "Please take over the position of Tower Master." All of them looked at Yi Tianxin with eyes brimming with expectations. Yi Tianxin was briefly stunned. She looked at her master as though asking for help. Although she had been the palace master of the derived Moon Palace in the past, the White Tower Council was in a completely different league. Previously, she was still rather confident. However, after witnessing Xianxia's strength earlier, she had completely lost her confidence. She hoped her master would help her to decide. Whatever her master ordered, she would carry it out without any hesitation. Lu Zhou did not say anything. He only nodded at her. After all, his disciple was no longer a child. He might be able to protect her for now, but he would not be able to protect her forever. There were some things she had to do on her own. Yi Tianxin understood her master's thoughts. She inhaled deeply as she swept her gaze across everyone and said, "Everyone, rise to your feet." "Thank you, Tower Master Yi." Everyone rose to their feet. Elder Dingling hurriedly instructed the cultivators next to her. "Clean the white tower. Make sure everything is in place. Also, arrange 2 female attendants for Tower Master Yi." Understood. The cultivators left to make preparations. Then, Dingling moved to stand in front of Yi Tianxin and said with a bow, "Tower Master, if there's anything else you need, please feel free to look for me." Yi Tianxin had just taken over the position of the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, after all. She knew it would not be easy for her to command so many experts now, so she said, "Everything will proceed as usual. I want to increase my strength as fast as I can." Ning Wanqing said with a smile, "Tower Master Yi possesses the Great Void energy and is now a 2,000 realms whirling cultivator. It won't be a problem for you to surpass Tower Master Lan in the future." Everyone nodded in agreement. The former Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Xianxia, was already thousands of years old when she activated her 13th birth chart. Although she also possessed the Great Void energy, it was too late. In comparison, the current Tower Master, Yi Tianxin, had a higher potential and brighter future. An elder bowed and said, "It's of utmost importance that we keep the matter of Tower Master Ye's possessing the Great Void energy a secret. We're not to let outsiders who learn of this matter go." The other elders nodded in agreement. This concerned the future of the White Tower Council, after all. What about Great Ming? They sent a lot of people here today. Who knows if they'll send more people in the future. Gongsun Yuanxian fled at the last minute. After seeing Tower Master Land's strength and Pavilion Master Lu wielding the power of heaven and earth, he must have gone into hiding and feeling vexed now. He won't dare to come again. There's no need to worry about Great Ming for now. Let's see what they do next, an elder said. After that, he turned to Yi Tianxin and asked, "What do you think, Tower Master?" Yi Tianxin nodded and said, "We'll do as the elder suggested." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's existence served as support and a deterrent to dissenters. Yi Tianxian listened to the elder's suggestion to build trust. It was easier to win people's hearts using both kindness and intimidation. Yi Tianxian looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Master, is it all right to handle matters in this manner?" Lu Zhou nodded. "Yes, you're now the Tower Master. You can handle these matters on your own." "Yes," Yi Tianxin said. "I have a request, Master." "Speak." "Cheng Huang has been very helpful to me. During my most difficult time, Cheng Huang saved me. I can't do without Cheng Huang," Yi Tianxin said with a bow. "Cheng Huang?" The elders and judges exchanged a look of surprise. Ding Ling asked in disbelief. "Cheng Huang is a mysterious ancient beast that understands humans. Tower Master, you managed to tame Cheng Huang." Lu Zhou said, "It's just Cheng Huang. There's no need to make a fuss. I'll ask Zhao Hongfu to create a large runic passage." Yi Tianxin said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." Ding Ling said from the side, "Cheng Huang should be able to shrink its size slightly. A huge runic passage would take a long time to build. However, it shouldn't be a problem if we all work together." "Tower Master, may I ask how big Cheng Huang is?" Yi Tianxin thought about it for a moment before she replied, "When we first met, it was 1,000 feet long. It shrank by half after we returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Ding Ling, the other elders, and the judges. An old elder said, "If it didn't hide its true size, based on its length at 1,000 feet, it should have the strength of a beast king. Cheng Huang is a mysterious ancient beast. Considering it only reached maturity, it'll definitely be even stronger in the future." Lu Zhou nodded. "All of you can deal with the White Tower Council's affairs on your own." After saying that, Lu Zhou turned and left. Lit Yuaner said to Yi Tianxin, "Sixth senior sister, I'll come and visit you in the future." "Okay." Ding Ling bowed to Yi Tianxin, indicating that she would send the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion off. After Yi Tianxin nodded, Ding Ling hurriedly led Lu Zhou and the others to the runic passage on the snowy mountain. While they flew in the air, due to little Yuaner's playful nature, she swerved left and right as she flew, causing her to fall behind by quite a bit. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou said reproachfully, "This is preposterous. You've cultivated for such a long time, and still you've yet to enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage. You shouldn't be so playful all the time." Little Yuaner became obedient as soon as Lu Zhou spoke up. She caught up to Lu Zhou and said, "I promise I'll enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage this year." "Are you sure you can do it?" Lu Zhou asked. "Yes, I promise." Little Yuaner raised a hand and confidently said, "I'll enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage this year, surpass sixth senior sister next year, and surpass second senior brother in 5 years. Ding Ling?" Lu Zhou nodded. "Okay, Master believes you." Ding Ling. One dared to utter such words while the other dared to believe such words. In the Royal Palace's Preservation Hall in the Red Lotus Domain. As soon as Lu Zhou returned to the hall, he used the power of sight to observe Duanmusheng. When he saw that it was still pitch black, he had no choice but to cut off the power of sight. Then, Lu Zhou studied the changes in his Dantian Sea of Qi and the growth of his blue avatar. Although the blue avatar had evolved to an 8 methods connected avatar, it was still very weak. It did not add much to the supreme mystic power. Before it evolved into a Thousand Realms whirling avatar, he still had to rely on meditating on the heavenly writing. Naturally, he would have to continue studying the blue avatar's abilities. After a while, he recalled Lan Shiha mistaking his supreme mystic power from the heavenly writing for the power of heaven and earth. He shook his head as he thought to himself, "Is there a need for me to lie? If they want to misunderstand, then I'll let them misunderstand." Following that, Lu Zhou called up the system interface to have a look. Ding! Second avatar's current status. 8 methods connected. Requires 3,500 years of life to advance to the next stage. Forget it. Lu Zhou felt his head ache. It was expected that advancing would consume more years, especially after his avatar had advanced by 3 stages. However, the consumption was really too high. His lifespan would not be enough to continue improving his avatar. He thought it was fortunate that he did not recklessly advance his avatar previously. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. He looked at his lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 1,364,899, 3,739 years, of which 600 years are from reversal cards. In the end, Lu Zhou chose not to further advance his 8 methods connected avatar. Instead, he brought the green cicada jade out. He sat cross-legged and sensed the change in his body before he mobilized the primal chi and began to absorb the remaining years of life in the green cicada jade. With this, he discovered his absorption speed had doubled. Wisps of green smoke from the green cicada jade entered Lu Zhou's body. In less than an hour, he had completely absorbed the years in the green cicada jade. As a result, the jade fell nothing more than a waste now. When he looked at his system interface, he saw his life had increased by 5,000 years. At this time, Qin Mozhang, who was sitting in a tub filled with some bubbling medicinal elixir, suddenly opened his eyes. "My green cicada jade." He rose to his feet abruptly with a furious expression on his face. An elegant man walked in at this moment. He said, "Young Master Qin, didn't I tell you to endure it previously? How can you forget about it again? My green cicada jade has been destroyed. How can I endure it?" Qin Mozhang said through gritted teeth. "I know the 10,000-year-old green cicada jade is a rare sacred item. However, if it's gone, then it's gone. We'll look for a new one in the future. However, if you don't focus on recovering your birth chart now, you won't be able to recover in the future." Upon hearing this, Qin Mozhang sat down in the tub again. The elegant and scholarly man said again, "In my opinion, Venerable Master Qin treats you very well. With his support, why are you afraid you won't be able to seek revenge in the future?" Qin Mozhang's anger gradually subsided as he asked, "Did Venerable Master Qin go out?" "Yes. The Sacred Hall has sent news that a heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared. A supreme figure has returned to their place in the Great Void." The scholarly man replied, "A supreme being? He's not in Great Qin. He should be from another domain," the scholarly young man said. Then, after a pause, he continued to say, "The last time you went to another domain, you lost your birth chart to someone. What if that person is the supreme being who has returned to the Great Void?" Swoosh! Qin Mozhang slumped in the tub as soon as he heard these words. His expression was very unsightly as well. Upon seeing Qin Mozhang's reactions, the scholarly man said sheepishly, "I said, if, and I'm only guessing anyway. Anyway, if it weren't for this group of balance keepers, don't you think Great Qin would have already united all the domains?" Qin Mozhang's heart was somewhat stifled. He said, "Don't say any more. I'll never forget the appearance of that person who destroyed my birth chart. What you said is absolutely impossible." The scholarly man nodded and said, "All right, please work hard in cultivating. I'll take my leave. If there's anything else, you can look for me." Even after the scholarly man left, Qin Mozhang kept recalling the appearance of Lu Zhou when they were by the cold pond. He clenched his hands again as he thought about the loss of his green cicada jade. After Lu Zhou absorbed the years in the green cicada jade, he placed 5 life hearts in front of him. These 5 life hearts belonged to the Nether Wolf King, Hu Jiao, Hungongyu, the Scarlet-Eyed Boar Demon, and Dang Hu. The Nether Wolf King's life heart granted 1 night vision. After going to the unknown land with Lan Shihe, Lu Zhou thought the night vision ability could be useful as well. As for Hu Jiao and Hungongyu, both life hearts granted one the ability to control water. Lu Zhou did not find the ability useful since he already possessed a similar ability. If he forcefully used them to activate a birth chart, not only would it be a waste, but its effect would be greatly reduced as well. Sometimes activating 2 unsuitable birth charts could not even compare to the power of 1 suitable birth chart. The scarlet-eyed boar demon's life heart increased one's defenses. Defenses were different from life heart's abilities. Unlike abilities, defenses could be stacked to increase its strength. Lu Zhou thought it was a good idea to keep it as a backup. Dang, whose life heart that granted 1 fire resistance, was also deemed unuseful by Lu Zhou. In the end, Lu Zhou only decided to keep 2 of the 5 life hearts. Who should I give these 3 life hearts to? Lu Zhou wondered out loud as each of his disciples' names flashed in his mind. At this time, a voice rang from outside of the preservation hall. Yu Shangrong requests to see Master. Enter. Yu Shangrong walked in with the longevity sword in hand. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled that Yu Shangrong had fought with one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance in front of the 9th temple. Hence, he asked, "Are you injured?" Yu Shangrong replied with a faint smile, "They're just superficial wounds. I recovered while I was in the 9th temple." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction before he asked, "Have you absorbed Pu Yi's life heart?" "Yes, I have." The effect was acceptable. However, it seems like ordinary life hearts have become useless, Yu Shangrong replied. This was to be expected. The further one advanced, the less effective ordinary life hearts would become. Moreover, Yu Shangrong's 11-leaf cultivation base was not something a single life heart would be able to raise on its own. It was obvious that if he wanted to advance in the future, the quality of the life hearts needed would also become higher and higher. It was no wonder that after Xiao Yunhe lost 5 birth charts, it was useless for him to absorb the energy from ordinary life hearts to recover his birth charts. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve as he said, "Share these life hearts with your eldest senior brother." The 3 life hearts flew out. Yu Shangrong instinctively raised his scabbard horizontally, and the 3 life hearts landed neatly in a row on the scabbard. Upon seeing the life hearts, he kneeled on one knee immediately. "Master, you've already given us too many life hearts. These..." Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected, "Do you think I'll lack these things?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong nodded before he said, "Thank you, Master. There's another thing." "Speak." Yu Shangrong's expression turned solemn as he said, "During the battle in Jianan Circuit, I gained some enlightenment about the sword path. I wish to ask for Master's guidance." Lu Zhou rose to his feet. Yu Shangrong remained kneeling on one knee. His gaze was lowered. Lu Zhou moved to stand in front of Yu Shangrong with his hands resting on his back. He suddenly asked, "How many years have you been cultivating with me?" Yu Shangrong replied, "I joined Master 5 years after eldest senior brother did. Including the time after I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I've been cultivating with Master for 275 years. Lu Zhou nodded. He recalled the scene when Yu Shangrong had just returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. In a blink of an eye, so many years had passed. He said with a sigh, "Indeed, it's been a long since we last sparred." "Sparring?" Yu Shangrong was inwardly shocked. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "The sword path is endless. Today I'll see how much you've improved over the years. Go and make the preparations. I'll be there later." Yu Shangrong. "Master, I asked for guidance, not a sparring session." Zhu Honggong leaned next to the door against the wall as he said, "Second senior brother is truly worthy of being the person I admire the most. He actually dared to challenge Master. Fourth senior brother, aren't you coming to watch?" "What?" Second senior brother challenged Master. Creak. The door swung open. Mingshi stepped out before he suddenly turned back and said, "Doggy, carry me on your back. Let's go and have a look." Woof, woof, woof. Qiongqi rushed out and flew toward the preservation hall like a gust of wind. Mingshi. Zhu Honggong hurriedly stepped forward and patted Mingshi back as he said, "Fourth senior brother, don't be angry. Dang Kong, carry fourth senior brother on your back." Next to the square outside of the preservation hall, Yu Zhenghai walked up to Yu Shangrong and gave Yu Shangrong a thumbs up as he said, "Second junior brother, you win this time. Yu Shangrong's expression remained the same. He looked in the direction of the preservation hall and asked, "Eldest senior brother, why are you making fun of me?" "I'm not making fun of you. I'm sincerely praising you," Yu Zhenghai replied. "The sword path is long and so is the saber path. Instead of praising me, why don't you be brave and follow my example, eldest senior brother?" Yu Shangrong asked with an indifferent smile on his face. Yu Zhenghai. "Second senior brother," little Yuaner called out. Yu Shangrong looked up and saw little Yuaner, carrying something in her arms, and Conk running over. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "Ninth junior sister, little junior sister. Here. What's this?" "The cloud-treading boots. When master hits you, you can run away faster using these," little Yuaner explained as she handed the boots to Yu Shangrong. She scratched her head and said, "It's a pity that the cloud feather raiment second senior brother gave isn't suitable for men. Otherwise, I would have brought it here as well, Yu Shangrong." "Since you know the cloud feather raiment isn't suitable for men, what makes you think the cloud-treading boots are suitable?" Yu Zhenghai held back his laughter and said with a straight face, "What matters are the effects. There's no need to care about the differences between men and women. Ninth junior sister, you're really too kind." Yu Shangrong glanced at Yu Zhenghai from the corners of his eyes before he said with a gentle smile on his face, "The cloud-treading boots were given to you by eldest senior brother. How can I accept them? In a while, eldest senior brother is planning to ask for guidance from master regarding his saber techniques. Perhaps the boots will be useful to him." Yu Zhenghai. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to refute the words, a voice rang from the direction of the preservation hall. "Old First, you want to spar with me using saber techniques?" Lu Zhou walked out of the hall with his hands on his back. "It's really rare for all of you to be so eager to learn. All right, I'll teach you everything I know." Yu Zhenghai. No, this won't do. Haven't I suffered enough in the past? Isn't second junior brother putting words in my mouth? I have to make things clear." Yu Zhenghai strode out of the crowd and continued walking until he arrived in front of the preservation hall. He bowed deeply to Lu Zhou and said, "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou wore an approving expression on his face. He walked down the steps of the preservation hall as he said, "The younger generation should be brave enough to challenge their elders so they improve. In this regard, all of you should learn from Old Third. Although Old Third isn't as talented as all of you, he's very hardworking, and he never complains. Although he doesn't have your talent, fortune, or your intelligence, don't be so quick to dismiss him. The world works in mysterious ways. You'll never know who ends up the winner in life." Then, Lu Zhou changed the topic and said, clearly filled with expectations for his disciples, "The sun and the moon shine. The river and the sea are overturned. In front of the eastern mountain, everyone's a hero. Old First, don't disappoint me. Yu Zhenghai." At this point, did Yu Zhenghai still have a choice? The words hanging from the tip of his tongue were swallowed into his belly before he said, "I will work hard." Meanwhile, the four elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not seem surprised. Ever since they returned from the star-gathering formation, they had been cultivating diligently. Their progress was rather fast. There was no doubt they had benefited from the star-gathering formation as well. By cultivating in there for a time, they had saved several years. Perhaps, when they were having a good day, they would follow in Yu Shangrong's footsteps to ask for guidance. At this time, Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li walked over and bowed to the four elders. Lu Li had been spending a lot of time with the four elders recently, and he felt he had been brainwashed by them. Apart from that, he had spent a lot of time listening to Zhu Honggong brag about the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion while they were in the Yellow Lotus domain. Therefore, he thought this was a good opportunity for him to see how Lu Zhou taught his disciples. "Right, Envoy Lu, it's good that you came to watch. Perhaps there's something we can learn. If it weren't for our advanced age, who among us wouldn't want to worship Pavilion Master Lu as master?" Pan Litian said. Lu Li replied politely, "The 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are all outstanding. It's only natural that I came to watch. Moreover, I want to have a look at the Pavilion Master's techniques as well. Very good, very good. Make sure you have a good look, Pan Lydian said with a smile. At this time, Yan Jinlua patted Lu Li's shoulder and asked with a hint of amusement. General Lu said that Pavilion Master resembles your ancestor. Is it true? Lu Li glanced at Yan Jinlua from the corners of his eyes. If it were another person making fun of his ancestor, he would have beaten him up a long time ago. Nevertheless, since it was Yan Jinlua, he replied, I only saw the portrait once when I was young. I only vaguely remember it. Nobody's allowed to enter Uncle's study. However, when Uncle learned that I've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, he showed me the portrait. I have to say they resemble each other a lot. I was joking with you. Don't mind it. Speaking of, wouldn't it be great if Pavilion Master gives us a few pointers? At this time, Meng Changdong, who had joined the group at some point, said, based on my understanding of the Pavilion Master, he's very generous in regard to cultivation. When it's over, you can ask him for advice. You're right. Everyone nodded in agreement. There were the rules of first come, first serve, and there was always a distinction between those who were close and those who were distant. It was not too late to ask pointers after Lu Zhou was done teaching his disciples. The cultivators had a special arena to spar in the royal palace. It was much more spacious and comfortable compared to some sects. Lu Zhou, who already arrived at the arena, nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to worry about outsiders watching the battle since everyone present was one of his own. After inhaling deeply, Yu Shangrong moved to stand across from Lu Zhou. When Lu Zhou saw the slightly nervous Yu Shangrong, he said, bring out the confidence you should have. Yu Shangrong took a deep breath and stood in front of Lu Zhou. Yu Shangrong nodded. Perhaps it was the trauma from his childhood. He had never been nervous when faced with other experts except for his master. He felt a little timid. However, his master's words reminded him that it was not his style to lack confidence. Lu Zhou said again, bring 2 wooden sticks over. Yes. Yu Zhenghai could not help but take a step back. This feeling was a little familiar. Although wooden sticks were not as good as real weapons, the spectators found it interesting. Meng Changdong found 2 wooden sticks. One was given to Yu Shangrong and the other to Lu Zhou. The master and disciple faced each other from afar. Yu Shangrong glanced at the sword in his hand and recalled that he had used a wooden sword back in the earlier days when he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. His master only gave him a pass for his swordsmanship when he could keep his wooden sword from breaking. Naturally, that was just the basics. True swordsmanship had to be tempered with fresh blood before one could be considered an expert. Master, please. Yu Shangrong tightened his grip around the wooden stick, and his nervousness was quickly dispelled. Primal chi began to surge. Lu Zhou did not move. Instead, he placed one hand on his back. At this time, little Yuaner waved her hand and shouted, second senior brother? You can do it! It was also at this moment that Yu Shangrong rushed out. Energy swirled around the wooden stick before forming a long and narrow energy sword. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly. He had never sparred with Yu Shangrong before since Yu Shangrong sprouted the 11th leaf. Yu Shangrong had also grasped the essence of calm disturbance and the swordless path. In terms of sword techniques alone, the current Yu Shangrong was far superior to the 8-leaf Yu Shangrong of the past. The energy sword arrived swiftly in front of Lu Zhou. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The sword stabbed toward Lu Zhou. They were so fast that the others only saw the afterimages they left in their wake. Lu Zhou, who dodged to the side, also left afterimages in his wake. Since this was a sparring session and not a life-or-death battle, the movements and attacks were exceptionally pleasing to the eyes. Every time Yu Shangrong brandished his sword would leave hundreds of afterimages behind. Everyone was shocked by this sight. Yu Shangrong calmly released thousands of energy swords. Lu Zhou did not plan to use the heavenly writing power or the supreme mystic power. Instead, he relied on his own cultivation to better understand Yu Shangrong's cultivation. At this time, Yu Shangrong suddenly moved in a different direction. The wooden stick in his hand buzzed and flew out. With that, tens of thousands of energy swords swept out horizontally like a wave. Lu Zhou began to counterattack. Return and enter 3 souls. Yu Shangrong was shocked. He held the wooden stick in front of him as he retreated. 3 figures swiftly turned into 6, 9. Bang! A force knocked Yu Shangrong away. He felt a pain in his back. Before he landed, a figure struck his arm. Swoosh! Soon after, the wooden stick flew out of Yu Shangrong's hand. He flipped in the air, trying to save the situation. At the same time, a figure appeared above Yu Shangrong before bringing down the wooden stick. Thump! The wooden stick hit Yu Shangrong's abdomen. Bang! 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 Yu Shangrong's wrists, shoulders, waist, and legs were all hit by the wooden stick that was swiftly increasing in speed. Little Yuaner winced and hurriedly raised her hands to cover her eyes. Then, she peeked from between her fingers. Due to the supreme purity jade she cultivated, she could see the details most clearly among the people present. Finally, the master and disciple came to a stop. One was on the left and one was on the right, facing each other from afar. It looked as though they did not move from their original positions at all. Yu Shangrong, who was holding the wooden stick in his right hand, felt his wrist trembling slightly. On the other hand, just like before, Lu Zhou held the wooden stick with one hand while his other hand rested on his back. At this time, the energy seals had already dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over. I couldn't see clearly. It's really over just like that. Your cultivation is too weak, so it's not surprising you didn't see clearly. I didn't expect Mr. Second to be able to retreat unscathed. I'm afraid his swordsmanship has almost reached perfection. As soon as these words were said, thump, 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 the wooden stick in Yu Shangrong's hand broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The cuts were neat, and the pieces were symmetrical. A rustling noise rang in the air as roughly 20 cuts appeared on the front of Yu Shangrong's robe, while about 30 cuts appeared on the back of his robes. Everyone was stunned. Is this the scholarly and elegant second senior brother? Why does he look more like a beggar now? It's over. It's over. Master is really a sadist. Second senior brother cares so much about his image. And yet, Master didn't spare him at all. Master is just as ruthless as he was in the past. Despite the various thoughts in everyone's minds, no one dared to speak up. Finally, Lu Zhou said, breaking the silence, "You've made some progress on the sword path. In fact, you've made a lot of progress. You deserve to be commended." When Lu Zhou lowered his arm, there was a small and hard-to-see cut on the sleeve of his robe near his wrist. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Yu Shangrong said before he turned to leave. He was in such an embarrassing state after all. "Wait!" Lu Zhou called out. Yu Shangrong came to a halt. All of Lu Zhou's disciples inhaled deeply, wondering if Yu Shangrong's heart was about to get mercilessly abused. "Do you know why you lost?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Shangrong shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Lu Zhou walked around as he said, "The Guoyuan sword technique is good. It's not wrong to cultivate it. However, it's too conservative and might restrict you." Yu Shangrong raised his head, slightly surprised. Lu Zhou continued to say, "I was the one who taught you the Guoyuan sword technique. Therefore, all your movements were within my expectations. If you didn't lose, then who would lose?" Everyone nodded. Yu Shangrong understood his master's meaning as well. In fact, anyone else would have found it difficult to defeat him. He knew no one was more familiar with the Guoyuan sword technique than his master. Before he even drew his sword, his master had already seen through his intentions. This feeling made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He would rather spar with his eldest senior brother than his master, since he understood his eldest senior brother's great dark heaven memorial. It would be fair since he and his eldest senior brother understood each other. "Yu Shangrong," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master. Try and create your own technique with your attainments in the sword path." "Create my own?" Yu Shangrong seemed enlightened by these words. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Lu Zhou's words were like medicine for Yu Shangrong's heart, causing his body to thrum with excitement. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai walked over, sighing inwardly. He felt that his second junior brother was truly miserable. Not only did his second senior brother get beaten to such a state, but he even had to force a smile on his face. Yu Zhenghai said, "Second junior brother, are you all right? Master is doing for your own good." Yu Shangrong replied, "Eldest senior brother, you worry too much. He who suffers defeat on the sword path has room for improvements. If one is blind to improvements for the sake of so-called dignity and pride, then one is foolish." Yu Zhenghai. After saying that, Yu Shangrong turned around. Then, he swept his gaze across his juniors and asked, "Do all of you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." All of them nodded repeatedly. How could they not understand? Yu Shangrong nodded his head in satisfaction and walked to the side. Lu Zhou continued to hold on to the wooden stick. Meng Chongdong observed Lu Zhou's expression and action before he ran to the outside and prepared a pile of wooden sticks. Then, he respectfully handed one to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai said, "I don't need it, Master. I use my palm as a saber." Lu Zhou nodded in approval. "Okay." As soon as Lu Zhou's words fell, Yu Zhenghai rushed over. He launched the great dark heavenly palm. When the palm seal appeared, it struck down immediately. Lu Zhou dodged to the side. At the same time, energy sabers like the stars shot to the ground. Earlier, Yu Zhenghai had seen how Yu Shangrong suffered the disadvantage from using a technique his master was familiar with. Therefore, he decided to use a new move from his saber technique. Alas, as soon as the energy sabers appeared, Lu Zhou leaped and deflected all the energy sabers. Then he pressed his hand foam. Palm technique. Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened. He thought to himself, "Master, you're cheating. I thought we agreed to spar using saber techniques." The palm seal was incredibly huge. No matter how spacious the arena was, it would be difficult for it to withstand the palm strike of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. Many of them wondered if the magnificent palm seal was going to tear down the royal palace. While Yu Zhenghai was still in a daze, the palm seal suddenly flashed and turned into a sky full of energy sabers. Then, they spun like a windmill and descended. Dark heaven starlight? Yu Zhenghai was a little confused. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand, trying to dispel countless energy sabers raining down on him. Bang! 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 Yu Zhenghai's sparring session with Lu Zhou was much more intense compared to Yu Shangrong's sparring session with Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai was originally open and unrestrained, so he did not use intricate moves. He raised his hand before energy sabers shot out in all directions. Everyone retreated. Bang! 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 Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers and his hand, which he used as his saber, seemed to have successfully blocked the dark heaven starlight, causing the energy sabers to fall. He could not help but rejoice inwardly. Since I managed to block Master's dark heaven starlight, I'm definitely stronger than second junior brother, right? Yu Zhenghai could not stop himself from turning to look at the spectators and smiled triumphantly. Lu Zhou's voice rang in the air at this moment. "You're too easily distracted." The dark heaven starlight that was about to touch the ground suddenly shot toward Yu Zhenghai at this moment. The entire arena was only filled with energy sabers and their afterimages at this moment. "Eldest senior brother, you can do it," little Yuaner shouted. Despite her words, she immediately raised her hands to cover her eyes and watched the battle from between her fingers. The two figures fought fiercely. What a familiar scene. About 15 minutes later, the energy seals finally dissipated. The two separated, one on the left and one on the right. Everyone hurriedly rubbed their eyes and looked at Yu Zhenghai. There was only one word to describe Yu Zhenghai's current state. Miserable. Yu Zhenghai's long robe resembled a huge piece of torn rag more than it resembled a robe. Even his boots were not spared. The torn pieces of fabric fluttered in the wind pitifully. Elder senior brother, I am sorry. I really can't hold it in anymore. Zhu Honggong struggled to say as he held his stomach before he finally burst out laughing. Yu Zhenghai turned around and shot Zhu Honggong a look. Zhu Honggong's laughter came to an abrupt stop, and he lowered his head immediately. Needless to say, Lu Zhou was completely unscathed. Yu Zhenghai now had a 4-chart cultivation base, which was not as profound as Yu Shangrong. Therefore, Lu Zhou's attack that almost beat him to a pulp seemed more ruthless. Although the Great Dark Heaven Memorial is very direct, it's not without details, Lu Zhou said. Thank you for your advice, Master. Yu Zhenghai glanced at Yu Shangrong from the corner of his eye. There was a clear smile on his second junior brother's face. Your attainments in the Great Dark Heaven Memorial are quite profound. It's almost the same as old second. From now on, don't let the Great Dark Heaven Memorial restrain you, Lu Zhou said. Although Yu Zhenghai was thoroughly defeated, he was overjoyed and greatly encouraged by these words. He bowed respectfully. Understood. At this time, Lu Zhou saw the words Eternal Paragon and Mentor shining on the system panel. This showed that even though Yu Zhenghai had completed his apprenticeship, he could still continue to teach Yu Zhenghai. The only thing was he could no longer earn merit points from Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhou's disciples had just sighed in relief when Lu Zhou said, Since everyone is here, I'll be fair and guide all of you. You can attack all together. Zhu Honggong, Mingshi Yin, Little Yuaner, and Conk. Master, we only came to watch the show. What are you waiting for? Lu Zhou tossed the wooden stick up. The wooden stick flew up in the air before millions of energy seals appeared, covering the entire arena. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders, the left and right envoys, and the guardians were stunned, rooted to their spots. Soon after, wails, screams, pleas for mercy rang from the arena. They lasted for an hour. When it was almost over, Panlydian said with a smile, It went much smoother than I expected. Pavilion Master seems to be in a good mood as well. Guardians, envoys, you must seize this opportunity to ask the Pavilion Master for guidance. Brother Yen, I have something to attend to. Farewell, Lu Li said before leaving in a hurry. Yen Jinlua cupped his fists at Panlydian and said, I think I have something to attend to as well. See you later. Panlydian. When the other 3 elders turned around, Lu Li and Yen Jinlua were nowhere to be seen. When the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion left the training arena, all of them returned to their respective rooms with bruises on their faces and bodies. In the evening, in the Preservation Hall, after spending time teaching his disciples, Lu Zhou was naturally reminded of his 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng. It was inevitable for him to worry since he knew nothing up until now. Hence, he sat cross-legged as soon as he returned to the hall and silently recited the incantations for the power of sight. This time he saw an island in the middle of a vast lake. Lu Wu was sitting in front of Duan Musheng and staring at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of white mist that shrouded Duan Musheng. Following that, the images were suddenly cut off. Huh? What's going on? Lu Zhou opened the system interface to have a look. A notification kept flashing under Duan Musheng's name. Target's loyalty is 0%. There was no hatred, but Duan Musheng's loyalty was 0%. What happened to Old Third? Lu Zhou was perplexed. At this time, Duan Musheng's loyalty suddenly changed. Loyalty, plus 5%. Loyalty, minus 5%. This cycle kept repeating over and over again for a long time. All Lu Zhou saw was darkness again, so he had no choice but to cut off the power of sight. Although it was frustrating not being able to see what was going on, at least he was able to confirm Duan Musheng was still alive. Moreover, Lu Wu had spent so much effort abducting Duan Musheng, it would not kill him so easily. Lu Zhou speculated Duan Musheng's rising and falling loyalty must be caused by the white mist Lu Wu had spat out. It must be one of Lu Wu's abilities that wreaked havoc with Duan Musheng's consciousness. Where's that place? The surface of the water was still, so it seemed more like a lake. Duan Musheng was definitely not at the endless ocean. Although the surroundings were dark, it was not as dark as the unknown land. According to Wei Jiangnan, traces of Lu Wu were seen in the eastern abyss in the unknown land. At that time, Wei Jiangnan had said he would have to fly continuously for 5 years without rest and sleep before he would reach the eastern abyss. It doesn't look like the eastern abyss or the unknown land. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something. Ying Zhao. How could he have forgotten Ying Zhao came from the unknown land? Moreover, it was a beast king that once commanded the fierce beasts as well, so it should be familiar with Lu Wu. Lu Zhou ordered people to summon Xiao and Conk over immediately. When Conk arrived, she seemed a little reserved. Perhaps it was due to the beating she had received earlier. When she entered the preservation hall, she kneeled and said, "Master." Lu Zhou would not compromise in regard to cultivation. All of them were his disciples, so he could not bias when guiding them. Xiao actually imitated Conk and kneeled down awkwardly, holding two of its hooves up. Lu Zhou said, "Rise and speak." "Thank you, master." Conk and Xiao stood up. Lu Zhou looked at Xiao and asked, "Since you know from the unknown land, do you know where Lu Wu is right now?" Xiao made a lot of gurgling noises that sounded as though it was drinking. Needless to say, Lu Zhou did not understand a single thing. Conk said, "Master, it said Lu Wu is very unruly. It would often bring fierce beasts to invade human cities. It said Lu Wu should be in the unknown land. To be precise, it should be in the easternmost place in the unknown land." The easternmost place in the unknown land? Lu Zhou was perplexed. Xiao's IQ had always been that of a child, so it was not easy for it to give Lu Zhou a clear description or direction. "Yes, the easternmost place." Lu Zhou said, "Forget it. Follow me." Since Xiao is from the unknown land, finding that place should not be too difficult. Since the White Tower Council's runic passage in the unknown land was too far from where Lu Wu was last spotted, it was not a good idea to use it. He could only rely on Xiao. He had to find Duanmushang as soon as possible. If Lu Wu obtained the Great Void Seed, then Duanmushang would be in danger. Unexpectedly, Xiao shook its head vehemently. It tucked its wings and shrank back at the same time. Lu Zhou frowned. "Are you afraid?" Xiao quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains on the ground. Conk said, "It said it's very afraid." Lu Zhou. "There's no need to translate this. This old man isn't that stupid." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said, "Even if you're afraid, you'll have to come with me." Plop. Lu Zhou. Those who did not know Xiao well would have been shocked by its behavior. It was no different from humans. Xiao made a few noises again. Conk said, "Master, it said that Cheng Huang lived close to that place. It's best to let Cheng Huang lead the way." Cheng Huang. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Cheng Huang comes from the depths of the moonlight woodland. "Are you sure?" Xiao nodded and gurgled again. Conk said, "It said it knows the moonlight woodland leads to the deepest part of the unknown land, but it doesn't know exactly where. However, due to Lu Wu's unruly nature, it's unlikely to go to isolated places. It said we can search the edges of the unknown land instead." Lu Zhou nodded. If that was true, it was indeed more suitable for Cheng Huang to lead the way. Let alone the moonlight woodlands, many cultivators in Great Yen did not even dare to venture deep into the misty forest. 6-leaf cultivators could play around at the periphery of the forest. 8-leaf cultivators could venture a little deeper into the forest, but they would not be a match for the fierce beasts in there. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Tell Yi Tianxin to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Okay." Conk left after receiving Lu Zhou's order. Then, Lu Zhou looked at Xiao and asked, "Do you want to go to the moonlight woodland with me?" Swoosh. Not even Xiao's shadow could be seen in the preservation hall. With that, silence returned to the preservation hall. "If I want to look for Old Third, I have to get stronger." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and brought out the Nether Wolf King's life heart. Buzz. His lotus appeared in front of him. The stuck feeling in his Dantian sea of qi had completely disappeared. It was easy for him to manifest his lotus now. Then, he placed the birth chart map in front of him to study it. The violet palatial mansion. Lu Zhou finally decided on a position. This position was suitable for all life hearts. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and placed the life heart into the position he selected. Click. Since Lu Zhou was in dire need of lifespan, he decided to keep the life heart for himself. Meanwhile, on a vast unknown island, Lu Wu looked at Duanmushang, who was shrouded in cold air unblinkingly. After a moment, it lowered its head and exhaled. His breath seemed to warm Duanmushang. The purple energy on Duanmushang had completely disappeared, and a small purple dragon could be seen on his wrist. Young Master. Although Lu Wu had spoken softly, to the human ears, it sounded like a speaker from heaven, causing the ground to tremble slightly when it spoke. At this time, Duanmushang opened his eyes abruptly and smacked the ground with his hand. The Overlord's spear flew over from nearby into his hand. Duanmushang retreated hundreds of meters and brandished the Overlord's spear. Fierce beast. Lu Wu stared at Duanmushang, who was only the size of a thumb in its eyes. Its huge head tilted to the left and the right as it looked at Duanmushang with eyes brimming with curiosity. Duan Tian gulped before he retreated another few meters. Master has said that if you can't win, you should run. Duanmushang turned around wordlessly and flew up into the sky. When he came to a stop after flying for a while, he was stunned when he saw the boundless gray sky and the vast lake. In the sky, fierce beasts flapped their huge wings, and schools of fishes could be vaguely seen under the surface of the water. Where am I? At this moment, a huge head appeared in the sky in front of Duanmushang. Why, you are on an island in the center of the lake. Although Lu Wu spoke very slowly, its words were clear. Duanmushang was shocked. He had flown for a while, but why did it seem like he did not move at all? Run! Duanmushang was about to fly away again when Lu Wu raised its paw and stopped him. Young Master! Boom! Duanmushang fell to the ground. His hair stood on end. He looked at his surroundings, bewildered. You've got the wrong person. Duanmushang raised the Overlord spear and pointed it at Lu Wu. When he thrust the spear out, bang! Lu Wu raised its paw, blocking the Overlord spear. Not wrong, Lu Wu said slowly. 30,000 years, bloodline, aura, you are his descendant, young master. Descendant. Duanmushang stabbed the Overlord spear into the ground. Lu Wu was too powerful after all. Most importantly, Lu Wu did not seem to have any intention of hurting him. If Lu Wu wanted to kill him, he would have killed him long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Lu Wu nodded. Duanmu Dian. Duanmu Dian? I've never heard of him. Does having the same surname means I'm his descendant? Swoosh. Lu Wu suddenly swiped its claws at Duanmushang. Duanmushang hurriedly grabbed the Overlord spear and held it horizontally in front of him. Bang! He was sent flying thousands of meters away. When he found his footing, he looked at his hands and arms in shock. He could clearly feel he had become stronger, and it was not just a little bit. 30,000 years ago, I was defeated by Venerable Master Duanmu Dian. I'd been following him since then. I won't be mistaken, Lu Wu said as it raised its head to the sky. Its huge eyes reflected the gloomy sky as it recalled the past. Really? Duanmushang asked skeptically. Lu Wu lowered its head to look at Duanmushang, waiting for him to accept this fact. Although Duanmushang was honest, he was not stupid. Lu Wu had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, he sensed that the great void seed had been exposed, but Lu Wu did not seem to covet it. Finally, he said, So I'm the descendant of Duanmu Dian from more than 30,000 years ago? Yes. Although Lu Wu's speech was stilted and slow, fortunately, Duanmushang could still understand it. Duanmushang took another step back. All right, I believe you. However, I must return. Return? Why? Humans? Greedy? Ignorant? Weak? Despicable? Shameless? And Lu Wu spat out a derogatory word at the end of its sentence that made Duanmushang turn red. I'm also human, Duanmushang said awkwardly. You demon now? Demon? Duanmushang let go of the Overlord spear to look at his wrists in disbelief. There were 2 purple dragons like birthmarks on his wrists. He could feel the marks contained indescribable magic power. As long as he adjusted his primal chi slightly, the 2 purple dragons would glow faintly, looking as though they would fly out at any time. Lu Wu lowered his head and exhaled. I used my essence merged with them. Your bloodline awakened. Them? Duan Mushang was confused. Lu Wu's tongue was different from humans after all. Therefore, its speech was slow. Corrosive energy. Great. Void seed. Corrosive energy? Duan Mushang scratched his head, indicating he did not understand a single thing that was said. In the end, he said, I'm very grateful you saved me, but I must return. Duan Mushang grabbed the Overlord spear and leaped up into the sky. However, he soon discovered every direction looked the same. Lu Wu sat down on its haunches and ignored Duan Mushang as though it was saying, If you have the ability, then leave. Duan Mushang turned around and said, Send me back. Lu Wu said in a low voice, Back where? To my master. To the evil sky pavilion. Duan Mushang said, Fight. Defeat me first. Lu Wu said sleepily. Its contempt was obvious. Okay. Duan Mushang gripped the Overlord spear with both hands. The shaft thrummed as primal chi surged. At the same time, the purple dragons on his wrists glowed faintly as well. Swoosh! A golden energy spear shot are looking like a gigantic dragon. The tip of the spear buzzed at a high frequency. Duan Mushang's body was parallel to the surface of the lake as he thrust the spear out. When the attack was about to land, Lu Wu turned around and opened its maw, exhaling a dense cloud of white mist. Duan Mushang was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Lu Wu, clearly bored, laid down and said, Weak. Duan Mushang. He felt extremely suffocated. He could not even defeat a beast. He tried mobilizing and circulating the primal chi in his Dantian Sea of Chi in an attempt to crack Lu Wu's ice seal. Alas, no matter how hard he tried, not even a hairline crack could be seen on the block of ice. Just Lu Wu had said he was too weak. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, his talent was the lowest, his strength was the weakest, and his comprehension skill was the slowest. No matter how hard he worked to catch up, he could not compare to the others who only needed to expend a little effort to surpass him. However, all these things did not mean he had to admit defeat or give up. Duan Mushang roared. At this moment, purple smoke rose from his arms like two dragons snaking around his body. Bang! Duan Mushang cracked the ice. An evil energy lingered between his brows while the purple smoke wafted around his body like two dragons. His eyes shone with a cold fury. Lu Wu raised its head slightly to look at Duan Mushang. It's not enough. Then, Lu Wu stomped on the ground with its four paws, causing the island to quake, before it leaped straight up into the sky. The water that splashes up from the lake immediately formed a curtain in the sky that was frozen in just an instant. The air on the island was bone-piercingly cold. Even the surface of the lake and the schools of fishes under it were frozen by Lu Wu. With just a swipe of its paw, Lu Wu pushed the clouds away and landed on the frozen surface of the lake. It was nimble and landed lightly like a cat. Its eyes emitted a faint light as it said, Use your magic power. After saying that, it turned around and leaped away. 5 days passed in just a blink of an eye. When Lu Zhou activated his 8th birth chart, he had felt a sharp pain, but it was still within the tolerable range. Based on this, it could be seen that the 6 birth charts were a cycle. For example, the pain of activating the 8th birth chart was similar to the pain when he activated his 2nd birth chart. The difference was only the difficulty in activating the birth charts. Without passing the birth trial, the birth palace would not be able to endure the activation of the 7th or the 8th birth chart. Fortunately, the process of activating birth charts this time was smooth. He had now successfully entered the 8-chart stage. The size of every cultivator's birth palace was different. The size of one's birth palace determined one's limit. For example, Lu Li could only activate 5 birth charts. If he wanted to activate more birth charts, he had to expand his birth palace, which was an almost impossible task. On the other hand, Lu Zhou's birth palace was quite miraculous. Every time he activated a birth chart, it would expand in size. His birth palace had been growing bigger and bigger. This meant he was still far from reaching his limit. I wonder how many birth chart I'll be able to activate? After everything had stabilized, Lu Zhou withdrew his lotus. He would have to wait a while before he could activate his 9th birth chart. Over the past few days, Lu Zhou also noticed that Duanmusheng's loyalty had increased from 0 to 20 before it fell to 0 again. Strangely, when he used the power of sight, he could not even see the pitch-black scene anymore. It was as though he was being blocked by some invisible force. Lu Wu. Lu Zhou keenly felt that he had grossly underestimated Lu Wu. Lan Shihe was right. Beast emperors were very powerful. If beast emperors are so powerful, were there even more powerful beasts than them in the unknown land? At this moment, Conk walked into the preservation hall and said, "Master, sixth senior sister has returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Okay. Master, should I come along as well?" Conk asked. The unknown land was extremely dangerous. If it was possible, Lu Zhou did not want to bring Conk with him. However, she was the only one in the Evil Sky Pavilion who knew the language of beasts. "Yes." Lu Zhou nodded. "Thank you, Master," Conk said happily. Lu Zhou said, "It's very dangerous in the unknown land. Be careful at all times." "Understood," Conk said with a bow. Ever since Conk grew up overnight, she had long wanted to find out about her past. How could she be willing to give up on the chance to go to the unknown land? The next morning, in the Hall of Runes, "Master, I want to come along as well," Little Yuaner said with a pout. Lu Zhou glanced at Little Yuaner. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In the unknown land, the environment is harsh, and the light is scarce. There are also many ugly, fierce beasts. Indeed, it's a good place to gain experience. You lack experience and have grown lax. It's not a bad idea for you to gain some experience." "Ah, is that so?" Little Yuaner hastily waved her hand and said, "Master, I better not go. It's fine for you to bring little junior sister alone." You don't want to come?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. "Yes, I won't go. I was only spouting nonsense earlier." Little Yuaner clasped her hands on her back and took a step back before she lowered her head. "Forget it. Stay here then. If you have any questions, speak to your senior brothers." "Yes, Master." Following that, Lu Zhou and Conk stepped into the runic circle. With a flash of light, they disappeared from sight. At this time, Mingxirin, who had appeared at some point, leaned against the entrance of the Hall of Runes and said, "Ninth junior sister, if Master won't take you out to play, I'll take you out to play." "No need." Little Yuan rolled her eyes at Mingxirin and walked out of the hall. "Woof, woof, woof." Xianxia came out from the side and barked at Little Yuaner. Not only was Little Yuaner not afraid, but she barked fiercely as well. "Woof, woof, woof, woo." Xianxia whimpered before running away. Mingxirin. Is this a typical example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Mingxirin was still lost in his thoughts when Zhu Honggong walked over. "Fourth senior brother. What's the matter?" Mingxirin cleared his throat and straightened his back, displaying the posture of a senior brother. "Do you want to spar?" "With you." "Fourth senior brother, you may not know this, but I'm no longer the same person from the past. I've been reborn during my years in the Yellow Lotus domain," Zhu Honggong said. Mingxirin nodded slightly and imitated Yu Shangrong's attitude as he said, "Your courage is commendable." "Ha!" Before Zhu Honggong could reach, Mingxirin had already arrived in front of him. Bang! 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 A series of miserable cries like that of a ghost rang in the air. Meanwhile, ding! You've disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding! You've disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Mingxirin looked at the bruised and swollen Zhu Honggong with satisfaction and asked, "Eighth junior brother? Who do you think has more style? Second senior brother or me?" Zhu Honggong wanted to cry but had no tears. "Aren't the 11 leaves very strong? Why can't I beat anyone?" After a moment, Zhu Honggong replied, "Oh, of course, it's fourth senior brother." "I think so too," Mingxirin said. "Fourth senior brother, what's your cultivation base?" Zhu Honggong asked. Previously, when his fourth senior brother sparred with their master, he was clearly in a miserable state. Ming Shirin smiled ambiguously as he glanced at Zhu Honggong and said, I'm only below one person. You can figure it yourself. Zhu Honggong was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and massaged Ming Shirin's shoulder. So strong? Then I didn't lose in vain. Ming Shirin imitated his master's appearance and said, Courage is the rarest quality. Only by having the courage to challenge the strong can one advance. You've improved. In the past, you wouldn't have done this. You're right. Zhu Honggong nodded with a dejected expression. At this moment, Old Fourth, a faint and gentle voice rang from the top of the building opposite the Hall of Runes. Ming Shirin and Zhu Honggong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu Shangrong holding the longevity sword, standing calmly with his back facing them. Yu Shangrong sighed softly. You and Old Eighth have improved a lot. I'm truly happy. Then, he swiftly changed the topic and said, I suddenly figured out a new sword technique. I'd like to spar with you. Ming Shirin. I swear I will never act pretentious again. Without waiting for Ming Shirin's reply, Yu Shangrong said before he flew away, I'll wait for you at the training arena. When Yu Shangrong flew away, a golden halo flashed at his back before it vanished. 11 golden leaves flew out and gathered around the longevity sword before they disappeared as well. The Evil Sky Pavilion in Great Yen. Pan Zhong pulled Zhou Jifeng toward the main hall. Brother Zhou, the pavilion master, is back. Quickly follow me to meet him. The pavilion master is back? Zhou Jifeng put High Void away. Inform Miss Yuxing, don't forget Guardian Li. Okay. Soon after, Pan Zhong, Hua Yuexing, and Zhou Jifeng met up. Pan Zhong said solemnly, Mr. Seventh has already told us that the pavilion master has mastered the art of rejuvenation. Do you understand? I understand. Of course. I understand, Zhou Jifeng said. What a joke. How many times had he suffered in the past? If he did not have this little bit of awareness, it would be too embarrassing. They walked to the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall together, and when they arrived in front of the main hall, they saw Lu Zhou, Yi Tianxin, and the others. Pan Zhong said, Greetings, Pavilion Master, Miss Sixth and Miss Tenth. The others echoed Pan Zhong's greeting. Lu Zhou nodded and said, I have important matters to attend to, so I won't say any nonsense. During this time, all of you have performed very well guarding the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hence, you should all be rewarded. It's our duty, Pan Zhong said. You're honest and not greedy for rewards. Very good. Lu Zhou nodded and said. Following that, he asked, Where's Zhao Yue? It seems like I'll be missing out on treasures again. Miss Fifth went to the Divine Capital. 9-leaf cultivators have appeared one after another in Great Yen. There are 10-leaf cultivators as well. For this reason, birth chart beasts have been appearing more frequently. Miss Fifth needs to oversee the Divine Capital, Pan Zhong said. Lu Zhou asked, There are no 11 leaves? No. Great Yen has been slowly progressing. There are a few 9-leaf cultivators, but not many 10-leaf cultivators. Since the method to sprout the 11th leaf is different from the activation of birth charts, not many people dare to try it, Pan Zhong replied. This was within Lu Zhou's expectations. Without at least 8 to 10 years, it would be difficult for Golden Lotus cultivators to adapt to a new cultivation method. The Golden Lotus domain's cultivation path was destined to be different from the other domains. Pan Zhong asked tentatively, Pavilion Master, where are you going? The Moonlight Woodland, Lu Zhou said indifferently as he waved his sleeve. Yi Tianxin, who understood her master's gesture, summoned Chang Huang. Everyone bowed. Farewell, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou did not stay long in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He flew with Conk toward the southwest direction. Halfway to the Moonlight Woodland, some cultivators who were hunting fierce beasts nearby were surprised when they saw Chang Huang flying southwest. Where is Chang Huang going? The person on its back should be the Evil Sky Pavilion's Miss Sixth. All the cultivators looked envious. Yi Tianxin's white clothes were rather eye-catching. Maybe she's going to hunt birth chart beasts? Many cultivators in Great Yen, have even joined forces with the other tribesmen to hunt for fierce beasts in the southwestern's misty forest. That place is very dangerous. If they're not strong enough, they'll only be sending themselves to their deaths by going there. Naturally, it won't be a problem if it's the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Cheng Huang's speed was incredibly fast. Each leap covered a distance of 10,000 meters. Master, ahead of us is the heavenly moat to the left of Liangzhou. Conk pointed at a huge flock of flying beasts in the distance, crossing the heavenly moat and flying to the human cities. As she said, Master, there's movement above the heavenly moat? Fierce beasts. Only a few cultivators could be seen in the air, killing the flying beasts. Stop, Lu Zhou said. Cheng Huang stopped as expected. It raised its head and looked at the flying beasts. Conk said, It's a small beast tide. Lu Zhou said calmly, Yi Tianxin, you and Cheng Huang deal with it. Yes, master. Lu Zhou and Conk leaped off of Cheng Huang's back. Before long, they saw the butterfly-like golden seals in the distance, killing the flying beasts. Master, there are some over there too, Conk said, pointing southwest at the highest point of the heavenly moat. More and more powerful fierce beasts had appeared. Great Yan's heavenly moat was the same as Great Tang's Sky Will mountain range. Let's go and have a look. Lu Zhou and Conk flew over, landing near the heavenly moat. Master, leave them to me. Conk was eager to fight. She brought out her 9-string zither. At this moment, dozens of figures flew over from behind them. Hey, two of you. This place is very dangerous. Hurry up and retreat to Liangzhou. Lu Zhou and Conk turned around and saw Great Yen cultivators rushing over. They landed in front of the duo and looked at the flying beasts in the sky. One of the two cultivators standing near Lu Zhou said, Leave this to the Nether sect. The Nether sect? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He raised his head and looked at the backs of the two cultivators. When the two cultivators turned around, Lu Zhou saw Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing, two of the 4 great protectors of the Nether sect. Time flitted by so quickly, and many things had changed. The duo's faces were already engraved with a trace of vicissitudes of life. It was not surprising they did not recognize Lu Zhou due to his youthful appearance. Lu Zhou called out, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing. The duo was stunned. However, on second thought, Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, was the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion which had unified the lands. As a result, the 4 great protectors of the Nether sect had also grown famous. Hence, it was not surprising if they were people who recognized them. Hua Chongyang cupped his fists together and said, Sir, please return. Once the fierce battle starts, you might get injured. Lu Zhou asked, How about both of you? Can you handle it? Most cultivators would not be willing to reveal their strength if asked by a stranger. Nevertheless, Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing showed amazing restraint and said, Although we're not as strong as the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, we can handle these fierce beasts. Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, look carefully. Do you know who I am? There was no reason to hide this. He still had important matters to attend to in the Moonlight Woodland, so he should not spend too much time here. Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing looked puzzled as they scratched their heads. My memories aren't good. Who are you, sir? Conk smiled and said, My master is the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing's first reaction was that the joke was not funny at all. After all, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was a godlike existence whom everyone respected in Great Yen. In the past, there were still people who dared to impersonate him. Now, anyone who dared to do such a thing would be beaten to death by fanatical fans. However, since time immemorial, as much love as one received, there would be as much hate. There were still many haters who still secretly referred to Lu Zhou as Old Demon G. With these thoughts in mind, the duo could not help but wonder if the person standing in front of them was a hater? How could the duo know the person standing in front of them was the god of Great Yen? Nevertheless, after living for so long, the duo had grown calmer and did not make snap decisions. They studied Lu Zhou carefully before they found that the young man had a sort of familiar charisma and air about him. They could not help but wonder if he was an old friend they had forgotten. At this moment, swoosh, 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 flocks of flying beasts flew down. The huge commotion caused everyone to turn around. They looked as though they were facing a great enemy. One birth chart beast and one huge beast. Get into formation, Hua Chongyang ordered. Understood. With that, many cultivators rushed out and fought fiercely with the fierce beasts. Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing, one on the left and one on the right, continuously commanded the cultivators to fight. Could be seen that they were very experienced. The first group of low-level fierce beasts was all killed by the cultivators who were lined up in a row. Hua Chongyang would occasionally unleash a huge energy sword to shoot down the larger fierce beasts. He stared at the birth chart beast and the huge beast in the sky before he said, Bai Yuqing, bring 10 men with you to the right and wait for orders. Find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Understood. Bai Yuqing brought 10 people with him and flew to the right. The flying beasts had strange appearances. They looked like a cross between the Xians and gigantic owls. Their claws glinted sinisterly in the light. When they saw humans, they grew excited as though they had spotted the most delicious food in the world. The huge beast was one of the fierce flying beasts that everyone was familiar with. The birth chart beast was the Luan. Lu Zhou speculated that the flying beasts must have built a nest in the depths of the heavenly moat, where the black water mystic cave was. Buzz. At this moment, Hua Chongyang manifested his avatar. A 150-foot avatar without the golden lotus towered in the air. Upon seeing this, the morale of the cultivators was greatly boosted. All of them manifest energy swords to cooperate with their leader to kill the fierce beasts in front of them. Birth chart beast. Everyone, be careful. Lu Zhou had wanted to attack immediately earlier. He was slightly surprised when he saw Hua Chongyang had sprouted 9 leaves. With his talent, Hua Chongyang would have been a top talent in the Golden Lotus domain in the past. It had been 10 years. Based on Hua Chongyang's cultivation base, he should now be the interim sect master of the Nether sect. He was also a prominent figure in Great Yen. Hence, he should not lack cultivation resources. It was reasonable that he had sprouted the 9th leaf. Lu Zhou shifted his attention to Bai Yuqing. His primal cheese fluctuations were slightly weaker. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the huge beast in the sky to the left suddenly swooped down. Hua Chongyang seemed to have expected this and brought his avatar up. Watch out for the birth chart beast. Bang! Hua Chongyang's avatar blocked the giant beast. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuqing shouted, Go! All the cultivators rushed out, launching energy swords and energy sabers. Bang! 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 Soon enough, the huge beast's body was riddled with wounds, and its feathers began to fall off. 7 leaves. Lu Zhou frowned. Back then, Bai Yuqing had already had 7 leaves. It did not make sense that after so long, he still had 7 leaves. The cultivators' attacking rhythm was very good. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. They could always dodge the giant beast when it was struggling to avoid being swept away. At the same time, they would further attack the places where it was injured. It was clear they had done this many times in the past. When the birth chart beast saw the huge beast was about to die, it let out a screech and flapped its wings, stirring up a flurry of tornadoes. Everyone retreated a few meters. The Luan moved at lightning speed. It swept through a few cultivators. Bang! 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 Alas, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they were willing to obey Bai Yuqing's orders, they could only be swept away and injured by the Luan. Let me deal with... Hua Chongyang rushed over with his avatar in tow. The outcome of the battle was difficult to determine. They were not experts like Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. They were also only 9-leaf cultivators. The difference was like heaven and earth. After fighting for a while, Hua Chongyang saw that the situation was not optimistic, so he said, Retreat! The birth chart beast is too strong. We'll need to ask for help. I'll hold it off for now, Hua Chongyang said. Lu Zhou did not mean to waste so much time. He wanted to take the opportunity to see their strength and wait for Yi Tianxin to return. Bai Yuqing nodded and said, "All right, I'll go get help." Bai Yuqing flew back under the cover of the others. Seeing Lu Zhou and Conk standing there calmly, he could not help but ask, surprised, "Why are you still here?" Lu Zhou shook his head. He was about to make a move when dozens of cultivators rushed over from afar. "It's a birth chart beast. Everyone, get ready. It's a birth chart beast." When the newcomers saw the birth chart beast, greedy expressions appeared on their faces immediately. Great Yen had long learned about the activation of birth charts. Taking advantage of the time when 10 leaves were rising together, many new forces formed groups and searched everywhere for life hearts. In Great Yen, cultivators still fought crazily over the most basic life heart. The Luan's appearance attracted the attention of more and more cultivators. The leader of the newcomers hovered in the air and laughed. "It's the Nether Sex Protector Hua and Protector Bai." Bai Yuqing frowned and said, "It's you guys again. This birth chart beast is extraordinary. Now's not the time to fight for its life heart. We should work together to kill it." "I agree. However, after killing it, I want the life heart," the leader of the newcomers said. Bang! 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 The Luan flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Several cultivators were no match for it and had no choice but to retreat. In the end, the 9-leaf Hua Chongyang was still a little lacking. He was beaten until his blood and qi surged. "Protector Hua, we can't compete with you. We only ask for the life heart. You people from the Nether Sect have the support of the Evil Sky Pavilion, so you have many elementary life hearts." The leader continued to say, "Brother Bai, Brother Hua, if you don't agree, it'll be too late." In the sky, the Luan suddenly swooped down again. Its sharp cry shook the ground, and its claws glinted menacingly. If Hua Chongyang was hit this time, he would be severely injured. "It's too late." Hua Chongyang stood in the center of his avatar to protect himself. All of the sudden, the fierce wind suddenly dissipated, and the sharp cry came to an abrupt stop. Hua Chongyang, who had closed his eyes, only heard silence. "I'm fine? What happened?" Hua Chongyang opened his eyes and looked at the huge Luan in front of him. A dazzling golden energy sword that was 1,000 feet long had pierced through its vital point and chest. Ding! Killed one target. Obtained an elementary life heart. Reward: 1,000 merit points. The Luan died so easily. Everyone's attention shifted to Lu Zhou, the owner of the energy sword. Lu Zhou did not care about the reaction of those people. Instead, he looked indifferently at the huge flying beast that was flapping its wings violently. He withdrew his energy sword from the Luan's body and slashed it from the lower left side to the upper right side. Swoosh! Just like that, the huge beast was cleaved into two with a neat cut. Boom! The huge fell to the ground before dark red blood gushed out from two halves of its body. The pungent smell of blood stirred their nerves. Its death is even gorier than the Luan's. Lu Zhou had easily killed the Luan. After all, he was much stronger than the Luan. If he so pleased, he could have intentionally dragged the battle out and put on a magnificent fight before killing the Luan in an ostentatious manner. However, he found no thrills in doing that. It was much more satisfying to kill it with one strike. Bai Yuqing and Hua Chongyang, the leader of the cultivators who had just arrived, was even more dumbfounded. After the giant beast and the birth chart beast died, there were still many low-level fierce beasts left, but they were no longer a problem. Nevertheless, due to their sheer number, it would not be easy to kill them all at once. Therefore, Lu Zhou called out, "Conk." Conk understood her master's meaning. She tapped her toes lightly and flew into the air. The 9-string zither hovered in front of her. The pilgrim song resounded in the air, stirring up a red wind that blew all the fierce beasts away. When everyone regained their senses, they cried out in surprise. Red Lotus Cultivator? Everyone was wary of and hostile toward the people of the Red Lotus domain, with Jiang Wenshu serving as an example. After Jiang Wenshu's matter spread in Great Yen, most cultivators in Great Yen had a bad impression of the Red Lotus domain. Since the dawn of time, discrimination and prejudice had always existed, and they were impossible to be eliminated. The red energy in the air was like knives, continuously cutting down the flying beasts in the air. Those that escaped did not turn back. With the 9-string zither, Konk's skill was on full display. The cultivators were inwardly amazed by it. Even if they were displeased, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out. Soon after, Konk placed one hand on the 9-string zither, and the music stopped abruptly. When she descended from the sky, the 9-string zither shrank and regained its original exquisite and unique appearance. Then, she hung it by her waist again. "Master, it's done," Konk said. It wasn't challenging at all. It was fine that the matter was resolved. The first part of Konk's sentence was fine, but the second part of her sentence dealt a critical blow to everyone, piercing their hearts. They had risked their lives to stop the beast tide, but in front of this young woman, the beast tide was not challenging at all. However, who could they complain to? "Okay." Lu Zhou nodded. Konk turned around and looked in the distance. "Senior sister has yet to return." "Wait a little longer," Lu Zhou said. At this time, Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing hurriedly landed in front of Lu Zhou and bowed to him. "Thank you for your help, senior." Everyone followed suit and bowed. The leader of the cultivators who had just arrived did not dare to be negligent and rushed over as well. He said ingratiatingly, "When did Great Yen have such an expert? It's really Great Yen and its people's good fortune to have such an expert." This kind of flattery. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Chongyang and asked, "Hua Chongyang, why do you only have 9 leaves?" "Only 9 leaves." These words were rather piercing to the hearts and ears. Hua Chongyang said, "I feel ashamed. I'm not very talented to begin with. It's all thanks to my brothers that I was able to sprout the 9th leaf." "Bai Yuqing, what about you?" "I?" Bai Yuqing stammered. Hua Chongyang came to the rescue and explained, "This brother of mine followed the sect master to fight in Liangzhou in the past. At that time, he damaged his Dantian's Sea of Qi. It's not easy for him to recover his 7 leaves." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Where are Yang Yen and Di Qing?" Hua Chongyang listened to Lu Zhou speak as though he was one of their own. Nevertheless, he did not say anything and replied, "They're in the divine capital." Finally, Lu Zhou turned to look at the leader of the newcomers. "And who are you?" The leader felt chills run up his spine immediately. "Senior, we're only here to kill the birth chart beast." Lu Zhou turned to look at the Luan's carcass on the ground before he raised his hand. Swoosh! The Luan's life heart flew out of its carcass toward the leader. The leader jumped in fright before he said, "Senior, I don't dare. I don't dare. Since Senior killed you, then its life heart naturally belongs to Senior." "You're quite tactful," Lu Zhou said before he tossed the life heart to Hua Chongyang. "Take it." "Ha!" Hua Chongyang was dumbfounded. This was a birth chart beast's life heart, but it was so casually given away. The others were envious, jealous, and resentful when they saw this. "Whoa!" At this moment, Cheng Huang's cry rang in the direction of Liangzhou. Most of the people present had seen Cheng Huang before, so it did not take long for them to recognize it. "Senior sister is back," Konk said excitedly. Her manner resembled little Yuaner a little at this moment. It was true that one would be influenced by those whom one was close to. Cheng Huang leaped and flew up into the sky. Ding! Worshipped by 150 people. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Miss 6th from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Boom! The huge Cheng Huang leaped across the heavenly moat and landed near it before it sat down. Yi Tianxin stood on Cheng Huang's back. Her white robes fluttered in the wind as she said, "Master, I've dealt with all the fierce beasts." Lu Zhou nodded. He did not pay attention to the crowd and said to Konk, "Let's go." The duo flew onto Cheng Huang's back. Cheng Huang understood Lu Zhou's intention. It only glanced at its surroundings briefly before it leaped up again. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, and the other cultivators. Everyone was dumbfounded. After Cheng Huang completely vanished from sight, someone rubbed their eyes and asked, "Is that really old Demon G?" Smack! The leader of the new group of cultivators turned around and slapped the mouth of the person who had spoken. How can you talk like that? I meant to say Senior G. The leader gulped before he said to Hua Chongyang, Brother Hua, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. If Senior G didn't act earlier, I would have helped. When Hua Chongyang regained his senses, he rationalized that it was normal for Lu Zhou to put on a disguise when going about his business outside. In the past, Lu Zhou was fond of disguises as well when he wandered the divine capital. Finally, Hua Chongyang said, I'm not a narrow-minded person. Then, the leader continued to ask, That's great, Brother Hua. Look, we can be considered as old acquaintances, right? Do you think you can give me a chance to join the Nether sect? We'll see. Let's clean up the remaining fierce beasts first. All right, leave it to me. After heading southwest and passing an incredibly vast forest, Lu Zhou and the others arrived at the other tribe's territory. Although it was winter, it was not too cold. In fact, many trees retained their summer appearances. Only a few that could not withstand the season turned yellow. Primal Qi lingered above the forest, giving the forest a sense of mystery. In the past, it took 10 to 14 days for Yu Shangrong to arrive at the land of buried bones. However, with Cheng Huang's swift speed, it only took less than half a day before Lu Zhou and the others arrived. Master, we're in Lulan, Yi Tianxin said as she pointed at the ancient city of Lulan up ahead. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Head southwest. Understood. Cheng Huang obeyed and flew southwest. Meanwhile, Conk looked around curiously. After a moment, she said, Master, Cheng Huang's speed can actually be faster. Faster? Well, it did intentionally shrink its body after all. Whoa! As though it understood, Cheng Huang raised its head and cried out. It stood on two legs, parting the clouds, and raised its two front hooves. At this time, Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxin discovered Cheng Huang's body was swiftly expanding. Yi Tianxin recalled the time when Cheng Huang had first come to Great Yen. It was true that he had shrunk, but could he recover? Soon after, Cheng Chuang became a 1,000-foot-tall beast king. It was so long that its body seemed capable of wrapping around a football field. Boom! Cheng Huang leaped up again and flew southwest. Half a day later, at the entrance of the misty forest, there were many other tribesmen at the entrance of the forest. There were also cultivators from Great Yen. Regardless of their origins, they were here to try their luck at the periphery of the misty forest. Some other tribesmen flew back and forth at the entrance of the forest with their Wolf King avatars, tiger avatars, leopard avatars, and other kinds of avatars. At this moment, someone cried out, What's that? Run! It's Cheng Huang, the protector of Great Yen. The other tribesmen fled in a hurry. Boom! Cheng Huang landed and stopped in front of the misty forest's entrance. Yi Tianxin patted Cheng Huang's head and said, Let's go in. Cheng Huang nodded and leaped forward again, entering the misty forest. Following that, its speed turned exaggerated as it charged into the depths of the forest. Like its name, the forest was shrouded by mist all year round. Due to the low visibility, it was easy to lose one's way in here. There were also many fierce beasts in the forest. If one encountered a powerful fierce beast, one would be no different from a sheep running into a pack of wolves. There was no doubt that one would die. Even after so many years, not many cultivators in Great Yen dared to venture deep into the forest. On the other hand, most of those who did venture deeper did not live to tell the tale. At this time, Conk pointed at the surrounding trees and said, Master, these trees are getting taller and taller. Let alone the cultivation world, even ordinary forests on Earth had ancient trees that towered above the clouds. In the misty forest where the trees absorbed the vitality, energy, and essence of heaven and earth, it was not surprising that there were some trees that were so tall. In just a blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. Cheng Huang flew tirelessly, crossing cliffs and mountains, until it left misty forest. Further ahead is the moonlight woodland. We're now near the abyss, Yi Tianxin said. The sun shone brightly and beautifully in the sky. The surroundings were different from the gloomy misty forest. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings and asked, "This is where you received the fair folk's inheritance?" Yi Tianxin nodded before she said with a sigh, "Yes. I didn't expect that nothing has changed here even after so many years have passed." Chang Huang moved to the edge of the abyss before it leaped down. At the same time, many fierce beasts could be seen climbing up the abyss or circling the sky above the abyss. It was a rather shocking sight. Conk said with a smile, "They're welcoming Chang Huang back." Chang Huang fell rapidly. At this time, a fierce beast that was 100-meter long spread its wings, accidentally blocking the path of Chang Huang's descent. Chang Huang was not polite and directly stepped on the fierce beast's wing. The fierce beast yelped in pain and hurriedly flew away. Boom! The descent lasted for about 15 minutes before Chang Huang finally landed in the depths of the abyss. Yi Tianxin smiled and said, "We're here. It's so beautiful here." Conk followed Yi Tianxin around. Yi Tianxin pointed east and said, "There's a small lake over there. I'd built a small house there as well." The two women flew over as they spoke. In fact, Lu Zhou was not interested in these things. He really wanted to go to the unknown land as soon as possible to find Lu Wu and save Duan Musheng. However, since they were already here, it did not make sense to not look around at least. Soon after, the trio arrived at the lakeside. The trees surrounding the lakeside were lush and filled with vitality. The statue was still standing at the lakeside. "The fair folks ride Chang Huang. This is something left behind by your ancestors," Lu Zhou said when he saw the words next to the statue. Yi Tianxin nodded. "If it were not for that, I wouldn't have been able to sprout the 8th leaf." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You underestimate yourself." Yi Tianxin did not understand what Lu Zhou meant. Lu Zhou said, "Back then, I gave you the Great Void Seed in hopes that you'll defy the heavens and change your fate. With the Great Void Seed and energy, let alone a mere 8th leaf, even the 1,000 Realms whirling stage isn't a problem." Great Void. Yi Tianxin recalled Si Wuya's words and the medicinal pill she had taken to conceal her aura. A thought appeared in her mind, and she hurriedly kneeled and kowtowed before she said, "Master is kind. I wronged Master in the past and almost committed an irreversible mistake." Lu Zhou looked at the kowtowing Yi Tianxin before he said with a sigh, "The past is in the past. There's no need to bring it up. Let's go." Lu Zhou was about to walk away when a flash at the bottom of the lake caught his eyes. Yi Tianxin and Conk had noticed their master's reaction and followed the direction of his gaze before they discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the lake as well. Perhaps the angle at which the sun shone was just right. The sunlight fell on the center of the lake, between two giant rocks, reflecting something from the bottom of the lake. "There's something there?" Yi Tianxin said, "Master, I'll retrieve it for you." Lu Zhou nodded. Yi Tianxin leaped into the crystal-clear lake. Her white robes and white hair fluttered underwater, looking like streams of white ribbon. When she reached the bottom of the lake, she saw a scroll. The words on it were shining. Yi Tianxin looked around her surroundings cautiously to make sure there was no trap before she used an energy seal to retrieve it. When she finally emerged from the lake, water droplets rolled down her body back into the lake. She was already outstanding as it is. Her slender figure was like that of a hibiscus as she stood still. Her wet clothes accentuated her slender figure, revealing her exquisite curves. Swoosh! Energy surged out of Yi Tianxin's body and evaporated the water on her body. Just like that, she returned to the state before she leaped into the water. She could not wait to look at the scroll in her hand. Heavenly Writing Scroll? Yi Tianxin had recognized the scroll because it looked similar to the one Yu Shangrong had found in the Melilot graveyard. Lu Zhou nodded as he surveyed his surroundings again. No wonder the vitality energy here is so pure, and the lake holds a special energy. As it turns out, my heavenly writing scroll is here. Yi Tianxin felt that the entire thing was magical. She did not expect her master's heavenly writing scroll was lying at the bottom of the lake. She had thought she had sprouted the 8th leaf by relying on the Fairfolk's inheritance and her own diligence. However, today, she found that everything was still a gift from her master. Everything was fated. Conk asked, confused, Master's heavenly writing scroll? If it were little Yuaner, she would have said, Master's name is not written on it. Yi Tianxin respectfully handed the scroll to Lu Zhou. Master! Lu Zhou took the heavenly writing scroll. Ding! Obtained incomplete open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou could faintly feel the supreme mystic power from the heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou went through Ji Tiandao's memories. It was understandable that Ji Tiandao left a heavenly writing scroll to the Empress Dowager of Great Yen since the Empress Dowager, Ji Tiandao, and Lu Gu were acquainted. However, how did this scroll end up with the fair folks? What was even stranger was that there was no pattern linking the locations of the heavenly writing scrolls together. They appeared randomly. When Lu Zhou thought about how meditating on the heavenly writing would reward him with an open scroll, he wondered if everything was arranged by the system. Yi Tianxin smiled and explained to Conk, Junior sister, you're unaware of this. But back then, the evil sky pavilions might shook the world. There was no one who did not covet the evil sky pavilion's treasures. The pickpocket sect and the 5 rats from Upper Prime City stole from the evil sky pavilion many times. If the 10 great sects were not despicable and shameless and stole so many treasures, how could they have gained a foothold in Great Yen? Conk nodded. Whoa! Cheng Huang cried out before it lowered its head to drink from the lake. Then, it glanced at the scroll in Lu Zhou's hand and made a series of noises. Conk said, Master, it said that it found the scroll in the unknown land and brought it back here before placing it at the bottom of the lake. Lu Zhou. There's no way to explain this. How am I going to maintain my image? Fortunately, Yi Tianxin said with a smile, this isn't surprising. Some treasures that were lost in the past flowed to the Northern Kingdom and some went to the other tribes. It's not impossible for some treasures to end up in the unknown land. You're right. Cheng Huang raised its head again. Lu Zhou put the heavenly writing scroll away in his sleeve before he leaped onto Cheng Huang's back and said, It's time to go. The heavenly writing scroll is a small matter. Saving your 3rd senior brother is an important matter. Understood, Yi Tianxin and Conk said in unison. When Yi Tianxin lived here, her range of activities were limited. If it were not for Cheng Huang, she would not have been able to travel far at all. The area was not too big, so after walking for a while, there was still nothing to see. After Yi Tianxin flew to the top of Cheng Huang's head, she sat down gently and asked, Do you know where to go? Cheng Huang made a noise that was similar to those of the birds in the forest. It was crisp and melodious, like that of a child who had yet to grow up. It said, We haven't left the moonlight woodland yet. Lu Zhou raised his head to look at the sky, the setting sun, and its golden light that fell on the lush forest. You're telling me this is the moonlight woodland? Shouldn't it be called the sunlight woodland? Cheng Huang made another sound that resounded through the abyss. The flying beasts and fierce beasts on the walls of the abyss cried out in unison after that. Beast kings are all territorial. Only Cheng Huang is unique. It can actually coexist with so many fierce beasts. How interesting, Conk said with a smile as she looked at the flying beast in the sky above the abyss. Cheng Huang ran at top speed instead of flying. Lu Zhou was perplexed when he saw the shadowy area up ahead where dark clouds were gathering. He turned back to look at the brightly lit place again. A vague thought appeared in his mind as he muttered to himself, What's going on? Lu Zhou recalled the map Si Wuya had drawn. He thought of Great Tang's land of Chao. To the south of that was the unknown land. Through the White Tower Council's runic passage in the runic hall, he had traveled to the unknown land where the environment was harsh and the sky was gloomy. It was the only time he had gone to the unknown land. This time, he's traveling there through the moonlight woodland that was deep in the misty forest that was located southwest of Great Yen. Just as he had expected, there was a passage leading to the unknown land in each of these places. He wondered if it was like that in the Yellow Lotus domain and the Green Lotus domain as well. What about the other 2 uncharted territory? Lu Zhou shook his head. The world was really vast. With his current cultivation, he only needed about 6 hours to cross the longest distance between the Great Yen and the West. In terms of speed, he was much faster than an airplane. However, Based on Wei Jiangnan's explanation about how it would take 5 years of flying without sleep and rest for someone with 12 birth charts to arrive at the unknown land's eastern abyss. With this, one could only imagine how vast the unknown land was. As soon as Cheng Huang leaped into the shadowy area, darkness descended immediately. A bone-piercing and gloomy wind swept over as well. A bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating the forest. Whoa! Cheng Huang made a series of noises. This is the Moonlight Woodland. There are many poisonous things here, Conk said. Cheng Huang said it's still not too late to regret it now. Can turn around now. It also said that if we encounter danger, it would bring its mistress away and disregard the others. Yi Tianxin smiled awkwardly. Conk said, Cheng Huang, if I were you, I'd take this chance to curry favor with my master. The more dangerous it is, the more you'll need my master's protection. Cheng Huang did not make a sound and continued charging into the depths of the woodland. From time to time, low cries would ring from various directions. Pairs of eyes glowing in the dark stared at them as well as they traveled. When these situations occurred, Cheng Huang would let out a low cry, ordering the fierce beasts to retreat. Cheng Huang ran wildly in the moonlight woodland before it leaped up and abruptly came to a halt. It looked up and let out a long howl. The unknown land. Conk pointed up ahead. Under the dark sky, where the moonlight had long disappeared, Lu Zhou saw a cliff. The environment was rather similar to the place in the unknown land he had traveled to using the White Tower Council's runic passage. There was no doubt they had arrived at the unknown land. Although he could not see much now, from up above he could tell it was vast. The horizons that seemed to stretch infinitely, the mountains, the dense fog, and the forest looked magnificent and mysterious. From time to time, lightning would flash in the sky. There was no human habitation. Only fierce beasts would live in this kind of harsh environment after all. A skeptical expression could be seen on Konk's face at this moment. Luo Xian had brought her out of the unknown land and raised her, but was it really possible for humans to survive in such an environment? The three people and the beast continued to look. After a while, Lu Zhou asked, Has Cheng Huang been here before? Conk listened to Cheng Huang before she said, Yes, but he didn't come often. He has only been here a few times. Yi Tianxin added, Beast kings are territorial after all. There are beast kings everywhere. Cheng Huang nodded. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and silently recited the mantra for the power of sight to check on Duanmu Sheng. Alas, he only saw endless darkness. After cutting off the power of sight, a realization suddenly dawned on Lu Zhou, and he asked, Are we in the eastern abyss? Cheng Huang actually nodded. Lu Zhou had assumed the eastern abyss would be like the heavenly moat. However, the abyss they were in now stretched as far as the eyes could see. This entire place was the eastern abyss. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, Go south. Cheng Huang swooped down, carrying the three people on its back. Immediately, it was nimble and stealthy as it shuttled through the sky and ran through the forest, making almost no sound. On an island in the middle of a lake in the unknown land. A thick block of ice stood on the island in the middle of the lake. For thousands of meters around it, the ground was frozen. At this moment, Lu Wu lay on the ground with its eyes closed, resting. From time to time, the muffled sounds of collisions rang in the air. In the ice block, purple smoke and golden light intertwined, crashing against the ice block. Lu Wu looked at it, clearly bored, before it spat out a word, Weak. Bang, bang, bang. What seemed like a purple dragon snaked around Duanmu Sheng's body at this moment. The energy from the Overlord spear managed to create a hole that was dozens of feet deep on the ice seal. Kill! Duanmu Sheng's body surged with killing intent immediately. In his eyes, the ice seal was his enemy, and he wanted nothing more than to kill his enemy now. Meanwhile, on the distant shore of Lake Heart Island, two figures were hovering at the waist of a towering ancient tree, looking at the Lake Heart Island. As expected, Lu Wu is here. Its intelligence isn't inferior to humans, and it's capable of human speech. With our strength, I'm afraid it'd be somewhat difficult to take it down. Why don't we return and invite Venerable Master Yi to come down the mountain? Venerable Master Yi and Venerable Master Qin will be discussing the Tao on Mount Qingyun in a month. I'm afraid he won't be able to come. The other person nodded. It'd be great if we can tame this beast. That's impossible. Lu Wu had been tamed in the past and had a master. Who could tame Lu Wu? To tame such a powerful and highly intelligent beast, not only must one have an extremely profound cultivation base, but one must be incredibly charismatic as well. It's someone from the opposite side. He was Duanmu Dian, a mighty figure from 30,000 years ago. I don't think the younger generation knows of him. 30,000 years ago was also when the last batch of great void seeds appeared. At that time, the world was in turmoil, and wars were being fought in the unknown land. The Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain suffered a great loss. There were a lot of casualties. The Green Lotus domain was in a better state. Duanmu Dian was one of the powerhouses of that generation who appeared out of nowhere. Time creates heroes. Every 30,000 years, there will be a group of mighty figures. It has almost become a law. The younger cultivator nodded before he said, Brother Yi, this time, it's been 300 years since the great void seeds appeared, but there are no mighty figures. Did the mighty figures from 30,000 years ago rise because of the great void seeds? If so, where did all of them go? The older cultivator was called Yi Wuxing. He was a member of the Yi clan in the Green Lotus domain. Yi Wuxing said, The recent loss of the great void seeds has been a mystery until now. As for the mighty figures, who knows? Perhaps it has something to do with the heaven and earth shackles. Everyone knows about the heaven and earth shackles, so there's no need to explain. Have you heard of the conservation law? I only know of the law of the jungle. Yi Wuxing said, The so-called conservation law means that all energy in the world like vitality energy and primal chi have a place of origin and destinations. Humans take the fierce beasts' life hearts to increase their lifespan, defying the heavens. Fierce beasts, on the other hand, eat humans to improve themselves. Everything in the world should be conserved. It is very difficult to preserve the existence of mighty figures. Every once in a while in the Great Void, a balance keeper will appear to, as the name suggests, keep the balance to prevent the world from collapsing. Brother Yi, are you saying that the mighty figures from 30,000 years ago were all captured by the people from the Great Void? It's very possible. Yi Wuxing nodded and said, The lifespan of a venerable master is close to 30,000 years. It's predestined. Perhaps everything is a cycle of reincarnation. The younger cultivator sighed. Our Yi clan finally produced a venerable master after 30,000 years. Let's not talk about that for now. There's movement. The duo exchanged a look before flying toward the lake. Bang! 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 A commotion rang from within an ice block. Since the duo did not know Duanmu Shang was trapped inside, they were puzzled by the commotion. They continued flying toward the island in the center of the lake. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Yi Wuxing raised his hand. Stop! Yi Wuxing looked at the island. He thought it was strange. The area up ahead is frozen by Lu Wu. Why did it do this? It's probably to show its might as a beast emperor. Brother Yi, look at the fishes in the lake. They're all frozen to death. This is an example of the law of the jungle. Yi Wuxing looked at him and said, No, the beast emperor doesn't care about these small fishes and shrimps. It's strange. Bang, bang, bang. The commotion grew louder and louder. Yi Wuxing frowned. Someone's here. Let's go and take a look. The duo flew over and landed in front of the block of ice. Suddenly, Lu Wu swooped down from the sky, parting the clouds. It said in a thunderous voice before it landed, Scram! Lu Wu swiped its claws at the duo. Bang! Bang! Yi Wuxing hurriedly brought his astrolabe out. Alas, his companion was not so lucky due to his weaker cultivation. Although he had also brought out his astrolabe, just a swipe from Lu Wu's claws dented his astrolabe, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Wu! Yi Wuxing roared. Boom! Lu Wu landed on the ground. It lowered its head, and its eyes shone brilliantly as it looked at the two humans who were like flies. Lowly humans, get out of my territory. Yi Wuxing flew up until he drew level with Lu Wu before he said, Lu Wu, I am Yi Wuxing from the Yi clan. You have to think it through before acting. Yi, Zhang, I come in peace. Venerable Master Yi has ordered me to look for you. 1 month later, he will be having a Dao discussion with Venerable Master Qin at Mount Qingyun. He wants me to invite you to the Dao discussion. Yi Wuxing said. A tiny reptile thinks it's worthy to have a Dao discussion with me. Lu Wu said. Today is different from the past. Lu Wu, do you think you can return to the depths of the unknown land? You're a majestic beast emperor. Don't you feel aggrieved having to hide from both your kind and the humans? Yi Wuxing asked. Lu Wu remained silent as though it was thinking about something. Upon seeing this, Yi Wuxing seized the chance and said, Since you can't return to the depths of the unknown land, you can only cooperate with humans. Venerable Master Yi from the Yi clan is the most sincere. Lu Wu still did not say anything. Yi Wuxing said, Think about it carefully. Lu Wu asked, What if I don't agree? Yi Wuxing replied, Venerable Master Yi won't force you. However, humans will only continuously harass you. If I can find you, the others will be able to find you as well. Do you think you'll be able to hide for the rest of your life? Bang, bang, bang. The commotion from within the ice block grew louder and louder. Yi Wuxing looked at the ice block in confusion. He could tell something was amiss. At this time, Lu Wu turned around and said, Leave, tell Yi Zhang he's not worthy. You! Yi Wuxing did not expect this outcome. Suddenly, bang! Duanmushang broke out of Lu Wu's ice seal and flew up into the sky. The Overlord's spear in his hand looked like a golden dragon at this moment. At the same time, the purple smoke snaked around his body like 2 purple dragons. His eyes were dark, and his body was shrouded in a murderous aura. If one were to look closely, one would see faint blue light flashing within the purple dragons. He's possessed. Yi Wuxing frowned. Currently, Duanmushang, who had broken out of the ice seal, saw everyone as his enemies. Die! Duanmushang gripped his Overlord spear and charged toward Yi Wuxing and his companion. Lu Wu suddenly raised its paw. Bang! Lu Wu smacked Duanmushang down from the sky into the frozen lake. The layer of ice on the surface of the lake shattered immediately. Then Lu Wu turned to Yi Wuxing and growled. I said leave! Yi Wuxing gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Wu. Lu Wu, you'll regret this. Following that, he brought his companion and rushed to the shore. When they arrived at the shore, Yi Wuxing helped his companion to descend to the ground as he said, I didn't expect Lu Wu to be so ungrateful. Yi Wuxing's companion coughed before he said, Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yi Wuxing suddenly said, That person should be from the Golden Lotus domain. He possessed a very strong great void energy. How's that possible? You don't understand. I'll explain later. I'm just curious why Lu Wu is entangled with a possessed human. How interesting would it be if the various venerable masters learn about it? Brother Yi, you're saying, based on his appearance, he must have only demonized not too long ago. His corrosive energy is very strong, and he survived by relying on Lu Wu's essence. Since Lu Wu did not eat him, he must have value. Now that Lu Wu's location has been exposed, it would definitely move. I have to spread this news as fast as I can, Yi Wuxing said as he raised 2 fingers and ignited a talisman. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of something shooting toward Yi Wuxing rang in the air. He raised his head and saw an energy saber slashing his way. He reacted quickly. He flipped in the air and dodged the energy saber. At this moment, Chang Huang lowered its huge head from above. The white-clad Yi Tian stood on its head and looked at Yi Wuxing. Behind Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou, who was standing with one hand on his back, was also looking at Yi Wuxing. Yi Wuxing's heart skipped a beat. The opponents were so close, and yet he did not sense anything. Moreover, there was such a huge beast with them. Beast King. Lu Zhou looked at Yi Wuxing and said, I'm going to ask you a question. All you have to do is answer truthfully. Get lost. It's best if you don't interfere with the Yi clan's affairs, Yi Wuxing said. Lu Zhou shook his head and said indifferently, You really don't know how to appreciate favors. Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched a palm seal. The golden palm seal shot toward Yi Wuxing. Bang! Despite blocking it with both his arms, Yi Wuxing was pushed back a few meters. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Golden Lotus Cultivators. Lu Zhou tapped his toes lightly and flew off Chang Huang's head. The palm seal was meant to probe his opponent's strength. He surmised the opponent had roughly 8 birth charts. This meant the opponent had the same number of birth charts as him, but the difference was he possessed the supreme mystic power. Lu Zhou flew into the sky and hovered at the waist of the towering ancient tree. His hand was like Mount Tai as he pressed them down. Yi Wuxing did not expect his opponent to attack as soon as they met. He hurriedly manifested his astrolabe and placed it horizontally in the air. The astrolabe grew larger, cutting the trees in its surroundings down. Boom! A bluish-golden palm seal pressed down on the astrolabe at this moment. Creak! Yi Wuxing grunted and fell on one knee. Bang! A hole appeared on the ground. Yi Wuxing's blood and qi surged violently, and his 8 extraordinary meridians flow was chaotic. His arms were numb, and there was a dent on his astrolabe. Finally, he said, Stop! Please stop. I'll talk. Senior, please ask your question. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, and the palm seal disappeared. You said earlier that the person who had just demonized recently is in the heart of the island? Yes, Yi Wuxing said with an unsightly expression on his face. Yi Wuxing's expression was extremely ugly. His companion retreated to his side as though they were facing a great enemy. They looked at Lu Zhou and the others warily. Lu Zhou leaped down and landed in front of the duo. He sized them up for a moment before he brought the golden Taishu mirror out and shone it on the duo just to be safe. With his 8 birth charts and the supreme mystic power, he was not afraid he would seize the mirror unless they had stronger treasures. Under the beam of light from the golden Taishu mirror, 2 green lotuses appeared. Yi Wuxing had 8 birth charts, and his companion had 5 birth charts. If it were not for the supreme mystic power, it would take Lu Zhou quite a bit of effort to deal with the duo. Indeed, the unknown land was very dangerous. During the journey, Chang Huang had been careful and avoided places that might have beast kings. For this reason, their journey to the Lake Heart Island was rather smooth. During that one time he saw Duanmu Shang through the power of sight, he remembered the vast lake. It might be difficult to find one person, but it was not that difficult to find such a vast lake. You're from the Green Lotus domain? Lu Zhou asked. Yes. Yi Wuxing nodded. What's your name? Yi Wuxing. Yi Wuxing replied. Then, he quickly added, Yi Wuxing from the Green Lotus domain's Yi clan. This is my brother Yi Cheng. The Green Lotus domain's Yi clan? Lu Zhou's expression was the same as usual as he took another step forward. Yi Wuxing said, I'm just following orders. How could Lu Zhou not understand the meaning behind Yi Wuxing's words? He looked at Yi Wuxing and asked, Are you threatening me with the Yi clan? Based on Lu Zhou's bearing and manner of speech, Yi Wuxing was certain Lu Zhou had a profound cultivation base. Hence, he hurriedly said, I don't dare. Lu Zhou looked at the island in the center of the lake and continued to ask, Have you seen Luwu? Yi Wuxing nodded. It's on the island. You're really brave to come looking for Luwu with only 8 birth charts. Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Zhou asked. Lan Shihe, who had 13 birth charts, fought with Luwu for such a long time, and yet they had not been able to determine a winner. It was clear Luwu's strength was stronger than that of a 13-chart cultivator. During the battle in Jianbei Circuit, it was likely that Luwu did not use its full strength. Its freezing ability that it used before leaving was indeed formidable. With 8 birth charts, if placed in the WTC or the BTC, one would only be a judge. Who knew what it was like in the Green Lotus domains for 8-chart cultivators? Luwu is highly intelligent and is capable of weighing the pros and cons. If I die, the Yi clan will definitely hunt Luwu. There's no need to make an enemy unnecessarily. Conk frowned. Master, he's threatening you again. Yi Wuxing. On second thought, Yi Wuxing's thought his words did sound like a threat. Awkward. Therefore, he explained, "That's not my intention. Since Senior asked a question, I was just answering the question so I can safely leave." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "I'll believe you for now. You rushed here from the Green Lotus domain? When did you leave?" 3 months ago. 3 months. With your cultivation, it's impossible for you to arrive in 3 months. Runic passage. Lu Zhou said. Yi Wuxing nodded and replied, "The great clans in the Green Lotus domain have their own runic passages." Lu Zhou thought for a moment before he continued to ask, "Do you know a Jiangnan?" Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng looked at each other before they shook their heads. "I've never heard of him." "Then, do you know Qin Mozhang?" Yi Wuxing's eyes widened slightly. "The young master of the Qin clan?" Yi Wuxing hurriedly grabbed Yi Cheng and stepped back. Lu Zhou said, "You better stop that." The duo stopped moving and did not dare to act rashly again. Lu Zhou did not mobilize his primal qi, nor did he make any move. Yi Tianxin and Conk did not make a move as well. The trio only looked at the duo calmly, as though they were looking at a pair of jumping monkeys. The duo, for some inexplicable reason, felt a sense of threat and oppression looming over them. "Do you know Qin Mozhang?" Lu Zhou asked. "Senior, if you're a member of the Qin clan, then we have nothing to talk about between us. A domineering and unreasonable person like Qin Mozhang will be taught a lesson sooner or later," Yi Wuxing said. Lu Zhou asked curiously, "Do you have a grudge against Qin Mozhang?" "Not really. However, the Yi clan and the Qin clan have never been on good terms. Different thoughts lead to different paths. If you want to kill me or skin me alive, you can do as you wish," Yi Wuxing said with grim determination. Based on Yi Wuxing's reaction, it did not seem like he was lying. Moreover, there was no need for him to risk his life and lie. The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend, but at the very least they shared a common interest. Lu Zhou said, "Regardless if you have a grudge against him or not, I will definitely not let him go." Yi Wuxing's heart skipped a beat. "So there's enmity between them?" Then Yi Wuxing asked tentatively, "I heard that Qin Mozhang lost a birth chart. Could it be?" Lu Zhou scoffed. "Destroying one of his birth charts can be considered as letting him off easy. If I see him again, I'll definitely take his life." Yi Wuxing immediately pulled Yi Cheng and kneeled on one knee. "We do know Qin Mozhang. After he lost his birth chart, he's been recuperating in Venerable Master Qin's training hall. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Senior to find him." Venerable Master Qin. Yi Wuxing wanted to say Venerable Master Qin's cultivation was profound, but he thought the words would sound disrespectful to Lu Zhou. Hence, he swallowed those words and said, "Venerable Master Qin has very high regard for Qin Mozhang." "Venerable Master?" Yi Wuxing said, "Senior, I have a question." "Speak." "Senior, are you from the Golden Lotus domain?" Yi Wuxing asked. Lu Zhou only nodded. Yi Wuxing continued to say, "I heard the other side's cultivators are generally weaker, and it's difficult for them to reach the level of a Venerable Master. For example, Venerable Master Qin is an expert who has passed 3 birth trials, and he has lived for nearly 30,000 years. Lu Zhou did not even have time to reply when Conk scrunched her nose up and said, "So old." Yi Wuxing. "Miss, is this the main point? 30,000 years? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yi Wuxing was slightly surprised by Lu Zhou's reaction. He wondered if Lu Zhou had even passed his second trial yet. However, the force from the earlier palm seal was not simple at all. It did not seem like it came from someone who had only passed his first birth trial. Then, he rationalized that Lu Zhou must be doubting his words. Hence, he said, "I don't dare to lie. Venerable Master Qin has been famous for a long time and has long passed all 3 birth trials. After passing the second birth trial, each birth chart would grant 3,000 years of life." "Ah! It's not my intention to show off my knowledge in front of Senior." "It doesn't matter. Explain to me in detail," Lu Zhou said. "The Golden Lotus domain's cultivation path is completely different from yours." "Completely different? No wonder. Realization suddenly dawned on Yi Wuxing. He asked, "Could it be that there's no need to go through the birth trials in the Golden Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou said in a questioning tone. "I'm asking the question, not you." Yi Wuxing lowered his head immediately and said, "After passing the second birth trial, and the sprouting of the leaf is a success, the birth palace will expand greatly and the heaven and earth shackles will loosen as well. However, the requirement for activating birth charts will also become abnormally strict." Lu Zhou was reminded of Lan Shiha. She passed 2 birth trials but did not sprout the 11th leaf. After activating the 13th birth chart, not only did her lifespan not increase, but she also lost 3,000 years of life. "You said that Venerable Master Qin has passed 3 birth trials, right?" Lu Zhou asked. "Yes," Yi Wuxing said. "You can ask anyone about this. Junior doesn't need to lie about it. Moreover, ever since I found out you have a grudge with Qin Mozhang, I can't wait for you to kill that brat." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Where is Venerable Master Qin now?" "Venerable Master Qin and Venerable Master will be having a Dao discussion next month on Mount Qingyun. If you want, I can lead you there, Senior." How could Yi Wuxing let go of such a good opportunity to help the Yi clan? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I still have important matters to attend to. Return and tell Venerable Master Qin that I'll find him to seek justice when I have time." Yi Wuxing said, "Understood. Also, you better keep Lu Wu's matter a secret," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. As though he had been granted amnesty, Yi Wuxing hastily pulled Yi Chang and ran into the woods. After flying wildly for an hour, they finally came to a stop, panting. "Brother Yi, this person is so powerful. We should rope him in," Yi Chang said, confused about why Yi Wuxing left in such a hurry. "You don't understand." Yi Wuxing inhaled deeply before he said, "Toward the end, I deliberately invited him to Mount Qingyun to discuss the Tao, but he refused. I don't believe that there's no need to pass the birth trial in the Golden Lotus domain. Based on his reactions when I mentioned Venerable Master Qin, I suspect he has passed 2 birth trials at most." 2 birth trials? That's still 12 birth charts. We still can't afford to offend him. Yi Wuxing rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Why do you think I ran so fast?" At this time, Lu Zhou, Yi Tianxin, and Conk arrived at the shore of the island in the middle of the lake. Yi Tianxin asked doubtfully, "Master, how many domains are there?" Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and said, "If my speculation is correct, not counting the Great Void and the Unknown Land, there should be 9 domains that used to be 1. Conk lifted her hands and began counting with her fingers before she said, "Then, there are still 2 more we don't know about? This is little Yuaner's behavior contagious. No wonder Jiang Wanshu lied and didn't allow the Golden Lotus cultivators to sprout the 9th leaf. The law of the jungle is real. Any one of the domains is a threat to the Golden Lotus domain." Conk said, "Not necessarily. He said something about balance keepers earlier. Perhaps the fierce beasts are the balance keepers that protect us. The unknown land is so vast anyway. Perhaps it won't be so easy to travel to other domains." Yi Tianxin said, "But we ran into them here. Since they ran into Yi Wuxing and Yi Chang here, it was not impossible for the 2 domains to meet in the future." Conk's mouth twitched, but she did not say anything. Lu Zhou glanced at Conk before he said with a faint smile on his face, "Lan Shiha is also a balance keeper. Moreover, she's from the Great Void. The Great Void reigns supreme and can keep the balance in the 9 realms." Yi Tianxin nodded. At this moment, splash, the lake water splashed up. The Overlord's spear shot up into the sky as golden dragons wrapped around the spear's shaft. It was a spectacular sight. Then, a figure broke the surface of the water. His body was shrouded by purplish-green energy as 2 purple dragons snaked around his body. His eyes were dark and emitted a dim light. "Who's that? Is that 3rd senior brother?" Lu Zhou flew up and said, "Stay with Cheng Huang." Understood. There was no doubt wherever Lu Wu was, it would definitely be a very dangerous place. Lu Zhou was surprised. If the figure belonged to Duan Mushang, Then he must have had a fortuitous encounter to unleash such a powerful force. On the other side of the lake, Yi Wuxing and Yi Chang stood under a tree and looked at the island from afar. He made a move. Brother Yi. He's really bold. Let's wait and see. Yi Wuxing only guessed that Lu Zhou had around 12 birth chats, but he was not completely certain. Lu Zhou arrived near the area that was frozen by Lu Wu at lightning speed. He looked at the figure that had rushed up to the sky and called out, Duanmu Shang. The person who had emerged from the lake and was shrouded in purple energy was none other than his third disciple. Bang! Lu Wu suddenly flew up to the sky and smacked Duanmu Shang back into the water. Splash! Duanmu Shang fell back into the water like a stone. Lu Wu rode on its momentum and continued flying forward. When it opened its eyes slightly, it saw Lu Zhou hovering in the air. It twisted its body immediately and pounced at Lu Zhou. Primal Qi began to surge. It's you, human. Lu Wu's claws glinted under the light. Lu Zhou noticed that the injury on Lu Wu's left front paw was already more than half healed. The wounds on its body were almost completely healed as well and could barely be seen. To think a beast emperor's healing ability was so terrifying. Lu Zhou launched a few palm seals with both his hands. Dozens of golden palm seals stood in front of him like mountains, blocking Lu Wu. Bang! 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 While fighting, Lu Zhou retreated out of Lu Wu's attack range. Lu Wu landed and said, You actually found me. Lu Zhou's eyes gleamed with cold killing intent as he said, Evil creature, I'll take your life today. Needless to say, Lu Zhou knew it was impossible for an 8-chart cultivator to defeat Lu Wu without special means. With a flip of his hand, a deadly strike card appeared. Lu Wu's senses were much stronger than humans. As though it could sense Lu Zhou's killing intent, it instinctively took a step back. After all, one of its hearts had already been destroyed by Lu Zhou. How could it not be afraid? Lu Wu had as many life hearts as its hearts. In theory, to kill Lu Wu, Lu Zhou would have to destroy all of its hearts. Moreover, he could not disregard its astonishing healing ability. For beast kings, even the most extraordinary had 2 hearts at most. Ordinary beast kings only had 1 heart. They could not compare to beast emperors who possessed extremely high intelligence and special abilities. When Cheng Huang saw Lu Wu in the sky, it instinctively shrank back. Yi Tianxin patted its head and said, Don't worry, master is here. Wu! Yi Tianxin did not understand Cheng Huang, so she looked at Conk. After listening for a moment, Conk said, 6th senior sister, your Cheng Huang is bragging. He said that he'll be stronger than Lu Wu in the future. Yi Tianxin smiled and patted Cheng Huang again. Cheng Huang turned its head and looked at Conk. Just when it looked like it was going to vent its anger, it suddenly lowered its head, showing an aggrieved expression. Conk chuckled and said, I'm only joking with you. Lu Wu stared at Lu Zhou's hand and said, Human, despicable, shameless, dirty. Lu Zhou frowned. When had he ever been despicable? What did a wild beast know about being despicable? Lu Zhou flipped his palm. Why? Lu Wu asked. Lu Zhou said in a clear voice, In my life, I pursued the pinnacle of cultivation and have been solitary all my life. The only thing I can't let go of is this group of disciples. You captured my disciple and you dare to ask me why. Your disciple? Lu Wu turned around. Beasts will be beasts. Lu Zhou rose into the sky. At this moment, bang! Duanmu Shang broke the surface of the water again. He held the Overlord's spear with both hands, and his entire body was shrouded with a purplish-green energy as he charged directly at Lu Zhou. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he kept muttering, Kill! 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 Lu Zhou shouted, Impudent! Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a golden palm seal flew out. Boom! It blocked the Overlord's spear. Duanmu Shang was incredibly tenacious. He retreated a few dozen meters before he charged forward again. At this time, Lu Zhou finally understood why he only saw black when he tried to check on Duanmu Shang. Duanmu Shang had completely lost his mind, rationality, and loyalty because of the evil energy. Lu Zhou flashed as he launched dozens of palm seals in the air. The countless palm seals in the air closed in on Duanmusheng. Bang! 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 The palm seals surrounded Duanmusheng and landed on him one after another. A series of similar notifications rang in Lu Zhou's mind. Ding! Disciplined Duanmusheng. Reward: 200 merit points. Ding! Disciplined Duanmusheng. Reward: 200 merit points. Ding! Disciplined Duanmusheng. Reward: 200 merit points. Meanwhile, Duanmusheng's expression changed drastically. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. You still know how to feel pain? Evil disciple. Lu Zhou's shout stunned Duanmusheng for a moment. When the purplish-blue energy receded slightly, Duanmusheng felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. When an indescribable feeling rose in his heart, an image of an old man appeared in his mind, and he shouted immediately, "Old thief! Have a taste of my overlord spear." This disciple is really going against the heavens today. Lu Zhou flashed back and forth using his grand technique, launching palm seals. Needless to say, he would not use a deadly strike card on his disciple. All he needed to do was subdue his disciple. Senior sister Xianxia, that person is really third senior brother. Conk, who was far more perceptive than the average person, said. Yi Tianxin nodded. Conk said, confused. But who's third senior brother calling old thief? Is he talking to Lu Wu? I think so. Wu! Cheng Huang's cries resounded through the island in the center of the lake. Birds in the jungle on the periphery of the island took flight immediately. Lu Wu's eyes swept past the shore. Without saying a word, it stomped on the frozen ground. The layer of ice began to sink and melt into the water immediately. Then, it raised its head and exhaled a dense white mist into the sky. This time, the entire island and the lake were frozen. There was not a single part of the island that was not turned into an ice sculpture. The cold energy continued to freeze the forest within dozens of meters of the shoreline, turning the trees into ice as well. Many fierce beasts that were bold enough to approach and watch the show were instantly frozen to death. Cheng Huang sensed the danger and quickly jumped back to avoid the cold energy. Meanwhile, Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng's hair stood on end. They used their grand technique to avoid the cold energy. The island and the lake were now a world of ice. Duanmusheng and Lu Zhou were also frozen. Crack! Lu Zhou raised his hand skyward, his palms facing up, as he broke free from the ice seal. Beast! Do you think you can trap me? Bang! A blue palm seal completely broke the ice seal and rushed up to the sky above the frozen world. Lu Wu was so shocked that it retreated and looked at Lu Zhou, who had broken out of the ice seal, as though it was facing a great enemy. At this time, it suddenly exclaimed as its eyes widened in shock. Lu Tiantong! I recognize you, Lu Tiantong. Even if you hide your aura, even if you turn into ashes, I'll be able to recognize you. Nearing the end of its sentence, Lu Wu's speech turned smooth just like a human. During the battle in the Jianbei Circuit's northern sword canyon, Lu Zhou had mostly used energy seals. He had used the supreme mystic power sparingly and secretly. He had mostly used his 5 golden Buddha's bodies to defeat the enemy. At that time, Lan Shi had dealt with Lu Wu while Lu Zhou dealt with the others. Moreover, Lu Zhou's disguise card was still in effect at that time. However, Lu Wu was not one to rely on its sight to identify its target. This was not surprising considering the manner in which he identified Duanmusheng. Lu Wu gnashed its teeth as it said, "Even if I was reduced to ashes, I'd still recognize you." The island in the middle of the lake was still frozen. At this moment, the mighty Lu Wu seemed a little timid. It retreated as though it was faced with something extremely annoying that it did not want to face. Like a cat, it retreated in small and graceful steps. Lu Zhou remained expressionless when he heard Lu Wu's words. After all, Lu Qianshan had previously mistaken him for Lu Tiantong, the ancestor of the Lu clan as well. It was not too surprising if Lu Wu committed the same mistake. However, what was strange was that Lu Wu had interactions with Lu Tiantong as well. Was he a friend or a foe? Lu Zhou looked at Lu Wu and said in a deep voice, "Do you really want to die?" If it were not for Lu Wu using its essence qi to protect Duan Mushang, Lu Zhou would have thrown a deadly strike card out without any hesitation. This was the only reason he had restrained himself. At this moment, Duan Mushang charged out again and attacked from a different angle. The tip of the Overlord's spear was pointed at Lu Zhou as he roared, "Old thief! Wicked disciple!" Lu Zhou turned around and struck with his palm. Countless golden palm seals surrounded Duan Mushang in the air. When a golden palm seal landed accurately on his chest, the others followed suit and fell on him. At this moment, Duan Mushang's strong defense was on full display. The weaker palm seals felt like an itch on his body, while the stronger ones only pushed him back and made him drop from the sky. Based on this, it was clear Duan Mushang's cultivation base was no longer at the 9-leaf stage like before. He was many times stronger than before. Lu Zhou's bad temper flared up at this moment. He increased his force as he attacked like he was hitting a sandbag. Sometimes he attacked from the left, sometimes from the right, sometimes from above, and sometimes from below. This old man has a bad temper. Lu Zhou increased his firepower. It was like hitting a sandbag, sometimes left, sometimes up, sometimes right, and sometimes down. Since he was incredibly familiar with the Divine One technique, Duan Mushang's moves were useless against him. After practicing spear techniques all year round, the Divine One technique had long been ingrained into Duan Mushang's memory. Although he was not himself now and his mind was in a state of chaos, it was instinctual for him to attack with the Divine One technique. At this moment, Lu Wu lowered its body and took 2 steps back. When it looked at Duan Mushang, who was being beaten up, it said, "Shameless, Lu Tiantong, if you have the ability, why don't you beat him to death?" Lu Wu retreated again. "It hurts," Duan Mushang cried out when he was hit in the chest. No longer able to withstand the torrential attacks, he fell into the lake again. Yi Tianxin and Conk flew closer to the frozen lake and continued to watch from afar. "Master's temper," Conk trailed off. "This is considered a light beating. In the past, third senior brother was bedridden for 3 months after being beaten. Apart from eldest senior brother, Master beat third senior brother the most. Through that, third senior brother gained the skill to endure a beating," Yi Tianxin explained. Enduring a beating also counts as a skill." Conk was speechless. "Of course," Yi Tianxian said. "I remember back when Master wasn't in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Righteous Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect took advantage of the disappearance of the barrier around Golden Mountain Court to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that time, third senior brother managed to hold on until Master returned. If it were any other person, they would have been beaten to death by those from the noble path." Lu Zhou naturally would not kill his disciple. He only beat his disciple from all directions. Ding! Disciplined Duan Mushang. Reward: 200 merit points. Ding! Disciplined Duan Mushang. Reward: 200 merit points. Ding! Disciplined Duan Mushang. Reward: 200 merit points. Lu Zhou continued to receive the same notification over and over again. System. In the end, the disciplining session earned Lu Zhou quite a lot of merit points. The disciplining session only ended when Duan Mushang called out weakly, Master." The Overlord's spear fell from Duan Mushang's hand. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and the Overlord's spear flew toward the island. The spear struck a huge rock and shone brightly under the sun. Duan Mushang's current condition was too unstable. Although his life was not in critical danger now, he still needed a period of time before he could control his new power. At this time, Lu Wu had already retreated dozens of meters away. It lowered its head and stared at Lu Zhou fiercely as though it was going to attack. When it saw Lu Zhou had subdued Duan Mushang, it said, "If it weren't for me, he would have died long ago." Lu Zhou turned around and glanced at Lu Wu. "If it weren't for that, do you think you'd be standing in front of me with your life intact at this moment?" Lu Wu's mouth moved as it mumbled under its breath as though it was not convinced. No one knew what it was saying or if it was cursing. At the distant shore, Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng watched with expressions of confusion on their faces. Brother Yi, why isn't Lu Wu making a move? I'm curious as well. He launched a blue palm seal. This means he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. However, based on his performance, he doesn't look like he has passed his second birth trial. He's rather weak. This is too confusing. Brother Yi, there are all kinds of strange things in the vast world. Perhaps the Golden Lotus domain underwent a huge change a long time ago. That's possible. There were slight differences in the various domains, but they grew greater and greater as time passed, after all. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou flew higher up into the sky before he pushed a blue lotus out. The blue lotus bloomed and spun rapidly above Duanmusheng. In just a blink of an eye, rich vitality energy surged and shrouded him. The vitality energy from the blue lotus melted the frozen lake and surged into the frozen dead fishes. With that, the fishes that were brought back to life hurriedly swam away. The entire area was cast by the blue light from the blue lotus. The trees that lined the shores regained their vitality. Crack! The frozen ice blocks on the island cracked and thawed. It was not long before the place regained its appearance in spring. Lu Wu leaped back. It looked at the blue lotus vigilantly. Old bastard! Lu! After the blue lotus disappeared, Duanmusheng fainted. However, his condition seemed much better than before. The purplish-blue qi, the essence qi, and the corrosive energy merged into one. Lu Zhou waved his hand, moving Duanmusheng onto the island. Lu Wu said, "You can't take young master away." Young master. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Stop pretending. Old thief Lu, if you take him away, he will die. Lu Wu's hind claws dug into the ground as though it was prepared to spring forward. Lu Zhou said, "I'm not Lu Tiantong." Impossible. Lu Wu clearly did not believe Lu Zhou. It's up to you what you believe. Lu Zhou asked, "Why did you call him young master?" Lu Wu muttered under its breath again, seemingly cursing again. Are you cursing me? Lu Zhou could tell from Lu Wu's expression, even if he could not understand its language, that it was cursing at him. If Venerable Master Duanmu was here, he'd sever his relationship with you. A lesson. Venerable Master Duanmu? Shameless human. Lu Wu was firm in its belief that Lu Zhou was Lu Tiantong. Lu Zhou said, slightly surprised, "You're saying Duanmusheng is the direct descendant of Venerable Master Duanmu?" Lu Wu remained silent and only looked at Lu Zhou with eyes that were brimming with hostility. Lu Zhou said, "I'm going to take him away. How are you going to stop me? Old thief." Lu Wu leaped up into the clouds before it swooped down. Lu Zhou rose into the sky and held his golden astrolabe that was the size of the sky up. Boom! Lu Wu's huge body and four paws landed on the astrolabe. Like a mountain, its terrifying weight pushed Lu Zhou down. Back then, Lu Zhou was able to hold an island up with his extraordinary power. How could he not be able to withstand Lu Wu's weight now? The golden astrolabe turned blue, and a powerful force pushed Lu Wu up. It turned around and let out a deafening sound wave. Whoa! Sound technique. The sound wave resonated throughout the entire place. With the heavenly writing power, Lu Zhou was naturally unaffected by the sound wave. However, when the sound wave swept across the lake, it stirred up a huge wave. Lu Zhou's figure flickered. He put his astrolabe away before he pushed a hand out and said, "Confinement seal." The confinement seal flew out. Lu Wu raised its head to look at the confinement seal that was like a fly in its eyes. Disdain was apparent on its face. It raised its paw and swiped its claw at the confinement seal. Bang! The confinement seal flew back before it quickly flew back and circled above Lu Wu's head. Then, it rapidly increased in size until its size was not inferior to Lu Wu's. Boom! The confinement seal fell on Lu Wu.